Sorry about that. Once again, honorable members of parliament, our time has come. Again, I apologize for the delay, and now we are going to speed up, starting our program. My name is Deng Madurkoj. With me, moderating with me is my colleague, Ayay Maduring. We will be doing this. We have been doing for the last 3 days, and we are humbled to be with you today. Now, Honorable Dr. Barnaba Marial Benjamin, embodying the representation of His Excellency the President, Right Honorable Speaker Mary Ayan Majuk, the Speaker of the Council of State, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker Nathaniel Oyed Ferino, the First Deputy Speaker, Revitalized Transitional National Legislative Assembly, Right Honorable Speaker Aweri Alaluong is the Second Deputy Speaker of the Revitalized Transitional National Legislative Assembly. All protocol remain observed, my dear honorable members, in all your capacities, including the chairs of the specialized committees in the two houses. At this point, we will call upon one of you who is a reverend and also a parliamentarian to come and give us the opening prayers. Honorable Reverend Scopas Taban Lokabang.
Thank you, MC. I will follow the protocol you have just pronounced. I'm going to be reading the scripture from the book of Genesis, chapter 2, verse 5 to 15. I think it is fitting in this sitting. It reads, "This is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created, when the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. Now no cherub had yet appeared on the earth, and no plant had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no one to work the ground. But streams came up from the earth and watered the whole surface of the earth. Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being." Sorry. "Now the Lord God had planted a garden in the east of Eden, and there he put the man he had formed. A river watering the garden flowed from Eden. From there it was separated into 4 headwaters. The name of the first is the Pishon. It winds through the entire land of Havilah, where there is gold. The gold of that land is good. Aromatic resin and onyx are also there. The name of the second river is the Gihon. It winds through the entire land of Cush. The name of the third river is the Tigris. It runs along the east side of Ashur. And the fourth river is the Euphrates. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it." This is the scripture for today. River Pishon is the Nile River. And River Gihon is the Blue Nile. And the Euphrates and the Tigris are, of course, in the Middle East. So when the man was put in the Garden of Eden, God instructed him to work on it, on the garden, including the benefits of the Nile. And then, therefore, we are divinely located in this land. And therefore, we have to work for it. If other countries have benefited or benefiting from the Nile, the Pishon River, let us also benefit. With these few words, let's pray together faithfully. God, we want to thank you because you are our great God. You have given us the mandate to develop. We are your co-creators. But as we develop, we need to balance that development. As we are part of the world, we want to be part of the global sustainable goals, the 17 of them. Father, development agenda of South Sudan lies squarely in our hands and in our plans. Seal our consensus here, because you are not a God of confusion. When the task becomes great in your Trinitarian nature, you say, let us. And that's why we are here. You speak through us. You have the wealthy wisdom. Give us that wisdom so that we will make this country better than any other country in the world, or even in Africa. Because we are well defined in your divine plan. Thank you for this session. Speak through us. In Jesus' name we have prayed and believe. Amen. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. With your permission, Dr. Barnaba representing the President, we're now rolling on to call the next people. Due to time factor, our Deputy Chair of the committee, David John Kamuri, would have come to call the chair, but because there's no time, I go straight to calling the chair, Akonyakwe Maniam. Sorry? Muslim, sorry. If there is Islamic faith available, dear honorable members, we are not discriminating anybody. It's just the time factor, and it has not been forwarded to us. So, okay, if there is anyone, please volunteer, come. I don't have the name. If there is somebody ready to present, please come forward. And I repeat again, please, we are here to allow our expert ample time. So, is there anybody ready to present the Islamic prayers? Please come. We, the moderating team, we work with the name forwarded, like I called the honorable. Please welcome, and I apologize for any inconvenience. We didn't intend to exclude anybody. You are welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Actually, this morning, because we are at a very sensitive topics, I will read the start of the Quran from Surah Al-Baqarah. Al-Baqarah is actually teaching from Allah, God, to all people. Believe in Him and believe in what the trust being put on everybody who is leading any of the sectors in the people, either leading the people in the face or leading people in their general lives. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألف لام ميم. ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة مما رزقناهم ينفقون والذين يؤمنون بما أنزل إليك وما أنزل من قبلك وبالآخرة هم يوقنون أولئك على هدى من ربهم وأولئك هم المهتدون. صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We apologize again. We didn't have your names earlier. Only one name was forwarded to us. Now I go straight to calling the chair of the committee, Akonya Akwe Maniam, the chair of the organizing committee set up by the presidency. You are welcome.
Honorable Marial Benjamin, Minister of Presidential Affairs, representing the President of the Republic of South Sudan in this forum. Right Honorable Speaker of the Constituent Transition National Legislative Assembly, Right Honorable Speaker, Council of State, Honorable Members of Legislative Assembly, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome you to today's event, which marks an important milestone in the parliamentary presentation on the South Wetland and Wide Nile Resource Development and Management. As you may be aware, the committee was tasked to work on the organization of public consultation regarding water resource of the Wide Nile River and its entire water catchment in the Republic of South Sudan, delivered as evident by the gathering today. Toward this broad objective, the committee has already updated His Excellency on the progress made over the last few days. We released a concise press statement on the July 4th, 2022, and was well received. We invite and confirm the arrival of experts and involvement of national experts, some of whom will provide a short presentation to you today of these issues. 3 days of the public awareness and consultation have been completed successfully. Today marks the significance of this event by allowing the international and national experts to present the summary of the 3 days of public consultation to you, the legislature of the Republic of South Sudan. I can tell you that the committee implement the initiative of the President calling on the citizens of South Sudan to come and use this platform to address the mounting concern over dredging. While untangling both pros and cons of Jonglei Canal project in the country, broadly, we note that our country has a lot to catch up with. If the parliament sleeps, the whole nation sleeps, and our people will continue to suffer. The people of South Sudan want to address the issues. We have all seen the citizens of South Sudan rejecting any action over the water dredging before scientific studies is completed with clear policy option for consideration. The role of legislature is centered in these critical national policy issues. In closing, dear distinguished guests, honorable members of the August House, I have seen that the people of South Sudan are united to defend their water against external threat, underscoring that the Wide Nile, including its tributaries, is the lifeline of the people of South Sudan. The committee therefore invites the Parliament to fully participate, listen to expert presentation, express their views in a manner that is constructive and productive going forward. I would like to thank the Secretariat and the members of the committee who have worked tirelessly to make this event happen. Please, the organizing team, can you stand up so that our Parliament can see you wherever you are. Secretariat, the members of the organizing committee, stand up. Thank you. Also, I would like to ask our international and national experts to stand up as well. They have been doing a tremendous job for the last few days. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Members of Parliament, thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the chair of the organizing committee. To this point, Honorable Dr. Barnaba, the speaking ship to there. It's not in my jurisdiction to welcome. It's not you, the speakers are coming, but the order here say that the Right Honorable Speaker of the Council of State, Madam Mary Ayan Majuk, is to have a remark. Madam Nunu is here, not here, but representing by the First Deputy Speaker, Perino. Again, I apologize earlier on, my dear members of Parliament, the political protocol. If anything is wrong, I apologize, forgive us. We are used to the academic scientific forum. Sorry. I will leave it to them. I will leave it to them to sort it out. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, MC, as well as my colleague Aye Madut. We work together in the University of Juba. Dr. Barnaba Marial Benjamin, the Honorable Minister in the Office of the President, and who is representing His Excellency the President in today's meeting. Right Honorable Nathani Oyet, the first Deputy Speaker of the Transitional National Legislative Assembly, and who is representing the Right Honorable Speaker of the TNLA. My colleagues, the Right Honorable Awerial, Permina Awerial, the Deputy Speaker of the TNLA, colleagues, chief whips, the chairpersons, the deputy chairpersons, and the members of the legislature, both from the TNLA and the Council of States, all our experts who are here today, Prof. Taj Al-Khazin, and all our national experts. I will not mention them by name, fearing that may drop some names, but later on the organizers will introduce them during the day. Your Excellency Dr. Barnaba, I'm here on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker of the Council of States. The moderator kept calling me as the speaker, and I want to clarify that I'm here as the acting speaker. My speaker is in a will, Right Honorable Deng Deng Akon. So on his behalf and on behalf of the leadership of the Council of States, we want to congratulate in the first place His Excellency the President for organizing this series of consultative meeting and awareness raising. All of us are aware that for the last few weeks there has been a lot of serious debate on issues that I believe are issues of national concern. And it is not good, it is not healthy when the public is divided on issues that could simply be clarified by relevant institutions. So we want to appreciate sincerely His Excellency the President. I want to sincerely thank you, Dr. Barnaba, for organizing this initiative by calling the public and inviting the relevant institutions and calling our expert and inviting also Professor Taj Al-Khazin so that they clarify those issues, because it seems there has been genuine concern about our natural resources. There are genuine concern about the management of our water and our wetlands. So it's the right of the people, yes, to express their views, but for the interest of our harmony and cohesion, it's good also for the leadership that they have taken this wise decision, so that all of us, we are on board, and when we take decisions, those decisions are made on research after we listen to the experts, and we are not just making emotional decisions. So once again, congratulations to your office, and a sincere appreciation from the legislature to His Excellency the President and the government. Your Excellency, I did a bit of biology in my career before joining politics. So I understand a bit the importance of water. I understand how South Sudan is one of the blessed and gifted countries all over the world, having one of the largest wetlands in the world. It's the second wetland actually after the Amazon in America. So being number 2, and we are gifted with these natural resources, when I mentioned earlier that these are genuine concern when people express their fears that maybe if we are not taking right decisions, then it may later on affect those resources. I sincerely understand from this little background I have. And I know also the importance of water to life, and that water plus other components like some chemicals and gases made our planet Earth to be, up to now, maybe the best and the only inhabited planet among many others. I'm seeing NASA is showing us there are some discoveries about some other planet, but I know to the moment that our Earth planet is the only suitable place for life, and it's because one of those elements is water. It is also us, legislators, we understand our roles, having this central role, being, as per the Constitution, we represent the will of the people. And as per our mandate also, we do legislation. We also do oversight the executive. And we allocate resources. So it will be good for us also to be on board and maybe to be made aware that later on, when those bills later on, or when the decisions for the executive are brought to the parliament, we will be taking decisions that we fairly understand. So we thank you for inviting us, the legislators, because having this very important role in the decision making for the affairs of our people, it is very good that all of us today we are here. With this, I don't want to prolong because we were call only maybe later on during the interaction after we listen. We are not giving opinions at this stage, but we want sincerely to thank you so much for inviting us and for conducting this public consultation. I believe at the end our people will take decision and they will listen to the opinion that will really work for the betterness and for us to save the resources and the Republic of South Sudan in general. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Mary. The correction about position is well noted. We only follow the script on the paper. I thank for that one. Straight away we go to the Right Honorable Nathaniel Oyet Ferino, the Deputy Speaker, Revitalized Transitional National Legislative Assembly. You are welcome. No, you want to come down? It's okay.
Your Excellency, Dr. Barnaba Marial, the Minister in the Office of the President, who is also representing the President in this function. Right Honorable Mary Ayen, the Acting Speaker of the Council of States. Right Honorable Faramina Awirial, the Second Deputy Speaker, TNLA, Honorable Chief Whips, the chairpersons and deputy chairpersons of specialized committees, in the two houses, honorable members of the legislature, the representatives from the different ministries, the distinguished experts, the international and national experts present, honorable ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to be invited to this function as part of the leadership of the TNLA and the legislature for that matter, together with you who are attending this function today. I would like from the onset to clarify that this function is a function organized by the Office of the President. I was made to understand earlier that people were wondering, now the speakers are here or the deputy speakers are here, who are we waiting for? Those were the questions emanating from the members. We were waiting for the representative of the President, His Excellency Dr. Barnaba Marial. I would like to thank the experts who are coming from outside the country and also the national experts, and indeed the Office of the President for this wonderful interaction. I understand the interaction started with different stakeholders, the civil society, the academia, the youth. Also similar function took place in the University of Juba, where the academia fraternity had an opportunity of also discussing this very critical and pertinent national issue. Your Excellency, this workshop is very critical and very, very important. And the workshop is coming at the right time. I would like to inform you that last year, the Parliament, when we were faced with the situation of the unbearable floods in the country, devastating livelihoods and the citizens of South Sudan, the Parliament tabled motion on the flood disaster. We were able to discuss, and we also summoned the ministers, the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, and also the Minister of Environment, and the Minister of Health also attended the summon sitting which took place in this very hall. And we were able to make a number of deliberations and recommendations, some of whom were already pointing to seeking a durable solution to handle the flood disaster in the country. Many villages, many payams and counties, if not the entire state, were submerged. And that was a very critical issue of concern to the parliamentarians. We were seeking short-term and also long-term solutions to the problem of the floods. And I believe the purpose of this consultation is also along the same line. So today we are privy to interact with the experts and also the Office of the President on the same matter, which is very, very critical. Allow me also to point out that we, the members of Parliament, are also members of our society. We have been following discourse going on in the press and also on the social media. And we have learned that the executive has already gone ahead with a number of steps on this matter. One, though we do not have concrete evidence on the agreement which was signed by the government of South Sudan and also other governments and partners around the world on how to manage our water resources. We have learned that also in Unity State we have machineries that are already imported and received by the state government in Unity State, and for the purposes of dredging, things like building dikes and stuff. All this we have been following as Parliament, and of course following public outcry on the project relating to the dredging, Jongole Canal and so forth. Then I want to appreciate the Office of the President for listening to the public and also making series of consultation, which I believe includes this one. In the Parliament, our main concern is how do we quickly solve the problems of the devastating floods, disaster in the country, which has destroyed the livelihoods of our citizens in the affected areas. I would like to underscore the role of Parliament on this very critical matter. Our role as a key institution, as an arm of government that is policies. And I want to believe that this consultation does not usurp this very critical function. We still have a role to play, that after this consultation, even after you commission in environmental impact assessment, going to the field and wherever and making your desk review, we expect the reports to be also tabled in the Parliament. And it is the Parliament who will have the final say on this matter, and we shall also still on our own account commission public consultation. We can commission public hearing. We can use the expertise of our specialized committees, the relevant specialized committees, to ensure that we engage the public as the legislative arm of government and come with a concrete understanding and approval on the government program on this matter. So we would like to underscore that and emphasize and underline actually that we are seized of this matter. We want to seek short-term and long-term solution to the flood disaster. I would like also to point out there is no need to politicize the matter of national disaster. We have people who are drowning, others have already drowned. We have lost significant number of cattle, livestock, and people have been displaced. And some of the floods are also in the oil producing areas. there is also imminent danger of serious pollution that will have long-term impact. So anybody, whether in the house or in the public, trying to politicize this matter or even tribalize it will not be tolerated. We as Parliament will maintain our roles representing the interests of our people and will always do the best for their benefit. And I would like to take this opportunity to once again thank the Office of the President and thank you, Dr. Barnaba Marial, for convening this symposium. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. Mindful of time, dear Honorables. After Dr. Barnaba, my colleague Ayamadur will take over to present the presentation. I take this opportunity, Your Excellency Dr. Barnaba, representing the President, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Honorable Speaker, my good brother Nathaniel Oyat, I also recognize the Acting Speaker, the Council of State, Honorable Mary Public, and also the Deputy Speaker, Permena Wairial, sitting together on the floor. It is also time to recognize the chairpersons and the deputy chairpersons of various committees in both the TNLA and the Council of State. It's also the chief whips in the two institutions. And more importantly, I recognize the honorable members of Parliament, the face of legislation of the people of the Republic of South Sudan. You are warmly welcome to this sitting because this goes to the heart of our nation, and it is wonderful that we come together so that we can share ideas, listen succinctly, so that we can be able to take informed decisions that will help our country. I'm glad also to recognize the honorable ministers and the former ministers who are here, and also our good experts. We have a good number of experts that have joined us here. Professor Taj Al-Kazin is an engineer who was involved and who has been involved with the Nile and the water issues for the last 50 years. You have him here today. And in fact, I always remind Professor Kazin, the first time I met him as a young doctor, and he was busy building the beer factory in Wow. And after he completed building the factory and got out the first bottle of a wonderful beer, even tasted by Jafar Nemeri, and then Nemeri said, this is the last drink, the first and the last drink, you close it down. So I asked him the other day, maybe you will go and revive it again. But now I think he is better revive the issues of our water. We are also happy to have with us one of our important national as well as international experts. We have Mr. Deng Majuk Chol. He's a young man there. He is actually in Oxford University working solely on water resources and the SAD region. So it's good for the Republic of South Sudan to have our own people and our own citizens engaged in a resource which is important. I'm happy also to have with us here Madam, I think, Salwa Jibril Berberi, She is not only a great lawyer, but also a great diplomat. She has worked at the United Nations for nearly 7 years, giving legal advice to the Republic of Sudan when the Sudan was one, and involved with us when we had the CPA. She was helping in the establishment of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, technically, for the Republic of South Sudan. He's here also. These are people who will, you listen to their voices. We have our own national experts who are still a system of the government. We have Joseph Africano, our Undersecretary in the Ministry of Environment. Can you stand up to know you? For your information, he's a great expert in the area of environment. We have also our Undersecretary in the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation, Engineer Emmanuel Lado. He is also an expert on matters related to water. We have with us our former Undersecretary, Isaac Liabwell. I'm not saying him. Oh, he is there. He is also, it runs in his blood. Nothing is there except water. I think we will hear him, what he has to say. We have also Alier Oka. Where are you? Yeah, there he is. He is actually even involved with the Nile Basin Initiative. So you have a person you can find from him what in the hell we have in the 11 countries along the Nile. We have a young man, young Kwai is here. You'll also hear from him. He has been in the field looking on issues. So, honorables, before I say what I want to say, I have to apologize first for coming late. Not that I didn't know, because I came here at 8:30. But I was called for another duty which I had to run to quickly. And that is, I have to share with you the sad news that we have lost General Kitchener Madan. You know him. This was one of our first generals in the liberation struggle. Since 1983, a part of Buffalo Battalion. He has just passed away. So I was tasked by our president that at least I go to see and participate in how his body can be carried back home for burial, and to see that he gets a state burial, which is an honor to him. He has done a lot for this country. We all know what Kitchener was doing. He's from Murle community, and one of the first of those, Nachigag and others, Kennedy, who is still alive, Marshall. So we are indebted to him. So I apologize for coming late. Don't forget, I'm a part of you. My name is Barnaba Marial Benjamin, MP, Uro South. So I'm a part of you. But I apologize for coming late. So, Honorable Speaker, there was no intention on my part. But before we begin, we know we have lost our minister, Emmanuel Peter Gatworth. He would have been here, in fact, becoming a part of this debate. It is only human, and recognizing him, that we just spend a minute of silence in memory of having lost him. Thank you very much. we realized that the minute is so long, but when we were students, you know, when you are doing mathematics and the examiner says you are left with 5 minutes, you actually think that, and when they say 5 minutes is up, you think that it was 1 minute. But this 1 minute has been long, I think. It's good. Thank you very much for recognizing. Your honorables, distinguished guests, we have had the last 3 days of extensive discussion, dialogue, and information. We have had, and this was a public consultation on issues related to White Nile and the wetlands, and all about our rivers in the Republic of South Sudan. It was a wonderful interaction and a strategically important interaction that our public needs in order to hear from the experts, the people who know more about science in related to this issue. It's important to listen to these experts that we were able to bring along from UK, University of Oxford, from Canada, Professor Kazin, and also from United States, who is supposed to be here, but I think you will hear his voice, and I'm sure the Secretariat will be able to organize. These are renowned individuals, particularly in the Nile and the Sud region. So you have expertise, honorable members, that you have today. My advice to you is listen to them, these international experts, so that they tell you about our waters. It's very important. We have also our national experts, because sometimes we South Sudanese think that we have no experts, but you'll be surprised that we have our own experts who are knowledgeable in this, and it is good for our members of parliament who represent the people of this country and who are the lawmakers of this country and who are in fact the oversight body to the executive structures and legal structures of this country, so that you take your decisions from an informed position in order to reduce a lot of rumor mongering within this ICT world, the Facebook and the WhatsApp and all that. While you read those, now listen to them. It will be able for you as responsible people for this country, as the Deputy Speaker has said before, it is still your duty to take decisions from an informed position. So what we are providing by creating this forum is to give you an information that you don't easily get. So I will ask you, we have been sitting here for your information for the last 3 days, every day from 8 to 6 in the evening. I know MPs have many other things in their hands. Please sacrifice today to learn something about water and about the Nile, because I have been listening and I got educated for the last 3 days what we heard from our experts. A wonderful information which a member of parliament really needs, for you to sit in your chair and bang the table and say this is the right decision to take. So I hope you'll be able to interact with them. After listening to them, you will have the chance to ask some of the questions you would want to ask, so that you can satisfy your queries about the issue related both to Sud region, the Nile, especially the White Nile, and the other rivers. In fact, our government had not discussed anything to do with Jonglei Canal. People have gone out to speak about Jonglei Canal, an issue that our government had not even talked about. But there's nothing wrong in getting a scientific explanation from these experts. They may touch on the issues of Jonglei Canal, but I can assure you, on the side of the government, we have not yet taken up any issue related to Jonglei Canal. In the last 3 days, we had a line number of representation from the academia, from the civil societies, from youth, from women groups, and general public at large. This hall has been full for the last 3 days, and it was a tremendous discussion. This day is yours, your honorables, and I'm sure the experts will be happy to share with you what they know scientifically about the wetlands of the Republic of South Sudan. Yes, it is also important that we have also lost one of our colleagues, which I should have informed your Honorable. Honorable Mayom Koi also passed away, a member of parliament, a former minister in our government, a former colleague in the liberation struggle. I think it is good also to honor him, at least also for 1 minute. Thank you very much. Thank you. It is unfortunate that we are getting a lot of death these days, and I'm sure some of you know some of the close friends who have lost their lives, in fact. So that is life. As long as we recognize what they did in this country, I think it is a good thank you send off for them always. So for the last 3 days, we have discussed enormous topics, which I'm sure our experts will come and share with you. And indeed, you'll have the opportunity, open discussion, you raise questions. Me personally, I will apologize today because I was supposed to sit sharing this process throughout the whole day, but I'm also rushing somewhere. So if you don't see me later, don't say the honorable member has run away. I just have another assignment to go to. But my colleague will stand in here who will continue to be with you, Honorable McQueen Lueth. I also see some of our ministers here. Deng Dao is here. Peter Majongdid is also here. And I hope other ministers will join you so that they are equally members of parliament and to participate in this. So once again, this is a day for you to talk about your Nile. It's the day for the Nile River, the longest river in the world, and the longest part of this river, it passes through 11 countries, and the longest part of this river is in South Sudan. I think that rings a message, which means it is a strategically important matter that we as a country should really think about, and if we take decisions on it, it must be informed decisions. This is what we are seeking from you today. We need informed decisions on your part. As the speaker said before, when you sit in the parliament, then you will be able to know that any decisions you take on the Nile water, the Sud and all the White Nile, it will be an informed decision. So on behalf of His Excellency, President Salva Kiir Mayardit, I declare this forum open with a vibrant discussion. Thank you very much. Now we will get out from here because the experts will be the ones sitting here. Yes. I have seen, Honorable Speaker, your chairs are empty there. Yes. I will try and find out where my chair, whether I sit with my colleagues there or I sit somewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the representative of His Excellency, Salva Kiir Mayardit, and to the representative of the speakers of August House. Honorable members, of Parliament, I'd like to take this opportunity once again to introduce myself. My name is Aye Madut. I'll be your moderator together with my colleague Deng Mador today. Now, just to reiterate, we are getting into the very interesting stage of the discussion. This is a scientific, it is an academic forum, so I'd like to request you, honorable members, to be open-minded and equally fully participate in this process. That's the only way we can then get the full idea of what the discussions are around the White Nile and the Sud wetlands. While doing that, I think we'll start the process and we'll move our experts up to the podium before we commence our presentations. So we'll have an interlude while we make arrangements. Thank you very much.
Therefore we no need exploitation of River Nile. Akumatani na den dululu, dululu, dululu. Reistani na Salva Kiir Mayardit, Sukuran la idara taki. Honorable Barnaba Marial Benjamin, Sukuran la idara taki. General Akol Kurkuch, Sukuran la idara taki. Dartanina mohim sedi na visukuna sawa. Dartanina mohim sedi na visukuna sawa. River Nile na visukuna sawa. River Nile na visukuna sawa.
Puerto Rico con, Puerto Largo con, Mulatto con, Madena Dusin. Our environment, Puerto Rico con, Puerto Largo con, Mulatto con, Madena Dusin. Our environment, Puerto Largo con, Puerto Rico con, Mulatto con, Madena Dusin. Moe ni agana, moe bitana, ah. Moe nam agana, moe bitana, ah. Moe ni agana, moe bitana, ah. Moe nam agana, moe bitana, ah. Our environment is beautiful, our environment. Bala go melo yere ketedan. Juli ni da, and yal go take moye ni. Namaran kale go koken ye, and yal go take moye.
Thank you once again. Now I'll just briefly introduce our experts who are sitting up there. We have Engineer Isaac Liebwell, we have Dr. Salwa Gabriel Belperi, we have Professor Touch Al-Kazin, we have Mr. Deng Majong Chol, we have Mr. Yong Kwai, and we have Dr. John Leju. Now, as time is of the essence, would like to start off with our first presentation. But before we do that, I'd like to introduce our first presenter. I think many have heard of Professor Touch Al-Kazin for the last few days, or even prior to that. But he's a Canadian citizen, he's a retired professor, with 50 years experience in the field of water resources and water management. He has also continuously engaged with South Sudan since 1972, from Wau to Lankan to Bor and to many other places that he will probably mention. And I don't know whether anyone has seen the last drawing from Adija. Recently, he was crowned the guardian of the Nile. So you can see the wealth of experience that Professor Touch brings to the table. So without wasting much time, Dr. Touch, the floor is yours. And you will take us through the first presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have known Brother Marial, Dr. Marial, for a bit over 30 years now. But in this visit, I started to wonder if he really studied medicine. It is more like political science, the way he's presenting himself like a statesman. It's always a pleasure to see you, sir. Right. What we are going to do now, I will have two quick successive presentations. One of them will give you an overview, brief overview of what this whole thing is about and what are our options. Because we are not just academics who want to narrate knowledge, we have got to create a sense of direction for the government based on that knowledge. And then I have listed a number of areas when we talk about feasibility study. What should we cover? We don't want someone to just talk about environment or just talk about economics. There are 9, 10, or 11 of those areas that must be thoroughly covered in any credible feasibility study. And the last part of my presentation will be a set of 9 recommendations for the legislature. There is no point other than academic to give information without suggesting some action that can be taken on behalf of the people of South Sudan. The catchment of the wetlands is estimated at 30,000 to 70,000 square kilometers, depending on the season of the year. The actual flood reservoir is estimated at 30,000 square kilometers. That's vast. This is the largest wetlands in Africa. After it comes the Okanapo in Botswana, and there is nothing like those two. 14,000 square kilometers of that is seasonal with peak discharge around August. 16,000 square kilometers are permanently flooded with water. The estimated quantity of water in the Sud is 30 billion cubic meters of water, or 1/3 of the total discharge at the high dam, which is 85 billion cubic meters. Floods do not need canals. It never happened before. I have been following water around the world for the last 50 years, and not once did I hear that a country controlled floods through digging canals. It does not happen. And here let me digress a little bit to Yonkole Canal. Yonkole Canal started as a colonial project in 1904. It is a colonial project today in 2022. Have no mishaps about that. And if you design, let us suppose that you design a house, you want to build a house, so you make the maps, you bring the architectural engineer, the structural engineer, the contractor. You cannot take that literature and go and build a luwak, or take that literature and go and build a store or a hut. So the design, the basic design and concept of the Yonkole Canal had one objective: to drain about 4.5 billion cubic meters from the Sudd into the main Nile to go to Egypt, period. There is nothing else. There was no objective. 1904, 1907, this design came out in 1946 by Egypt. Dikes are designed through satellite imagery as a start. Anybody can actually commission satellite imagery. You pay $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, and you define the coordinates where you want the pictures to be taken at the time, and you can have it. It is in the public domain now. Then you decide the runoff, and then you decide the discharge, where the water is going. You plug that water to go somewhere else. You don't block it, period. You block it to go somewhere else. Floods are not rivers. They will change direction. The flood will come this year through that part. Next year it will come through another part. Everybody knows that. So we have to be prepared for that. If there is a will, professional consulting and technical advice, funding, experts, floods can be prevented through dikes, if not prevented, mitigated. And of course, the famous sayings are that nature, if you want to control nature, you have got to obey it. You cannot control the rain. The rain will fall if you like it or not. It will run if we like it or not. So how do you deal with something that you cannot control? That is different from dealing with things that you can actually control. So we have got to know the power of nature and see how we can live with it, adapt to it, rather than fight it. I always talk about Hafirs because between 50 to 55% of our population in South Sudan are either pastoralists or dependent on pastoralists. That's the very large number of people. Hafirs are not a hole in the ground. Hafirs are not a pond. Hafirs are dams. The feasibility study, the design, the construction, the usage, the lifetime have got to be decided scientifically for Hafirs to survive. The first Hafir that I designed and supervised the construction in South Sudan, one of them was 500,000 cubic meters. It was active for about 30 years. In a Hafir, the deposits, the soil deposits are 20 centimeters every year. So if you dig a Hafir that is 4 meters deep, after 10 years, it will be 2 meters deep because of the sedimentation, unless you move the sedimentation. It can be deepened or dredged to remove the siltation. There are means for doing that. Also, because of the pastoralists for the grass, you have got to put the Hafirs along the grass route, and you have got to space it in series so that when the cattle need to drink, they find another Hafir in front of them. Otherwise, you are going to have trouble of the tribes fighting over the source of water. What about capacity? Somebody who tells you that we are doing a 10,000 cubic meters Hafir, you can tell him to go and fly a kite. You need a Hafir that survives. You need a Hafir that will give water to the humans, to the domestic animals, and to the wildlife, and count evaporation of 10–15%, and count sedimentation of 20 centimeters per year. Rights and benefits. The principle of rights and benefits came about in 1992, and it came out by Canada, and I was part of that in 1992. The conceptualization. The rights of water lie in the Lakes region or the Ethiopian Peninsula. The usage is in Sudan and in Egypt. And we will come to what Egypt uses. And the principle was, well, we need water. Egypt is 105 million inhabitants. We cannot let them die of thirst. That does not happen. It's the balance. The balance is not building a hotel. The balance is not setting up a generation plant of 1 kilowatt or 1 megawatt. It has got to be equitable rights for benefits. If you are going to take my water, you have got to pay for it. And not peanuts. It has got to be equitable. Before that, I would very much encourage our honorable legislators to dig deeper together with the relevant ministries. What are our rights? I give you an example. The 1959 agreement decided that the total discharge of the Nile at the Swan Dam was 85 billion cubic meters of water. 55.5 billion of that went to Egypt according to the agreement. 18.5 billion of that went to Sudan. Those guys sat down and decided that they own 100% of the waters, of the Nile waters. And to add insult to injury, there is a clause in the agreement that says, even in the future, even if there is more discharge, it shall be divided between the two countries only. So we have got to know those rights. This takes me to the CPA. The CPA is 261 pages. 101 of those pages are the implementation matrix. In all those 261 pages, the Nile waters do not feature. It was not discussed. And for a reason, we didn't go very much into that, but there was a valid reason at that time. This does not mean we keep our eyes closed now. Out of the share of Sudan, 18.5 billion cubic meters, Sudan never used more than 12 billion cubic meters. So Egypt was having gratis, free of charge, 6.5 billion cubic meters every year. Where is the share of South Sudan? Nobody talked about that until today. South Sudan separated. There was quite a bit of discussion and processes of separating the debts, who takes what and so on, but nobody talked about the water. It is time that the legislation starts that and answer the question, what are our current rights of the Nile? Another point, I don't like very much to go into politics. I love going into policies because that's my business, but the politics are your business. But this one is important. There are 11 countries that contribute to the Nile waters, the whole Nile. Eritrea contributes less than 1%, and until recently they refused to sit with the Ethiopians even in a football match. So they were really inactive in the Nile Basin Initiative. There are 5 countries that have signed on the Cooperative Framework Agreement. 4 of those countries have ratified the agreement. Where does South Sudan lie? Ask yourself that question. Do you lie with Sudan and Egypt, who refused to sign the agreement? Or do you lie with your brothers and sisters of the Lakes region, the African nations? The option is yours. But there is criticism that why doesn't South Sudan sign on the Comprehensive Framework Agreement? The Nile is the only basin, the only major basin in the world that hasn't got a cooperative framework agreement. There are 27 major basins in Africa, and they all have cooperative agreements. I understood from one of my friends in the parliament that the bill is actually with the parliament, I would very much encourage the honorable members of the parliament to see where that bill is and decide where do they belong. Are they Africans or are they in the camp of the Arabs? The choice is yours. I would also encourage the parliament to study the 9 agreements of the Nile. There are 9 agreements that are of importance to us as South Sudanese. And if the parliament doesn't have a record of those, let anybody get in touch with me and I will furnish them with the agreements. Brother Michael McWay had them very many years back when I gave them to him, but I am sure in his movement they might be lost by now. Our colleagues from the Ministry of Water Resources may have them, but I have them in my archives and I am more than willing to share them. We also need to study our basins well, because as I said, there are 27 known basins in Africa, and all of them without exception have got cooperative agreements, with the exception of the Nile, which is the longest river in the world. Why do we bring that now with all this confusion and so on? What is the value of these colonial agreements? If and when you decide to go into litigation or arbitration or mediation, those colonial agreements can be very powerful tools for you. So we need to make ourselves aware of them, and we need to decide how do they relate to us. Where do we get that information? There are 2 general areas where you can get records relating to South Sudan. Previous Sudan, South Sudan now. And that's the British Archives, which are very close to number 10 Downing Street in London, and the University of Durham in the northern parts of England. Durham has one of the largest records on Sudan, South Sudan. There is a little bit of payment that needs to be made for reproduction, but it is peanuts. Anytime if there is a problem in settling these fees, and if certain documents are required, we are talking about $200, $300. At any time I am willing to pay that so that the documents get sent to the parliament. South Sudan needs to embark on a serious institutional capacity building for the legal and water cadre of South Sudan. And both are important, the legal aspect and the hydraulics aspect. Let me just explain very quickly what is hydrology about. The science of water. Hydrology is the science of water. It is divided into 2. There is no third to them. The first one is hydrology with a GY at the end. That is the discharge, the quantity of water. And the hydraulics with the CS at the end. And that is the energy in the water. If you take the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, there isn't a single cubic meter that is intended for taking it outside the lake or having cultivation. They are only using the hydraulics in the water. Create a head, bar the water, create a head, bring the water into the turbines, and the turbines will generate electricity. So this is the hydro dam, and it falls under the hydraulics science. Bahr al-Ghazal Basin, and I send the message particularly for any members of parliament from Bahr al-Ghazal. Bahr al-Ghazal Basin is the only basin with all its tributaries that belongs 100% to South Sudan. It does not come from Ethiopia, it does not come from Lake Victoria, it does not come from the Bibor. So this is your right within your territory. Nobody can have any claim to it. This is why whoever wanted to dredge started with Bahr al-Ghazal Basin, because nobody is going to have a claim to it. We need to open our eyes, and we need to read between the lines and under the lines and through the lines. That is the main objective of selecting Bahr al-Ghazal for dredging, because nobody is going to come out and say why you are doing that. This is your water. You have got oil under the ground, and you have got this water above ground. With one difference. The barrel of oil that you take out, that's it, cannot be replaced. We call this non-renewable resource. Water is a renewable resource. So guard it, or we should all guard it with our lives. I have one more short presentation for you, just so that we are on the same page of what do we mean by credible feasibility study. If you could please give us that one. Yeah. People talk about feasibility study and they normally talk about economic and social. That's not all. When you have got such a serious issue, it's not only those two. So we should not limit ourselves. We should educate about ourselves. When a bill comes to you, you want to know that a comprehensive, credible, implementable, and sustainable feasibility study has been done. You need to study the economic impact assessment and the value added of the project. You need to study the cost and benefit feasibility. How much are you spending? How much are you going to get? If we implement the project in conflict on conflict-prone areas, will it exacerbate the conflict? And in which case we need to go do a peace and conflict impact assessment. Ecological, climate, and environmental impact assessment. And we don't want to go into semantics, but those are three different areas that need to be studied. Women's lens, always forgotten, always comes at the last. I was here years back, and Canada funded a project called Security Sector Reform. And Dr. Riek Machar at that time decided he was going to be the focal point for the project, and he directed me to work on security sector reform among the police. And I went to the parliament to see who were the heads of the specialized committees, the all-party specialized committees. I find only two, and the women told me that we only got this because the men did not want them. So I think we need to use the women lens all the time. I will encourage you to go to the charters. I will encourage you to go to the charters of the AU. There are very strong charters on the rights of women. Regrettably, they are not implemented. So if you want to do that, if you want to do the studies, you have got to use the women lens. How will they be affected, and what can they contribute? Political risk impact assessment. This is a typical case. If you want to study, if you want to stop the Egyptians, it is not a joke. Egypt is 105 million and their army is 920,000 and their gross domestic product is $336 billion. It's not a joke. As a political force, they are not a joke. As an economic force, they are not a joke. So we need to be careful and weigh what is the political risk. If somebody has got ambitions in our resources and we don't want him to fulfill that ambition, how are they going to stop them? How are we going to make sure that they will not turn around the corner and hurt us to another way? So that's an assessment that has got to be done. Water security impact assessment. When I was in dialogue with the coach, and I was very happy that General Kur came into the picture, because water security is national security. All over the world, wherever you go, water security falls under the national security. Then also, if you want to do a study, we need to do what we call a trajectory or a projection. Do we want to study for 10 years, 15 years, to look at the scenarios of 10 years, 15 years, or 50 years, or 100 years? So we have got to decide on the time frame for which you are going to do the study. Collateral damage impact. Example, if any of you are from West Equatoria, if you look at the map, you will find that West Equatoria is called the Green Belt. Why was it called the Green Belt? The reason is that the water evaporates from the south, then the northern winds blow the evaporation, and it falls as rain in Western Equatoria and Northern Uganda. You never hear of a famine there. You never hear of a drought there. Dry the south, and you can kiss that goodbye. Impact on wildlife. You have got a wealth of wildlife. This is not time for tourism. If you say South Sudan, people are not going to say, well, I'm going to go there tomorrow. But we have got to prepare for that tomorrow. Once we have more stability, once we have more structures, people are going to see the animals. Look at Kenya. The main source of revenue for Kenya is tourism, and it is from their animal reserves. Social impact assessment, and at the top of that is the human relations. Especially we are in communities where tribalism is the main frame of reference for us. You ask someone, where do you come from? And he will say, I'm a Dinka or a Shuluk or a Morley. So we have got to be careful about that so that we don't produce unintended negative impacts. Best alternative study. You don't do one study. What are the alternatives? If we are not going to dredge, what are we going to do? And then you have got to evaluate those alternatives to come out with the best alternative. This is a long process, but we have got to endure so that we have got, as Barnaba said, we need to have informed decisions. You cannot be informed if you are not patient. Livelihood impact assessment. The pastoralists, about 50-55% of our population, are either pastoralists or dependent on pastoralism. How will they be affected? When you are talking about that, who are the primary stakeholders? Those who will be affected directly by any results or any action. Who are the secondary stakeholders? So you need to do a research among the communities to see who they are as well. Land ownership, and this is a matter of life and death in South Sudan. Impact on indigenous. Some people did not like the term indigenous. I use it as the people who have been there before anyone else. So indigenes of the area. How will they be affected? Do they have rights? Health impact assessment on both human and animals. Now, let me very quickly give you my recommendations for what I believe you can consider. The first recommendation, there is an agreement called the Technical Cooperation Agreement. It was signed with Egypt. This is now locked as if it is Fort Knox, where the Americans keep the gold. I have been trying my best to get that agreement to analyze it for the benefit of the people of South Sudan. I tried Barnaba, I tried others without mentioning names, and until Brother African stood up there in a very brave manner and he said, we want that agreement to be analyzed. This is the elephant in the room. This is the elephant in the room. If we do not get that agreement and know what is in it, we are not going to go what is the extent of the whole thing. And what I request from you, Honorable, is not to request, but to subpoena. When you subpoena someone as legislator, if he does not obey, you throw him in jail, regardless who he is. So I would strongly encourage you to subpoena that agreement and make it available for us so that we study it for you to be able to take informed decisions. Without that, there is a big hole in the information that we have. I would recommend that you form an all-party parliamentary committee for water resources only, not mixed with any other issue. All-party parliamentary committee for water resources. I would request you to initiate and pass a motion of establishing a national commission for water resources, not a ministry, not one person or one minister, but a national commission probably headed by the president himself at the start. But this will have the independence from the executive. You don't want to put something serious like that in the hands of the executive alone, otherwise we will end up in the same situation we are today. So for heaven's sake, consider it. Doesn't cost much. Once it is established, we can see how it can be helped, especially with the technical aspect. I would also encourage you to initiate and pass a motion to create national records and archives for water resources. That's vital. What are we depending on? If we want to have decisions, we have got to see the historical narrative in the archives. And these colonial agreements, if you go to the International Court of Arbitration or the International Court of Justice, wherever you go, these colonial agreements carry a very big weight, and maybe Sister Salwa can elaborate a little bit on that. But if you don't have these agreements, you wouldn't know what is in them. You will not be able to study them. So for heaven's sake, initiate the motion, and I hope you will pass it so that the executive would create the National Archives, separate from any other talk about archives. This will be on water resources. I would encourage you to mandate yearly scholarships for research on water resources. Give it to the universities, form committees so that they supervise the graduate students, so that our own boys and girls are the ones who dig deeper into the issue of water preservation and water resources. I would encourage you, when the time for the new constitution stroke permanent constitution comes, to give the issue of water due attention. Talking about constitutions, there are different activities that go with it. That is subsidiarity of the constitution, supremacy of the constitution, complementarity of the constitution between the states and the center. I would advise you to get experts and deal with that in a very thorough manner so that the states know what are their rights and obligations, and the parliament here know what are their rights and obligations. But this needs to be spelled very clearly in the constitution because it's the supreme law of the nation. It is a golden opportunity for us to correct what was not corrected before. So this is really my main, I put my weight behind this, and if at any time you need advice on that, you need consultations, let me know, any of you, I will take the plane and come over. I would encourage you to initiate and pass the establishment of a water institute, water analysis unit, and soil analysis unit. National, well-staffed, well-funded. If you want to do affairs, if you don't have soil analysis, you may store the water, and if under the black soil there is sand, in 2 years you will lose all the water that you have stored. That's why we do what we call undisturbed samples, where we get an auger and we take an undisturbed sample and do the soil analysis. So for heaven's sake, consider that in your deliberations. If you need help, let me know. I would encourage you to dig out what I was told is with the Parliament, and that is passing the bill to join the Cooperative Framework Agreement of the Nile Basin. If we get one extra signatory, and if the 2 remaining signatories ratify, so we have 6 ratified nations, that's it. It enters into force. The struggle will be there, but our position as Africans is going to be much stronger. So please dig out these documents, see where they are. If you need help from the executive, I am sure they will render that help. And please pass the bill and push the government to sign, and then yourself to ratify, and then the assent will be done by the president, and I will make an appeal to him to do that. He listened to this appeal. One of the reasons why we are here is this young man here, my son and I, we signed an appeal and sent it to the president, and he listened to us. The difference between a leader and a ruler, the leader listens to his people. I think I will rest there, but if you have any questions on the presentation or otherwise, please either say it or write it down. I will also give IA my email and my WhatsApp. If you want any clarification on a point that I addressed, please contact me directly and I will be more than glad to respond. God bless you all, and God bless South Sudan.
Thank you so much, Professor Touch. And as you've seen, he has succinctly spoken about the White Nile Basin and its tributaries. So as we are convening this meeting or this discussion, I think the next part will be the most interesting one for honorable members of parliament. We're now going to be looking at the governance aspect. And that will be presented to you by Dr. Salwa, who is a lawyer by training with a PhD in international law. She is currently a CEO of Berberi Academy for Training and Learning. She is also one of your previous colleagues, a former Deputy Minister for Cabinet Affairs. She worked in the Office of the President as a national expert and also was an Undersecretary for the Ministry of Regional Affairs. And she has a special interest in the White Nile rivers. So, Dr. Salwa, the floor is yours to take us through the legal frameworks of the Nile waters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aye. In the meantime, while they are working on the technology, may I recognize the distinguished honorable ministers and the deputy, the right honorable deputy speakers for the TNLA and for the Council of States, and all of you, the honorable members of the two houses of our distinguished parliament. I am really honored to be among the group, the experts and specialist groups that are going to address you this morning and the rest of the afternoon. I feel we have come a full circle with this meeting with the legislatures. Some of you might recall sometimes in March or earlier a bit, the debate on the dredging and on the Jonglei Canal have started. And one of the honorable members of the Council of States, Honorable Joshua Dowding, took it upon himself to seize the initiative for the Council of States and organize the members of the Council of States interested in the South Sudan water resources to get together, and they used the term raise awareness as early as that time to educate themselves and to learn more about the importance of our resources, understand them prior to taking part in the discourse. And the first thing they did, and I think it is because of the relationship between Honorable Joshua Dow and Professor Al-Khazin here, he was able to reach out to Professor Al-Khazin, and Professor Al-Khazin, through Zoom, gave them a presentation. And we used that presentation widely. I remember sitting for a long time taking snapshots of the presentation. We couldn't print it out. So I took snapshots and sent it to two of the distinguished minister and one vice president. They are not here, I can't mention their names. And we used that as a prelude to all what you see. And as the British say, the rest is history. We are here now. And we are very grateful that the President has listened to the debate on all sides and took this historic, unprecedented decision to call the nation for a public consultations and a forum to look into all aspects of the dredging and the issues of the water resources. And we are pleased to be here today, this morning, and take it up. while we are still working on the technology, I would like to say two things. My interest is the sources of water to our country. Where do we get it from? And I always say water is life. And then I follow it by saying in South Sudan we have 4 sources. We have the surface water, the transboundary water, we have the groundwater, and we have the rains and hails that come to our country during the rainy season. I also like to talk about the regime of the White Nile waters. And in modern trendy language, they talk about ecosystems. Okay, thank you, thank you. We like to talk about ecosystems. And what are these ecosystems? They are a network of different systems affected by the waters of the White Nile. And we can start by the biodiversity. Also the wetlands, the Sed, the mighty Sed. This is a huge, huge resource, very rich. And we have not yet started to scratch the surface to learn about it. But we have specialists on it. And today in this table you will hear a lot about the mighty Sed. What else? This ecosystem. The affected people, the population around the water, both east and west side, west bank of the White Nile River. Beside the people, the livestock. All creatures come around here for water. The people, the livestock, the wildlife, the birds. These are parts of the ecosystem. And more, as we talk during the lecture, I will reach more. Why are we talking about international law and we are talking about the White Nile waters? Because it is a transboundary. It is a transboundary river. And in that regard, is governed by the, I have 3 things here. Let me just use my own. It will not, sorry, no, I can't. I can't torture you like that. I will use this also. So, the international law, generally, it governs relations among nations. But why are we referring to it while we are talking about the White Nile waters? Because it is a transboundary waterway or an international river that is flowing between more than 2 countries. And therefore, you look to international law and how it governs this resource. For us to follow that law, we have to understand the nature of international law. And in that regard, generally speaking, yes, this is better now. Yes. So it is, what is it, this international law? It is relations among nations. And it emanates from the practice of these nations. What they do, what they commission, or what they don't commission. By practice and repetitive practice, it becomes what we call customary law. And that is what is international law. And in this regard, we would like to look at the sources of this. And the sources of it comes from international treaties, number 1. And number 2, this repetitive exercise between nations in different aspects of life, it is called customary international law. And then the writings of learned, eminent scholars of all nations in the field of international law. And finally, the findings of the courts. The findings of the courts follow this sequence of the sources. But in case there is no reference in the sources, the court is allowed to use its own fairness and its own judgment in good faith to reach a decision. Subjects of international law are the states. But again, because now we have big and established international organizations like the United Nations, like the African Union, the European Union, and the Far East, they have their own. The Latin Americans have the the Organization of American States. These big organizations have been determined long time ago to have, status of subject in the international law. And with regard to this, before you come to the international courts, you have to attempt to settle your conflict among the countries through peaceful settlements. And these are many techniques there. There is the negotiation, inquiry, mediation, resort to regional organization that the countries in conflict belong to, and so on, and good offices. Maybe for, like in our case, the good offices of the Secretary General of the African Union or the Secretary General of IGAD, and so on and so forth. Among the international courts, you have the Permanent Court of International Arbitration, and we have used them before. You remember the ABA question. We have the International Court of Justice, and now very common in the news all the time, the International Criminal Court. Now, we will talk a bit about decolonization and the impact, and its impact on international law. Some may say, why decolonization at this stage? But remember, we are 11 years young country, and it was through established law like the Decolonization Declaration that we were able to exercise our right to self-determination. And that's why it is relevant. The General Assembly resolution is very relevant. And then the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. Because the colonial powers, when they were giving independence or independence imposed on them to give to newly formed state, the issue was what to do about the treaties. So before anything was to happen, there was general agreement within the United Nations that practice and customary law regarding treaties must be codified. Itself must be codified into written law. And that is why the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties is very important. It was concluded in 1969. And in that treaty, a very solid, settled, and now law is the principle of pacta sunt servanda. And that means agreements and treaties have to be honored, have to be respected, and have to be fulfilled. After the codification of the law of treaties, now the newly independent countries have started floating a principle called the clean slate principle. That as an independent country, I cannot be obliged by what the colonial power before we got independence have signed to be now my new obligation, and I am a new country. They argued for that as a new countries, we have to begin from a clean slate, and that they know all the walks of life, all the activities of what governance is all about will have to be on bilateral or multilateral relations. So the newly independent states have decided to go for clean slate, but with a qualification that they have the right to look at every treaty on its own case, on its own merits, and determine whether it is the obligation they want for the new state, for the new independent state, whether it is the interest of the country and the interest of its people. Then this new treaty is known as the Treaty on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties. And in the 60s, 70s, and 80s was really very important document in international relations. So why do we talk about these documents? Because when we got independence, remember, it was through the mechanism of the CPA and the process of the interim government. At that time, when we were preparing for independence, in the process, we did not gather these treaties. And from the former colonial powers, be it the Sudan or before it the British, our government have not sought directly from these two governments the archives, the colonial papers, the maps, etc., that are relevant for this territory. Some of these treaties and agreements relate to the White Nile waters. Some may be now floating in the internet. Some may be in libraries. Some must have passed to universities. But as a government, I would caution our government to look for the primary source and the authentic document. Because it is through this primary source and authentic documentation we can build up our policies, our action plans, and so on and so forth. And most importantly for the legislatures, upon these documents, you are now going to legislate in the area of the White Nile waters. So these documents must really be sought, and must be sought swiftly, immediately, quickly, because now 11 years. I say this why it is relevant. If you remember, about a month or more so ago, a senior representative of the government of Norway arrived the country, and for what purpose? To deliver archives of relationships between the Kingdom of Norway and South Sudan since they started in the mid or early 70s. And we have now, they brought the archives and they gave them to Madame Rebecca Dimabure. Not only that, recently, about a week ago, if you follow the news, when they came to put the foundation stone, the ambassador of France produced a document, and he said it is the treaty between France and Britain of Fashoda. That is in history. Some of you who have done that history would remember. It is 1891 treaty, and the Director General of the Archive Office announced that in the ceremony, and we like that. Now let me go to the colonial treaties, and I am happy that Professor Al-Khazin mentioned them, but for the record, these are the ones we have really to concentrate on. The Anglo-Italian, and they have 3 treaties, 1891, 1926, and 1933. Also the Anglo-Ethiopian in 1902, the Franco-Anglo-Italian, then the Anglo-Egyptian, 1929. 2 important things under 1929. For the first time, the ratios or shares of water between Sudan and Egypt were determined under colonial rule. Britain and Egypt were ruling Sudan. The second is what British called its policy towards the Nile, is that Egypt has natural and historic rights over the Nile waters. Then we have the 1959. Again, the shares and ratios were determined between Sudan and Egypt. This time, Sudan was independent. And then we come to the Nile Basin Initiative in 97 and the Cooperative Framework Agreement of 2010. Another thing I want to talk about is the principles that govern transboundary waterways. And these are many. There is the Helsinki Rules of 1992, we have to get that. There is the Berlin Rules of, I think the same time, 1992. These were attempts to codify the rules that governs the transboundary waterway. Then we have the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, where they have also codified the rules governing the transboundary waterway and the international lakes. Then the Ramsar came in the 70s, and the Ramsar is about the importance of wetlands worldwide, and the SET, the mighty SET, I call it. The mighty SET is among these wetlands. Then we have the International Law Commission codifying in a draft set of articles the rules that govern the transboundary groundwater or aquifers. Okay? I think I want to skip all that to come to the rules, the norms that govern relations among countries who shares international rivers. And the first rule is the equitable and reasonable utilization of the water. This is number one. Just because it is running through South Sudan, we are not going to use it and treat it anyhow. We have to use it reasonably and equitably. Then we have obligation not to cause significant harm. You are not going to establish, for example, chemical industry or the oil production around the immediate vicinity or inside the river, because that might cause harm downstream. And the final, which is very important, the duty. We are under obligation to cooperate among ourselves. If we are 3 countries, in this case, if we are 10 countries, it is always good for the benefit of all peoples around the river that is transboundary to cooperate. To cooperate, but what? On the basis of sovereign equality, territorial integrity, mutual benefit, and good faith. These are important. Now, I want to go to, yes, I think I started mentioning the regime or the ecosystems. And we mentioned that the White Nile has 3 tributaries, the Bahr al-Jabal, the Bahr al-Ghazal, and Sobat. Okay, and these themselves have their own systems. They have their own ecosystems. And these also have Greeks, Khors, and the rest of them. If you notice during the rainy season how many Khors we have around Juba, and every time I tell myself, only if we took care of these Khors and clear the waste and the debris from them, one day we might have a Khor that runs all through the year. The amount of water yearly runs through these Khors, we don't even know. Nobody has counted the amount of water in these Khors. But if we start now utilizing and managing and developing and controlling these sources of water, very soon we will have huge amount of water all around the country. I mentioned the SED, I mentioned the fisheries, we didn't mention important. irrigation for food security, very important, meteorology, because we have to know the weather, the climate, the atmosphere, and the evaporation and precipitation. We have to follow and understand and record our rainfalls and every year. The flood and drought patterns, this is part of the regime, the underground water, and I think we have covered the rest, affected people, the livestock, and biodiversity. We did that. I will skip talking about the groundwaters. I think Isaac will mention them later. I will also, yes, gap, and I think that is very relevant to you. Gap in the national laws and regarding the White Nile waters. The transitional Constitution of the Republic of South Sudan 2011 have not mentioned the White Nile waters, the wetlands, and the groundwater specifically. There was no mention. And I can direct you to look into Article 35, paragraph 2, or section 2 rather, I am sorry for that. Article 37, section 1, Article 41, 3, subsection C, Article 169, Article 170. All these articles speak of natural resources, speak of reasonable use, speak of economic development objectives, of the Millennium Goals implementation. Nothing specifically on the White Nile waters or the wetlands or the underground waters. You wait until you come to Schedule A in the Constitution. That is where you will find some relevancy by inference to the White Nile. Schedule A, paragraph 14, river transport. By inference, where do we have river transport? On the White Nile River. Beacons, where? On the river. Navigation and shipment, where? On the river. By inference, but nothing specific. National lands and natural resources, nothing. But in 29 years, the management of the Nile waters, transboundary waters, White Nile is transboundary, national rivers and lakes. Now, that is the Constitution. You can notice the gap in the basic law, the law of the land, have serious gaps with respect to the White Nile waters. Now we come to the other important basic law that is governing our transitional period, and that is the RRCs 2018, Chapter 4, Article 8, Section 3, Subsection 1. That is when you find specific mention of the Nile. The Artigono shall develop comprehensive policy for the use and management of South Sudan water bodies, including but not limited to the river Nile. And I think if you go to the matrix, you will find how it is developed into the implementation aspects of this provision. So this is regarding the basic laws. Now we go to the national legislation. No national laws exist to govern use or utilization, development, management, and control of the White Nile waters, the groundwater, and the wetlands. There are no laws, I am sorry to say. So now we are in the exercise or the process of developing the permanent constitution for the Republic. And I think this is a good time and the right time to bridge the law gaps and include clear constitutional provisions on the White Nile waters, on the aquifers, on the said region and other wetlands. I think I want to conclude here I had 9 recommendations for the government, but so that I gain time, I will go to the recommendations I have for the legislatures. What can the TNL, the Transitional National Legislature, do? The TNL could adopt resolutions, hold technical consultative and public hearings, commission technical studies, and above all, enact laws. Approve and adopt number 1 recommendation. Approve and adopt resolutions directing the executive branch to review promptly the Jonglei Canal project, assess its environmental and social impact on the White Nile waters, its tributaries, ecosystems, and affected population. Also, submit to the TNL as soon as possible bills on the use, development, management, and control of the White Nile waters, its tributaries, the wetlands, and the aquifers, that is the groundwater. Take immediate actions to stop the present dredging project. But now this is mute because the president has already directed freezing of all this, and that we come sit together, consult, and then he has asked for a feasibility studies to determine the direction of the government in this regard. Hold scientific and technical hearing on the White Nile waters, the said region, and the groundwater, inviting specialists in hydrology, hydraulics, meteorology, environmental science, botany, zoology, biodiversity, geology, geography, law, economics, management, etc., etc. The initiative by Honorable Joshua Dow has really done us a good favor, a huge favor. First, it brought people together to put their mind to consult, educate, and learn about the White Nile waters. And number 2, congregate and pull in the specialists in all these, or most, I can say most of these specialization. I haven't seen botanists, I haven't seen zoologists, geologists, geographers. They are there. But this process will bring more and more specialization to around the table. Conclusion, I think I want to read this. The RRS White Nile, because it also continues in the North Sudan. The RRS White Nile has been flowing its course for many decades without management or control. The affected populations have been moving closer and closer to live by and on the river. Like in the rest of the world, the climate has changed or is changing, and the country is experiencing extreme weather conditions manifested in floodings for the last 3 years. The status quo is not sustainable. The river, its wetlands, and its groundwater is RRS primary natural resource and is drained over 97% of the territory. The river and its ecosystems must now be the mother of all priorities. The Artigono, both executive and legislature, must act urgently, swiftly, and deliberately with a common purpose. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Dr. Salwa. As you've seen, she cited most of the legal frameworks, the relevant legal frameworks. I think at this point, these 2 sessions, as heavy as they are, would like to open the floor for honorable members of parliament if they have some burning questions that they would like to pose to the two experts that have just presented. And then we'll commence the session.
My name is Malekuk, member of TNLA, Unity State, Lair constituency. The protocols remain observed, and I thank Prof. Taj El-Kazin and Dr. Salwa for the good presentation. What I have a comment about dredging, because the word dredging become tricky a little bit in the real meaning. Is supposed to be a clearing and cleaning of the tributaries of Nam River, because of the suffering that has been faced by our people in almost the 10 states in South Sudan, as the motion has been debated here in the parliament, and we the parliamentarians are looking for a sustainable solution for our people. And because there is a big questions and a big concern as our people, why the dredging machine arrived in Bentiu before the issue is debated in the parliament, because it become worries. The dredging of the Nam River supposed to be subjected for bidding for allowing other country to compete. Why Egypt? This is a big question that we need at least to answer, and thank you. And the second one that I need to ask the Prof. Taj El-Kazin, you mentioned something about mitigation. How can we mitigate? Because we need one or two steps that you need to mention about this persistent flooding, because the river transportation and navigation is now being blocked by weeds and reeds along the river bodies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Juan Dardobol, Council of the State, representing Unity State constituency. Today, it is very wonderful day that we have heard from the experts and the legal personnel on the framework on international as well as regional treaties related to the matter as well. I will not bore you with the pictures and the damage caused by the flood, especially in Unity State where I hail from. It was put rightly by the previous speaker that human lives were lost as well as a livestock. Based on the presentation from the professorial type as well as legal personnel. So what would be the short-term plan to rescue the people of Unity State who are now drowning, dying, and also livestock? So you did not put some step. We know basic research is the bedrock of a scientific system, which is not yet being practiced in South Sudan. We need to adopt a holistic approach to clearing up the water courses, mudland, mitigate the sedimentation, so that at least there will be a chance for the people of United States to return back home. Most of the areas were submerged from the southern part of United States, where now all people are migrated northward. So as an expert, we will need also your help, especially on this current situation. Thank you so much.
Before I give it to the next question to answer, I want to tell our MPs our lunch is almost, so be patient with us. We just asked for this, so let us be.
Shukran New Zealand. And it's me, Martin Mobile Kong, representing United States, Rukona County constituency. I hope I said it right. Rukona County constituency. Another goal, you know. Then a goal, the briefing that we are having this morning. It seems like it's not direct to the topic that we are supposed to hear, because what caused all this debate was the issue of dredging. That's the one caused all this debate along this week, and I have not heard enough about whether dredging is beneficial or not. But the topic you gave us that are about water, importance of water, are very educative, and we appreciate you for that. And we wish this presentation could have done right after independence. It has taken you too long as experts to give us this valuable information. Let me go back to the topic of dredging that I want to elaborate on. Of course, the issue of dredging come up as a result of the flooding. Flooding da ja indu talata sana hasa fi Junub Sudan. Bada fi Bur, umechele Greater Fangak, umechele United States. Fa majtama bitabur taban lemenejiu flooding, it comes every year. When it comes, they move southward to their neighbor, eastern Equatoria. Machan, they don't like their land, but because they have unresolved issue of flooding. Umen Bamchi, le eastern Equatoria, Bishil Abgar Batam Hinak, Wolen Men Yemichi Hinak communities with the eastern Equatoria. I must speak. بكون في conflict هناك ليه ناس ديال بيجي ببقر ومالو وهكذا من المفروض الissue of flooding should have been resolved so that the communities of Bor does not go to other people's area. It's the same now with people of Vangak. Where is those of Vangak has a much way? It is the same situation for United States. فعشان كده ناس مجلس وزراء جاب فكرة إنه يفتح الأنهر ده عشان مويه ده يرجع لمجرى بتاع النهر. عشان كده this resolution was done like 3 years ago in 2020. وكان ناس مجلس وزراء عملوا يعني during implementation now في academician قال لا ده resolution as مجلس وزراء ده عمله ده it has to go through academic studies. Who says that the members of Council of Ministers are not academicians? Yani somebody like Honorable Makwei Demo food. Demo food fi. Right. For ما في ذول فودو. الناس المسؤولين في مجلس وزراء هناك they have a academician background. عشان كده كان نعمل resolution to save this nation cannot just be trash unless all the resolutions that were made by Council of Ministers has to go through scrutiny of academician.
Honorable MP, I will request you to limit your question to a minute. This is an academic forum and I'd like to keep it so, please.
I have to speak because this is a vital issue.
It's a comment.
Okay. This is interruption and you are diverting my...
because it's an academic forum, we need to keep time. Thank you.
أنا بقول شنو the presentation that you have made in Juba. You should have gone to the grassroots. Amshi Fanjak, Amshi Bor, Amshi Unity State, so that you see it
Honorable,
on your
that's
own
not
eyes.
a question. Sorry. Can we get someone else?
You
That's not a question.
You cannot direct me as you wish.
I can because I'm moderating.
No, because you are manipulating this occasion, and I cannot accept.
We'll have some questions from this side. Why are you
inviting us here?
We'll have 3 questions from this side, and then I'll let the experts continue with the response.
Then a resolution, al-Betegi, mean consultation that is made in Juba is not viable to the people of South Sudan, to the grassroots people of South Sudan.
Your point is taken,
You have to go to the ground, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I only follow the directive of the moderator. So, girl, talata bejai, talata bekadi.
We'll have the
gender balance.
Assalamu alaikum.
1 minute. I just want to put something forward. Very important.
بسلم على الترابيزة والخبر. What is it?
Yep. It is very important that this presentation is being done to the Parliament, both House. What you need to find out from this is something that you learn. We are not here to make a decision now, but we are here to listen to the expert and then also ask a key question to inform the Secretariat if there is anything that you need to be put down. Because what we decide here and what we hear here is what we will have an information to help the people in people that you are representing in your grassroots. So we are not here to make a decision or debate or anything. There is no objection. Give your opinion and nobody will respond to your opinion. But the expert will respond to your question, so that if there is anything that is not clear, they will clarify it for you. We are not here to oppose the nature. I would like us to take this opportunity to listen to our presenters and be calm, and we respect their protocol. We highly respect you. You're representing us as the people of South Sudan, and this is the time that you listen to the presentation and also question. Direct it to the expert. If there are issues outside there, they are not in this hall. This hall, we are to direct question to the expert based on the knowledge that we want to know from them. Thank you very much.
أنا بسلم عليكم جميعا. أنا بطارية ميرور من إدارة الضرورة National Assembly representative بتاع بيمنم. هسا قلتوا إن الناس بس يسألوا السؤال في حين الموضوع الناس جا فوقه ما موضوع بتاع مجرد تسأل سؤال، إنما بتشرح حتى بعدك بتسأل السؤال. لأن أمر الضروري فإذا كان أنتوا عارفين إن الموضوع ده للخبراء فأمر بتاع السيول ما عنده علاقة بالخبراء، مفروض نحل المسألة. جاب موضوع بتاع الدريجين زي ما هونربل الملك جبال قال ليه الناس استخدموا دريجين كنقطة بتاع الاختلاف، وما هنا المقصود نظافة بتاع النهر بتاع النيل أو الرافد الموجود في بانتيو، لأن شنو انسدد من بانتيو لمانكن، والخبير جبال قال هو كان قاعد في مانكن. هسه لو هو مشى هناك بيلقى جريان الزمان اللي كان بيشوفه ده في مانكن في مويه هيديه إشارة ماشي لبانتيو، طبعا أكيد أو في مويه بتجري من مانكن لميوم لبيمنم ما موجود زمانك. المويه كان بيجري عكسي بيجينا بالعشاء النيل لبيمنم ولأبياي. هسه من ما المجرى بقى ضحل وسبب الموضوع بتاع الفيضانات سببه ليه؟ لأن البحر اتملى بكل رواسب البحرية والرواسب بتاع أيام الحرب. أنا ما شايف الموضوع بتاع اتفاق المياه النيل يكون عنده علاقة بالإنقاذ بتاع المجتمع. الضرر والضرر ده ما بقي في يونيتي ستيت براو، يعني ممكن زي ما خبير قال جبالة هنا هو كان قاعد في وانكاي قبل كده مشى هناك قال السيول ما عنده اتجاه ثابت، ممكن نغير نفس المجتمع الحسب بيعارض النظافة بتاعت المياه بتاعت الروافد بتاعت النيل ممكن يجيو نفس الضرر. نحن نميز بين القناة الجنجولة والنظافة بتاع شنو بتاع نهر النيل بتاع بانتيو، وده واجب إذا كان شعب جنوبي عنده اهتمام لبعض بتاع الشعب. لماذا هم يتحيدون في موضوع بتاع الريسورسز وما هنا من بدري المياه جاري في زمن كان النهر أو النيل كان عميق، كان في زول بيحجز المويه لما كنا في السودان الواحد، فطالما هنا النهر انسدد بأسباب الحرب وعدم النظافة. ده شنو اللي بتجمع اتفاقيات دولية اللي نحن ما ناقيناه في زمن اتفاق السلام، نجي نخطه في موضوع بتاع إنقاذ المواطن. وفي هنا كان في قرار في مجلس الوزراء اللي أدى شنو الضوء الأخضر لولاية الوحدة عشان هم الوزير القومي يمشي ينسق مع مصر ويجيبوا آلات ما جابوها عن غياب بتاع شنو بتاع الحكومة القومية. فإذا بقى في خطأ نحن كنا نقول شنو نجمل شوية والخبراء ده نشوف إذا حفر أو نظف الحفر. نيلنا موجود من زمان ما ده حفر، ده نظافة انتوا تعترضوا ليه؟ والمويه ده حاجة عادي لو ما جرب بيجيب السيول. فطالما هنا في اتفاقية بين الحكومة وأدى الضوء الأخضر لمرحوم قمر مناوي والولاية بتاعت الوحدة لما مشي جاب الحاجات ده شروط بخلي يجي يربطوه ما اتفاقيات دولية. نعم نحن نزل حوض النيل مفروض انتوا ما تقول ما جايين تناقشوا، كيف ما نناقش؟ كنا دايرين شنو إذا كان مثلا موضوع حفر قناة الجنجولة نحن بنناقشه في البرلمان نجيب له من مجلس الوزراء نجي نناقشه، وحتى بعد ننادي لا دقيقة حتى بعد ننادي الخبراء عشان يجي يبحثوا ننادي consultation زي ده. أما الحسن يجي خلطوا موضوع بتاع شنو اتفاق مياه النيل والموارد بالضرر وما شفت الهدف المشي جابوا له آلات على مستوى بتاع الدولة. نحن ذاته إذا نظرنا من ناحية علاقات دولية مشينا اتفقنا وجبنا الناس مصر عشان يجي يحل يساعدونا وتجي تجيب قدامه، ما ده خطأ عندنا كذلك. فنحن ننظر لحياة بتاعت الناس بدون النظرة السياسية وبدون النظرة القبلية. أنا من الناس المحتاج لنظافة مياه النيل، هنا الحوض بتاعت النيل وانتوا بتنفعوا منه، ما تنظر من ناحية سلبية ولا ناحية سياسية. أنا SPLM لدرجة موت، وأنا في حكومة أنا بدافع عن حكومتي لدرجة موت، وأنا دينكاوية لدرجة موت، لكن أنا ما ممكن الليلة دي أنا أقوم أتحيط وأخلي مواطن ثاني يموتوا عشان عندي نظرة سياسية. فبشكركم إذا اطلت عليكم. الحل شنو؟ موضوع بتاع دريجين ده نظافة ما دريجين، والنيل بقى دخل خاصة إن إحنا في بيمنا كان عندنا بانطون هسه بنقطع بكورينا. زمان بنحجز القش كان بيجي عكسية. بالمناسبة يا خبير زمانك في السبعينات النيل كان بيجي من بانتو لوانكاي لميوم لبيمنا هسه طلع العكس مويه ما جاري. رأيكم شنو في السدود بتاع النيل؟ والآلات الحربية اللي كان بيشيل دبابات لبحر الغزال موجود بين الرود نيبول واللول انتوا ما داير تطلعوا يا جاب السيول شعب بتاع ولاية البنتو عنده حقه حتى لو اختلفنا كولاية الروية مع بعضنا ما بنختلف في حياتنا الطبيعية. شكرا لكم.
Honorable, thank you so much. I think based on the premise, we will adjourn the Q&A until we finish the presentations. My idea was the questions that were to be asked was specific to the presentations that have been given. But it seems as though the questions are about water resources and management. So I will be moving on, and I'll ask Mr. Ding to present as we're waiting for lunch. Unfortunately, hasn't arrived yet. So as we set up, would like to invite a music interlude for 5 minutes. So AKJ featuring Prince Paul, please. You're welcome.
We are going to hear from Professor Leju. Please be patient. The question will be asked. Dear Honorable MPs, we'll go for lunch break first. But now, in a very brief 10 minutes or 5 minutes, from Professor John Leju, he will emphasize what is dredging and difference between dredging and clearance and things like that, so that we are on board of understanding, and then we can have more questions later. Thank you.
We need 2 microphones. Thank you so much. Let the protocol remain observed. I'm AKJ Music Africa. I'm a youth of this nation. I'm a musician. So my message will be heard through the song. Thank you so much. Give me the sound. Okay. I think some technical fault, but give me the sound, the direct sound. Just a minute, excuse me.
عشان ما تبحر لبلدي
حافظ البحر دي
أيوة
حافظ البحر دي هيلو ده مثال لبلدي
عشان ما تبحر لبلدي
Insan dari moyo, insan dari moyo, salah bukan dari moyo. Demo suria bagi hotai, ashan afri subah hartai.
Let's stand up, stand up.
Let's stand up, stand up.
Ashan afri subah lebay.
Watanin, salatin kulu, afri subah hartai.
Nas kanisa. Sababu tanina
Nafisu bahar day Bahar tanina mohim sedi Nafisu kuna sawa Bahar tanina mohim sedi Nafisu kuna sawa River Nile Nafisu kuna sawa River Nile Nafisu kuna sawa
Anader gori leitum junubin Questa bahar
Bahari bisaidu besamaga Akhirnya moyo sarap
Bisaidu betalin Bisaidu bekaraba Bisaidu beajaketi
Bahar tanina mohim sedi Nafisu kuna sawa Bahar tanina mohim sedi Nafisu kuna sawa River Nile Nafisu kuna sawa River Nile Nafisu kuna sawa Rabuna tanina aliwadi lenina bahar tiapa kalis ulima todi blena twaris attraction ulima todi blena river transportation therefore we don't need exploitation of river Nile akuma tanina den Reistanina Sanfakir Mayerdi Sukuran Idara Taki Honorable Barnaba Marial Benjamin Sukuran Idara Taki General Akol Kurkuch Sukuran Idara Taki Bahar Tanina Mohim Sedi Nafisu kuna sawa Bahar Tanina Mohim Sedi Nafisu kuna sawa River Nile Nafisu kuna sawa River Nile Nafisu kuna sawa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think AKJ and Prince Paul, River Nile. So I think we had some burning questions about dredging. So I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce Dr. John Leju, who's going to take you through a journey and give you all the definitions that you're yearning for and more. So Dr. Leju, please, you're welcome.
Thank you, the moderator. I think for the case of the time, I'll just say all the protocols remain observed. I'm called John Leju Celestino. I'm actually an associate professor at the University of Juba, School of Natural Resource and Environmental Studies, Department of Environmental Studies. I'm here to give an environmental impact of river dredging. This is just an example and environmental impacts of river dredging. So if I'm talking about the environmental impacts, I mean the positive impacts and the negative impacts. We have not gone to the studies, but these are some of the clues that we may need to know. What are the positive impacts of the dredging and what are the negative impacts of river dredging? These are the outlines. I don't need to go through it. Some of the keywords that people need to know. What is dredging? I think most of the point people want to find out, what do we mean by dredging? If we know the real meaning of dredging, I think we'll avoid some of the questions. Dredging means the process of removing accumulated sediment from the bottom or banks of a river, including the rivers, lakes, and so forth. So means when we are doing dredging, we are actually removing the accumulated sediments and as well as the unwanted material that has deposited in the water bodies. That includes rivers and lakes. So let us get it very clear. When we are doing dredging, we are removing those accumulated. This accumulated sediment comes as a result sometimes the factor that attributed to this accumulation of sediment, let's not forget the climate change as a result of erosions of our sediments to the water bodies. The second terminology that we need to know is also the dredges. What is dredges? When we are talking about the equipment that has arrived, Bantu, these equipments are called dredges. They are the equipment that execute dredging process. Sedimentations. When we talk about the accumulation of sediments, is what we mean the sedimentation is a process, because silt will start to migrate from the terrestrial environment to the water environment and aggravated by the climate change. By the erosion agent, it can come through water or it can come through wind. And at the end of the day, we know water bodies are the sink of all the pollutants. And I don't want to go because all of us know what are rivers. A stream, a river is bigger than the stream. Then we have a stream, we have a wetland. What is wetland? A wetland, we say, is a distinct ecosystem that is flooded by water, either permanently or temporary or seasonally. I think our south areas have that characteristics. Temporary and seasonal. Flood, I don't need to, because somebody will be talking about flood, I don't need to go there. White Nile, I think our law expert have stated it about it. Now, what is the importance of the rivers, wetlands, creeks, stream, or in general, what is the importance of the water bodies? That's what we need to know. So, we said the healthy water body, not excluding the wetlands, the sad areas, the rivers, the streams. These, when they are healthy, they are very, very important ecosystem or environment that provide habitats to our animal, to our life, to our livestock, as well as those water bodies actually absorbs the rainwater, the excess precipitations, the precipitation that comes from the hydrological cycles, all assembled in the water bodies, which is the rivers. It also, because I said initially that water bodies also acts as a sink of the pollutants, means it absorbs most of the pollutants. Not only that, it also filters the water. Because of all those importance, now we have known the importance of the water bodies. I don't want to say river or stream. I'm saying the water bodies because it may include the river, streams, creeks, wetlands. All of them are called the water bodies. So, because of all that I've just mentioned about the importance of the wetlands, of the water bodies, these bodies of water are essential for the survival of the biotas, which is we as human beings, our livestock, our animals, our microorganisms. These are the biodiversity. It is very important to sustain their survival on this earth. Therefore, caring for these water bodies, whether rivers, stream, wetlands, it is caring for it is through cleaning, through dredging. I will come again when I talk about cleaning or dredging. It is actually one of the words we said, management of the water bodies. So, because we want our water bodies to continue support our life on this universe, therefore, we need to take proper management of this water by whatever methods we think, whether it is cleaning, dredging, and so forth. Now, what are the difference? I was here for the last 3 days, and we have some misunderstandings in terms of in terminologies. Although we are just moving here and there just to get confused. But the fact of the matter is, they all mean the same. Whatever I want to call it, we can call it. Now, river dredging, when we are talking about the river dredging, we said is the act of removing the silt, the accumulated sediments, and other unwanted materials. Other unwanted material, the debris, the dead plants and animals, the trash that has accumulated in the water bodies or in the rivers. So we want to remove them. By what? By the equipment called dredges. So we use the dredges actually to remove those unwanted materials. Sediments are unwanted materials. So we need to get rid of it from the river so that the river flows normally. We want to remove also dead plants and animals, the detritus that has accumulated in the rivers. But we cannot remove it using our hands. We cannot remove it using local materials. We use an equipment called dredges. This is the equipment specialized for removing those unwanted sediments or unwanted debris or materials. Then coming to the river cleaning. This is another word. What does it mean by river cleaning? We said river cleaning is the collections of all kinds of floating matter. Let's get it very clear here. Floating matter. What are these floating matter? We have the water hyacinth that we have seen. We have bottles, plastic bottles, other waste that are floating in the rivers. When we are cleaning, we are removing those floating elements in the river by an equipment, also a machine, a motorized machine called trash skimmer. You see the difference? We are using there dredges when we are dredging. And if we are cleaning, we are using trash material. Now coming to, we need to harmonize consensus in terms of words. Both of these definitions, we said both of the definitions are water resource management terminologies intended to make the water healthy. We said when the water is healthy, all the intended use of the water will be. So the terminologies are intended to make the water healthy, navigable, and suit the purpose of which the rivers are intended. So we didn't disagree on the terminologies. We go for cleaning, we clean the floating objects, or sometimes people call it cutting. We can cut the reeds. If that one doesn't go, we do some specialized machineries, dredges, so that we clean the water bodies, so that the water bodies meets its intended use for navigation, transport, for other support systems. Now coming to my point. My point I want to stress here, some people may quote me wrongly. When I say dredging can't destroy a river. Some people will say dredging destroys a river. Yes, I agree with you. But my support argument here is if and only if is done in an environmentally and sustainably manner. Means what? it is environmentally friendly. It doesn't destroy, this doesn't affect the biota, doesn't affect the livelihood, doesn't affect the environment, then that kind of dredging is sustainable and is acceptable. So we need to look at the kind of dredging we are talking about. Let us not just disagree. As an academician, I used to talk to the students. We don't need to rush. Even if you are a believer, don't just believe without convincing your heart. You have to get convinced. So get convinced of what is that dredging. Is that dredging environmentally friendly? We don't stop development. Development is very crucial, but we are talking about sustainable development. Development that will meet the needs of our current generations and also not forgetting the development of the future generations. Means we cannot continue to live for the future generation without satisfying our life. We need to also get satisfied. So now if our rivers is not sustaining us, but we think it will sustain the future generations, what does that one mean? We also need to sustain our life, and we also need to sustain the life of our future generation. But how can that one be? It is through the environmentally friendly techniques that we can use so that we don't destroy the current environment for ourselves and also for the future generations. But let us not forget any developmental activities, any developmental projects, including dredging, has a negative impact. It may change the geomorphology of the water bodies. It may change the environment. Even if you are trying to construct a building in a house, it may also change the landscape in your habitat, in your home. But how can we manage that? We have to accept. We have to accept that any development, now we are talking about cleaning, dredging of the water bodies. Yes, it has the positive impacts and have also the negative impacts. What is dredging used for? Why do we dredge? One, we dredge, we are trying to maintain the existing waterways. We have our previous waterways. We want to make sure that these waterways continue to exist so that our buoyants or our water boats, for example, start to move. We want to maintain that one. People are talking I have been here for 3 days. People are talking, some of the waterways are blocked. Then how can we bring them to life? We bring them to life through cleaning, dredging, whatever the terminologies we want to use, as long as it is environmentally friendly. Let us go for that. As long as it is environmentally friendly, doesn't cause harm to us and our future generation, we can even create a word, a terminology. If we don't want dredging, we can use another word as long as it is environmentally friendly. One. Second, we want to create new waterways. Somebody was saying here, people from Tarjas, we have our refinery. The crude oil need to be transported from Tarjas to Juba, but there is no waterways. So dredging can open new waterways so that the boats or the micro steamers can go in, we load our crude, come to Juba, distribute to other places. This can also be one of the advantages of dredging. Yes, I know people are different. Some people are for dredging, some people are not for dredging. But let us accept these are the positive I'm talking. I will come also to the negative, and then later we try to balance. We have to compromise. Increasing the water depths, I was saying as a result of the sedimentation that is taking place in the water bodies, our water depths become shallow. When the water depths become shallow, our steamers or our boats can now not move. So once we dredge, we increase the depths of the river, and that can make those navigable machineries can move. Cleaning of ponds. Let me just hurry up because of the time. We have two purposes for which we want to dredge. We can dredge for industrial function or environmental functions. What are these industrial functions? Just to get very fast. When we dredge for industrial functions, when we talk about industry, we're talking about minerals. Some people understand about minerals. Yesterday, but one I talk about when I visited Upper Nile, it's really not easy to get sand. Some people mine sand from the rivers. So when we do dredging, sometimes we need to get the accumulated sediments being transported, and we use for the constructions. We can use for constructions of bridge, for constructions of other infrastructures if we do the dredging. Sometimes we dredge, we want to get some precious minerals. In some places, some precious minerals like gold are found beneath the water bodies. So they can do the dredging to get that precious minerals. Not forgetting also, gold can move with water. Some people can do, once you dredge those accumulated sediments, those sediments are compositions of several minerals. Then we can refine or extract those precious minerals we want for our benefit. But that may also need, of course, further studies. Environmental functions. The environmental functions of dredging is improving the water quality. Now, let me, because my presenters later will come and talk about the NAM rivers. Bantu, when you see some of the rivers or some of the streams are stagnant. Why they are stagnant? Because of the detritus. The detritus, the dead plants and animals, and some grown reeds and weeds have obstructed the water not to flow. And those detritus or dead plants and animals makes the water not of good quality. So once we remove those dead plants and animals, means we are removing the pollutants from the water bodies. Then that will make the water now healthy, clean, because dead plants and animals may give a foul odor for the water bodies, murky, and so forth. We also, when we do dredging, we preserve the wildlife and its biota, the biodiversity. Biodiversity also need clean environment. For us also we need clean environment. But that clean environment should not interfere with other life. We have to coexist. That's why we call it ecosystem. Ecosystem, we are interacting among ourselves, human beings, and we are also interacting with our animals and with our non-living. So, what I will just say, this dredging should be environmentally friendly, so that when you do dredging, we are removing trash. But here, when you talk about the trash, we said removing of trash and debris. We remove, but here I can say this is now cleaning. We are removing plastic bottles. We are removing other unwanted materials. Advantages are many. I have to rush up because of the time, but you can look at the screen very fast, just glance. Now let me come to the disadvantages. I was saying not everything is good. We have the advantages, I think, for people, because people have different understanding. For people who are very happy about when I talk about dredging, they are now satisfied. But those who are against the dredging, they think now I've taken one side. No, I'm also coming into the other side, which is the negative impacts of dredging. The negative impacts of dredging is endangering the water quality. Both of them, before we say improves the water quality, but now also it endangers the water quality. How? when you are dredging, you are stirring up those accumulated sediments have to be moved. As in the process of moving those accumulated sediments, those sediments also mix with the water. The silt mixed with water makes the water so turbid. So the turbidity of the water is increased. When you go to the World Health Organization, there is a standard for the turbidity. Once the turbidity of the water is increased, means the water is polluted and is not suitable for drinking. This is one of the disadvantages of dredging. But if the dredging is done environmentally sustainably, I think that one, changing the water level, and I said this case is specific. When you dredge here, you say you are improving the water level, and at the same time you are also reducing the water level somewhere. I think the moderator is also looking at me. It increased pollution, because the river, I said, it is actually acting as a sink. Sink means whether it is from the atmosphere, air pollution, it absorbs in the water bodies. The runoffs carries the wastewater from the terrestrial environment to the water bodies. All those ones accumulate in the water. As it accumulates, it sinks, settle down. But once you temper by these water bodies through dredging, now you are like waking somebody from sleep up. So those accumulated pollutants, heavy metals, PCBs and other pollutants will start to get their chance to float or to mingle or mix with the water. Then the water get polluted. And also it may also gives a threat to our infrastructure, increase risk for flood risk to the downstream, because the water now will start to flow very fast. But if it is done environmentally friendly, I think somebody was saying there are some controls that can be done. There are some mitigation measures that can be put in place so that the downstream members cannot be affected. Impacts on ecology and so forth. Now, we said projects related to the development and use of resources like water can often lead to the creation of tensions and between communities themselves, and between communities and project promoters. Any development, even in the exploration time, there is also tension. This conflict between communities among themselves, between communities and the project promoters, the companies, can be social or political. This conflict may be pre-existing. We have some conflict. We may have that conflict there. We said pre-existing. But once you tamper with some projects now, that will be the source of the conflict. Can be latent. Just need a small kibrit to erupt because of the project. Can be also caused by the project. For example, the use of the dredging. If we don't, I don't want to go in more, but because of the time, let me just go to summary. Conclusion, we said there are documented evidence showing that rivers which have been, let me not conclude negatively, but rivers that have been dredged what? Unsustainable dredging. This is an evidence. If you don't dredge it in an environmentally and sustainable manner, it is sealed up more and more, and then it may return to its pre-existing way before it was dredged. Dredging activities, if that's not done an environmental way, can affect not only the site, these affected sites, but also the surrounding sites. Just final. Some few points that I think to be noted. But that one can be covered when an environmental and social impact assessments are going to be carried. One is the dredging equipment, which I think our professor was talking yesterday. The size matter. Yes, we can accept dredging, but the size of the equipment that is brought, is it equivalent to the rivers that is going to be dredged or not? So we need to assess. Even if you are approving the dredging, you have to say the size that is to be used for the dredging should be this size. The depths of the rivers that is to be dredged should be within this size. You give your guidelines. The methods of dredging, there are environmentally friendly methods that can be used. If we are available with those information, I think people will not start talking here and there. And lastly, I think our able president have said it, we need a comprehensive environmental, social, economic, political, health, religious even, to be conducted. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Leju. And I'd like to apologize to all our honorable members of parliament. Don't take offense, it's not personal. I'm your moderator. If I stop you, I'm being time conscious. And the reason I'm doing that is I want to facilitate a good conversation. So I hope you understand that. As we have come to the conclusion of that introductory session, I understand you've been here since morning. Would like to break for lunch for 30 minutes, unfortunately. We have provided some food. It will be served at the back there. Unfortunately, the VIP section is very small, so we'll have the first row and the experts go to the VIP. Same arrangement, but we'll set up another one just to give people space. So please, your lunch will be served at the back. And I'd urge you to come back because we have a very interesting session coming up. We have Mr. Deng Majongchol, who will be taking us through a session that is about water management, water resources and management, supplemented by Engineer Isaac Liebwell. And if anyone has seen the last few days, I'm sure you'd like to stick around for that. Thank you very much.
Look around me. These are ships in the middle of a desert. These are the biggest climate disaster that nobody is talking about, and it's hurting millions of people. And for the first time ever, I want to tell you the story of this disaster here in Central Asia.
That's a big disaster, seriously. My God.
Calm down, you may actually die.
Oh, no, back.
Then all the animals around it die.
I came here to Uzbekistan, a double landlocked country in Central Asia, to show you the Aral Sea. You don't know this sea, but this was the 4th biggest lake in the world. It was absolutely huge. It had lots of fish, rivers, and people living around it. But someone in the Soviet times decided to cut off a river from the Aral Sea and use the water for manufacturing and agriculture. This human intervention created a disaster. Here is how. The Aral Sea had no more water flowing in and it started to evaporate. Slowly, millions of liters of water disappeared. Wow, this is crazy! The ports became useless, the ships stood still, and the sea turned into a desert. What used to be 7,000 cubic kilometers now is just 70. This is what remains of it. And guess what? Every fish left in this sea is now dead because it's too salty. 35 types of fish used to live here. Now there are none, 0. And when the fish disappears, the animals do too. The Caspian tigers around this area, the birds, and the horses had nowhere to drink or eat. This is the only water left for some of these animals, and they rely on it to survive in this region. Oh my God, there's so many of them. Watch it, behind you! Millions of locals lost their fishing and farming jobs. They could no longer live here, so they had to live somewhere else. How do you feel about this?
What about the sea?
Yeah.
Pain.
You think that's the end of it? No, the story gets worse.
Oh my God. This is real salt.
When water disappeared, the salt was left here at the bottom, and it got picked up by the winds to be carried hundreds and hundreds of kilometers, causing sandstorms in the rest of the country. It ruined crops of farmers 500 kilometers away, and it's making people sick. If you look at the data, cases of urinary diseases and other health issues are on the rise. They're going up and up. And there are even documented cases of cancer. Just think about this for a second. So many lives depend on one sea. And now modern-day Uzbekistan, after the Soviet Union, has to pay the price. That's why they declared this region a national disaster.
Проблема высыхания Аральского моря – это не только проблема региона Приорале, это проблема всей мировой общественности.
That's why countries like the United Arab Emirates are stepping up to help. Climate change is serious because everything is connected. Water, fish, animals, and humans. The Aral Sea in Uzbekistan is far away from you, but somehow, someway, it is connected to you. Let us take care of our planet so that it takes care of us. Look around me. These are ships in the middle of a desert. These are the biggest climate disaster that nobody is talking about, and it's hurting millions of people. And for the first time ever, I want to tell you the story of this disaster here in Central Asia.
That's a big disaster, seriously. My God.
On that, just think the Union has to pay the price. That's why they declared this region a national disaster.
Проблема высыхания Аральского моря – это не только проблема региона Приорале, Это проблема всей мировой общественности.
That's why countries like the United Arab Emirates are stepping up to help. Climate change is serious because everything is connected. Water, fish, animals, and humans. The Aral Sea in Uzbekistan is far away from you, but somehow, someway, it is connected to you. Let us take care of our planet so that it takes care of us. Look around me. These are ships in the middle of a desert. These are the biggest climate disaster that nobody is talking about, and it's hurting millions of people. And for the first time ever, I want to tell you the story of this disaster here in Central Asia.
That's a big disaster, seriously. My God.
Calm down, you may actually die. No, behind you.
Then all the animals around it die.
I came here to Uzbekistan, a double landlocked country in Central Asia, to show you the Aral Sea. You don't know this sea, but this was the 4th biggest lake in the world. It was absolutely huge. It had lots of fish, rivers, and people living around it. But someone in the Soviet times decided to cut off a river from the Aral Sea and use the water for manufacturing and agriculture. This human intervention created a disaster. Here is how. The Aral Sea had no more water flowing in, and it started to evaporate. Slowly, millions of liters of water disappeared. Wow, this is crazy! The ports became useless, the ships stood still, and the sea turned into a desert. What used to be 7,000 cubic kilometers now is just 17. This is what remains of it. And guess what? Every fish left in this sea is now dead because it's too salty. 35 types of fish used to live here. Now there are none, 0. And when the fish disappears, the animals do too. The Caspian tigers around this area, the birds, and the horses had nowhere to drink or eat. This is the only water left for some of these animals, and they rely on it to survive in this region. Oh my God, there's so many of them. Behind you. Millions of locals lost their fishing and farming jobs. They could no longer live here, so they had to live somewhere else. How do you feel about this?
What about the sea?
Yeah.
Pain.
You think that's the end of it? No, the story gets worse.
Oh my God. This is real salt.
When water disappeared, the salt was left here at the bottom, and it got picked up by the winds to be carried hundreds and hundreds of kilometers, causing sandstorms in the rest of the country. It ruined crops of farmers 500 kilometers away, and it's making people sick. If you look at the data, cases of urinary diseases and other health issues are on the rise. They're going up and up. And there are even documented cases of cancer. Just think about this for a second. So many lives depend on one sea. And now modern-day Uzbekistan, after the Soviet Union, has to pay the price. That's why they declared this region a national disaster.
Проблема высыхания Аральского моря – это не только проблема региона Приоралия, это проблема всей мировой общественности.
That's why countries like the United Arab Emirates are stepping up to help. Climate change is serious because everything is connected. Water, fish, animals, and humans. The Aral Sea in Uzbekistan is far away from you, but somehow, someway, it is connected to you. Let us take care of our planet so that it takes care of us. Look around me. These are ships in the middle of a desert. A double landlocked country in Central Asia to show you the Aral Sea. You don't know this sea, but this was the 4th biggest lake in the world. It was absolutely huge. It had lots of fish, rivers, and people living around it. But someone in the Soviet times decided to cut off a river from the Aral Sea and use the water for manufacturing and agriculture. This human intervention created a disaster. Here is how. The Aral Sea had no more water flowing in and it started to evaporate. Slowly, millions of liters of water disappeared. Wow, this is crazy! The ports became useless, the ships stood still, and the sea turned into a desert. What used to be 7,000 cubic kilometers now is just 70. This is what remains of it. And guess what? Every fish left in this sea is now dead because it's too salty. 35 types of fish used to live here. Now there are none, 0. And when the fish disappears, the animals do too. The Caspian tigers around this area, the birds, and the horses have nowhere to drink or eat. This is the only water left for some of these animals, and they rely on it to survive in this region. Oh my God, there's so many of them. Watch it behind you. Millions of locals lost their fishing and farming jobs. They could no longer live here, so they had to live somewhere else. How do you feel about this?
What about the sea?
Yeah.
Pain.
You think that's the end of it? No, the story gets worse.
Oh my God. This is real salt.
When water disappeared, the salt was left here at the bottom, and it got picked up by the winds to be carried hundreds and hundreds of kilometers, causing sandstorms in the rest of the country. It ruined crops of farmers 500 kilometers away, and it's making people sick. If you look at the data, cases of urinary diseases and other health issues are on the rise. They're going up and up. And there are even documented cases of cancer. Just think about this for a second. So many lives depend on one sea, And now modern-day Uzbekistan, after the Soviet Union, has to pay the price. That's why they declared this region a national disaster.
Проблема высыхания Аральского моря – это не только проблема региона Приоралия, это проблема всей мировой общественности.
That's why countries like the United Arab Emirates are stepping up to help. Climate change is serious because everything is connected. Water, fish, animals, and humans. The Aral Sea in Uzbekistan is far away from you, but somehow, someway, it is connected to you. Let us take care of our planet so that it takes care of us. Look around me. These are ships in the middle of a desert. These are the biggest climate disaster that nobody is talking about, and it's hurting millions of people. And for the first time ever, I want to tell you the story of this disaster here in Central Asia.
That's a big disaster, seriously. My God.
Come down, you may actually die. No, no, behind you.
Then all the animals around it die.
I came here to Uzbekistan, a double landlocked country in Central Asia, to show you the Aral Sea. You don't know this sea, but this was the fourth biggest lake in the world. It was absolutely huge. It had lots of fish, rivers, and people living around it. But someone in the Soviet times decided to cut off a river from the Aral Sea and use the water for manufacturing and agriculture. This human intervention created a disaster. Here is how. The Aral Sea had no more water flowing in, and it started to evaporate. Slowly, millions of liters of water disappeared. Wow, this is crazy! The ports became useless, the ships stood still, and the sea turned into a desert. What used to be 7,000 cubic kilometers now is just 70. This is what remains of it. And guess what? Every fish left in this sea is now dead because it's too salty. 35 types of fish used to live here. Now there are none, zero. And when the fish disappears, the animals do too. The Caspian tigers around this area, the birds, and the horses have nowhere to drink or eat. This is the only water left for some of these animals, and they rely on it to survive in this region. Oh my God, there's so many of them. Oh, what's behind you? Millions of locals lost their fishing and farming jobs. They could no longer live here, so they had to live somewhere else. How do you feel about this?
What about the sea?
Yeah.
Pain.
You think that's the end of it? No, the story gets worse.
Oh my God. This is real salt.
When water disappeared, the salt was left here at the bottom, and it got picked up by the winds to be carried hundreds and hundreds of kilometers, causing sandstorms in the rest of the country. It ruined crops of farmers 500 kilometers away, and it's making people sick. If you look at the data, cases of urinary diseases and other health issues are on the rise. They're going up and up. And there are even documented cases of cancer. Cancer. Just think about this for a second. So many lives depend on one sea. And now modern-day Uzbekistan, after the Soviet Union, has to pay the price. That's why they declared this region a national disaster.
Проблема высыхания Аральского моря – это не только проблема региона Приораля, это проблема всей мировой общественности.
That's why countries like the United Arab Emirates are stepping up to help. Climate change is serious because everything is connected. Water, fish, animals, and humans. The Aral Sea in Uzbekistan is far away from you, but somehow, someway, it is connected to you. Let us take care of our planet so that it takes care of us. Look around me. These are ships in the middle of a desert. These are the biggest climate disaster that nobody is talking about, and it's hurting millions of people. And for the first time ever, I want to tell you the story of this disaster here in Central Asia.
That's a big disaster, seriously. My God.
Come down, you may actually die. No, behind you.
Then all the animals around it die.
I came here to Uzbekistan, a double landlocked country in Central Asia, to show you the Aral Sea. You don't know this sea, but this was the fourth biggest lake in the world. It was absolutely huge. It had lots of fish, rivers, and people living around it. But someone in the Soviet times decided to cut off a river from the Aral Sea and use the water for manufacturing and agriculture. This human intervention created a disaster. Here is how. The Aral Sea had no more water flowing in, and it started to evaporate. Slowly, millions of liters of water disappeared. Wow, this is crazy. The ports became useless, the ships stood still, and the sea turned into a desert. What used to be 7,000 cubic kilometers now is just 70. This is what remains of it. And guess what? Every fish left in this sea is now dead because it's too salty. 35 types of fish used to live here. Now there are none, zero. And when the fish disappears, the animals do too. The Caspian tigers around this area, the birds, and the horses had nowhere to drink or eat. This is the only water left for some of these animals, and they rely on it to survive in this region. Oh my God, there's so many of them. Behind you. Millions of locals lost their fishing and farming jobs. They could no longer live here, so they had to live somewhere else. How do you feel about this?
What about the sea?
Yeah.
Pain.
You think that's the end of it? No, the story gets worse.
Oh my God. This is real salt.
When water disappeared, the salt was left here at the bottom, and it got picked up by the winds to be carried hundreds and hundreds of kilometers, causing sandstorms in the rest of the country. It ruined crops of farmers 500 kilometers away, and it's making people sick. If you look at the data, cases of urinary diseases and other health issues are on the rise. They're going up and up. And there are even documented cases of cancer.
The Nile, the world's longest river. A 7,000-kilometer lifeline for almost 400 million people. Flowing north, the Nile runs through 10 countries, from the highlands in the heart of Africa to the shores of the Mediterranean Sea. A source of sustenance, but also one of tension, even potential conflict. The Nile is the key to a geopolitical rivalry in the region. At its heart is Egypt, where suspicions about former enemies and tensions with an age-old civilization reveal deep-seated fears about water scarcity and losing control of the River Nile. Alexandria, Egypt's main city on the Mediterranean. Here, in March 1903, the founder of political Zionism disembarked on a special mission. Theodor Herzl's goal was to secure a homeland for the Jews. 1 year earlier, he had petitioned for such a homeland to be allowed in Palestine, then part of the Ottoman Empire. The request was rejected by Sultan Abdul Hamid II. So, Herzl took a contingency plan to Egypt, a country then under British occupation.
Some British officials floated the idea, and Herzl even initially toyed with the idea of accepting a small temporary Jewish entity, Zionist entity, in northern Sinai around El Arish. The Zionists said, well, it's a step from there to Palestine, so it brings us closer to the homeland.
The plan involved a first phase settlement in the Sinai of some 20,000 Jewish immigrants, to be followed by successive numbers to total 100,000. There was plenty of space in the Sinai desert, but the area lacked one basic element of life: water. Herzl, however, proposed a remarkable solution: to divert some of the Nile waters to the desert region.
This settlement was going to need water. Herzl's plan was for the water to be carried from a branch of the Nile via 8 pipelines under the Suez Canal. The water would then travel over 150 kilometers to the settlement.
The British High Commissioner in Egypt, Lord Cromer, rejected Herzl's proposal. Egypt, at that time, was the main source of cotton for the British textile industry. Irrigation engineers warned that diverting the Nile waters would damage Egypt's cotton production and therefore affect British economic interests. The idea for a Jewish homeland in the Sinai was never implemented. But over 70 years later, plans to divert the Nile waters re-emerged. In November 1977, Egyptian President Anwar Sadat arrived at Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion airport. The visit marked the start of peace negotiations between Sadat and the Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin. Israel was in a strong bargaining position, occupying the Sinai, Jerusalem, the West Bank, Gaza, and the Golan Heights. Sadat wanted the Arab land back, but had fewer bargaining chips.
He definitely wanted a comprehensive peace, but I think two things affected the result. Begin followed a very devious policy, procrastinating, time. And Prince Sadat was under pressure.
In the ongoing negotiations, Sadat, aware of Israel's water needs, knew he held at least one strong card, the River Nile. In December 1979, the Egyptian magazine October, known to be a mouthpiece for Sadat, published a sensational report. The headline on the front page read, "The Nile to reach Jerusalem." The article reported that Sadat had ordered blueprints prepared for the construction of a canal to carry the Nile waters to Israel in exchange for a comprehensive peace agreement in the Middle East.
Well, there were these dreams about, Egyptian-Israeli cooperation and peace that will be prevailed in this region, and, people thought that there are no limits. So some people start thinking in these terms, that the Nile should be used for Sinai Peninsula and maybe also to Israel.
To the friendship between the peoples of Egypt and the peoples of Israel.
The two countries made peace, but any plan to divert the Nile to Israel never materialized. To this day, many Egyptians believe the reported offer was more a negotiating ploy than a meaningful proposition.
This was a good trick played by Sadat. He gave the Israelis false hope in order to secure the signing of the peace accord. But he never planned to implement the Nile offer.
But the Nile waters were eventually diverted. In January 1997, Sadat's successor, Hosni Mubarak, officially opened a tunnel carrying Nile waters under the Suez Canal. The waters flowed into the so-called Peace Canal, extending into the Sinai. Some Egyptians suspected Israel might be the ultimate destination of the canal. At the inauguration ceremony, Mubarak seemed to address such suspicions.
ده مشروع مصري والمية يا دوبك على قدنا ما بنديش حد مية. لو حد عاوز يدينا مية ما عندهم معلش اهلا وسهلا.
Today, the Peace Canal runs 80 kilometers eastwards into Sinai. It allows for the irrigation and development of farmland reclaimed from the desert. The idea of diverting the Nile to the Sinai, first proposed by Theodor Herzl, is now a reality. Just 115 kilometers from the end of the canal and across Egypt's international border is the Negev Desert. Forming over half of Israel's total land area, the Negev is a land thirsty for water. The Israelis have sought to manage their limited water sources and deny the need for the extension of the Peace Canal, saying it would be surplus to requirement.
If you are talking about the relation between the Nile and Israel, there are no such relations. And we don't see that we are going to use this water in the future. We solve our own problems in the Negev, in the south, with no connection with the Nile.
Faced with a water shortage and keen to reclaim the desert, Israel has needed to find innovative solutions.
Israel is the world leader in efficient water use in agriculture, more crop per drop, using the drip irrigation, other technologies and techniques, and the technologies that are here are being utilized elsewhere, India, China, South America, Africa, wherever you go, you will find Israeli technology basically used in agriculture.
Israel's ambassador to Kenya, Jacob Kaida, arrives to a warm welcome from local farmers in the village of Gorati on the outskirts of Nairobi. He's clear on his assignment.
The basic idea is to assist communities of farmers to achieve much more yield, much more crops, with less labor, with less water, and even with less fertilizers and pesticides.
These women farmers are beneficiaries of this assistance. By passing on its know-how and donating equipment, Israel is empowering local communities in Africa and winning friends.
We are so impressed with them because they are genuine friends who go right down to see the needs of the people, and so for us in this village we are very happy with them.
But others in Africa believe Israel's presence there, particularly in upstream Nile countries like Kenya, has more to do with politics than aid.
إسرائيل ليست مؤسسة خيرية.
Israel is not a charity.
الكلام عن إسرائيل بأنها تسعى.
It seeks to harm Egypt. There is nothing new in that.
بمصر كلام ساذج.
It's the nature of Israeli politics.
لأنه
And if it didn't operate in that way,
طبع السياسة الإسرائيلية.
then it would not be Israel.
فهي غير إسرائيل.
Since its establishment in 1948, surrounded by hostile Arab neighbors, Israel has sought friends where it can. In Africa, Israel built relations with newly independent non-Arab states. Egypt grew increasingly concerned about Israel's activities on the continent. They suspected the Israelis of trying to politically outflank Egypt by befriending countries that could influence the flow of Egypt's lifeline, the River Nile.
أهم علاقات حاولت إسرائيل.
Historically, the most important relationships Israel built on the African continent were with Uganda, Ethiopia, and Kenya. And it's no coincidence that all of them are upstream countries where the Nile originates. They did build relationships with other countries, but the River Nile was the major factor behind the formation of Israeli policy and strategy.
President Nasser of the United Arab Republic arrives in style by yacht for the summit meeting in Morocco of neutralist African leaders.
But Israel faced tough competition for friends in Africa. Egyptian President Jamal Abdel Nasser was also building allies of his own in the region. His struggle for independence and non-alignment resonated with many Africans. In 1963, Egypt became one of the founding member states of the Organization of African Unity. Following the 1967 war, the organization condemned Israel's occupation of parts of Egypt and other Arab countries, and demanded the withdrawal of Israeli troops from all occupied Arab territories. The African view of Israel as a small, struggling country that posed no threat began to change.
Israel was very weak at that point, and clearly it couldn't do anything about Egyptian role in Africa.
Shortly after the Arab-Israeli War in October 1973, the majority of African countries severed relations with Israel. Nasser's successor, Anwar Sadat, failed to capitalize on Africa's strategic shift away from Israel. Sadat didn't want to just follow in Nasser's footsteps, he wanted to blaze his own trail. He chose to focus on building relations with the West and securing peace with Israel. He turned his back on the Pan-African policies Nasser had pursued.
Egypt once played a commanding role in Africa, but in the 1970s, Egypt neglected this role. This resulted in the withdrawal of Egypt's presence in Africa. Countries there started to think Egypt had abandoned them.
Hosni Mubarak followed a similar strategy to his predecessor. In 1995, an event took place that would set the seal on Mubarak turning away from Africa. In June of that year, arriving in the Ethiopian capital Addis Ababa to attend an African summit, Mubarak's motorcade was ambushed by Islamist militants here on the airport road. Mubarak's bulletproof car saved his life. His bodyguard shot dead the gunman. Following this attack, and for the rest of his term in office, Mubarak chose to send ministers or delegates to African summits rather than attending himself. Egypt's friends in the region believe this presidential absence was a strategic error, allowing Israel to once again gain a political foothold in Africa.
As a poet once said, "Gentlemen, our enemies did not break through our borders. Instead, they crawled like ants through our weaknesses."
By the 1990s, many of the upstream Nile Basin countries had re-established diplomatic relations with Israel and reopened their embassies in Tel Aviv. Today, Israel is building on these relations. Here, on the outskirts of Tel Aviv, these trainees from Africa are learning innovative agricultural techniques to take back to their countries. Training is sponsored by the Center for International Cooperation, known as Mashav, part of Israel's foreign ministry.
But we are focusing, and most of our work is really in Africa, probably about 40% of our resources, and mostly is towards food security, agriculture and water related issues.
Beyond training programs in Israel, Mashav also takes its aid overseas. Back in the Kenyan village of Garati, women farmers grow fresh produce in a greenhouse donated by Mashav. The greenhouse, which enables the women to earn a living, was officially donated to them by Israeli Foreign Minister Avigdor Lieberman. Lieberman arrived in Africa in September 2009. At the head of a large entourage, he visited 5 African states, including 3 of the upstream Nile Basin countries, Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia.
The minister came with a big economic delegation, representatives of more than 20 of the biggest Israeli companies. We had business seminars with them, business meetings, and we see a very, very big follow-up in terms of business deals and opportunities for investment.
Lieberman was the first Israeli foreign minister to go on an African tour since the 1960s.
Thank you for coming.
The sight of Lieberman making friends and doing deals in the Nile upstream countries aroused concern in Egypt. Egyptians were once again worried the Israelis were meddling in their backyard, in a region holding the source of the Nile. The African countries Lieberman visited dismissed Egyptian suspicions, stating the visit was strictly business.
We look to Africa to help.
Israel is not dictating the will of Ethiopian government. Foreign minister has paid a visit. He came here not to ask Ethiopian government to reduce the water Nile to Egypt. Simply, this is a government-to-government business, nothing else.
But Egyptian fears were not so easily appeased. Lieberman's visit coincided with a particularly tense point in Egypt's talks with the other Nile Basin countries to reach a new agreement over managing the Nile waters. Egyptians suspected Israel was behind the renewed pressure Egypt faced to make concessions.
Israel has had a clear strategy since it was established. So it focuses on having a presence in the upstream Nile countries to create problems for Egypt on the issue of water, to encircle Egypt and create internal difficulties. Because if Egypt has a water crisis, then it will have a development problem and a national security issue. It will not be able to guarantee a better life for Egyptians, and therefore it will be preoccupied with internal problems. That is Israel's goal.
For their part, Israelis reject such notions that they are plotting with African states to outmaneuver Egypt.
I think this is another one of those Arab conspiracy theories, which unfortunately there are so many of them going around. Sometimes, I can't stop myself laughing from what I read in Arab internet sites about all kind of conspiracies which describe us, the Israelis, as demons and people who come up with scenarios that the craziest screenwriters in Hollywood couldn't even think about.
In early 2011, Egyptians took to the streets in open revolt against the government of Hosni Mubarak. On February the 11th, Egypt's vice president announced Mubarak's resignation from power, ending 30 years of rule. Egyptians were exultant. Their complaints had been many. Among them was criticism of Mubarak's failure to engage in constructive diplomacy with the other African states along the Nile.
Egypt has been absent from this arena. These 10 states are supposed to be members of the same family, the offspring of one mother, which is the River Nile. They are like brothers, sharing the same lifeline. We should have engaged with them, rather than with the US, Europe or Asia. These states should be the closest to us, because they share the same life and the same fate.
Significantly, the first foreign trip of Egypt's new Prime Minister after the 2011 revolution was to Sudan. Issam Sharaf led a high-profile delegation of Egyptian ministers. The visit signaled a new diplomatic drive for Egypt in the Nile Basin. But the struggle over the Nile will not easily be resolved. It goes back thousands of years. Egypt and another of Africa's oldest civilizations seem to be locked into an increasingly bitter river rivalry. Ethiopia. The Blue Nile flows on its long journey towards Sudan and Egypt. The Ethiopians call the Blue Nile the Abai, a word carrying a sense of reverence and adoration.
The name of Abai is big, father. It's a fatherly, the resource that provides, that is very heavy, very respected, revered from Ethiopian side.
Ajiben Shabibi lives in the village of Zom Amba, close to the Abai, or Blue Nile. With a family of 9 to support, Ajibench collects firewood, the sole source of energy.
We don't have electricity. My hair has turned from black to grey living in this land. We just burn this wood and some kerosene for light during the night.
For Ajibench, like more than 80% of Ethiopians, the very thought of a light bulb is a dream.
I will celebrate. I don't know when I'm meant to die. But for so long I've been burning wood, and if I get light with just a click, I will die a happy person.
The Nile could help realize the dreams of Ethiopians like Ajibench. Harnessing the fast-flowing river descending from the Ethiopian highlands would generate electricity, reducing the country's chronic power shortage. But to date, the full potential of the river remains untapped. Decades of civil unrest and war have hindered Ethiopia's ability to develop. Instead, it remains one of the world's poorest countries. Meles Zenawi assumed power in 1991. He champions himself as the builder of a new Ethiopia. Billboards around the capital Addis Ababa herald a brighter future, with the construction of dams and hydroelectric power stations. The projects will, quite literally, bring power to the people.
One of the big resources we have in Ethiopia is hydro. So the government has an intention to develop up to 10,000 megawatts within the coming 5 years.
Yeah, yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, for that kind introduction. First, Deputy Speaker, Wiyat Nathaniel of Transitional National Legislative Assembly of the Republic of South Sudan, Acting Honorable Mary Ayen of the Council of State, all the members, honorable members of the Parliament, Dr. Branabo Mariala Benjamin, the Minister in the Office of the President. This is a special event, and I'd like to take a moment before I begin my presentation to say thank you to the Presidency and to the President in particular for instituting this special event. I also want to recognize, and it has already been said, that water insecurity, because this is what we are talking about, is part of national security. And I will recognize the role that the Chief of the Security Services, General Okolokur, has played as well, when the two institutions, the Presidency and the National Security, join hands and make sure that this event is successful. We also want to thank the team, Coach Akwi, the chairman of the event organizing team, including the moderators, Deng Madur and Ayay Maduna Ring. So thank you so much for the role you have played. And so, honorable members, it is a complete privilege presenting to you today on issues that affect our nation and may continue to affect our nation for years to come. Professor Taj Al-Kazim and Dr. Salwa Barberi has already given you an overview, and so has Professor Leju, and I just want to follow them. I have two presentations. The first presentation is on the it is on the global climate and hydrology. The second presentation will be on the ecosystem of the site itself, and socio-economic values and water resource management. So I will begin with the global climate. Here is the laydown of the presentation you have seen now. I'm going to go and look at the global trends of the climate change and variability. We will zoom in into the Nile Basin water challenges, and then the third climate change and variability that manifests into drought and flooding. We will also look at the historic major flooding events from 1800 to 2022, including the current events that has been surging in the last 4 years. We will also be reminded that the weather phenomenon that has been occurring in South Sudan, and in particular in the South Basin, has two diametrical opposite effects. It has the drought and the flooding. And then we will look at the current risks, the threats that are affecting our land and the water, both natural phenomena and human phenomena. Now here is the global atmospheric circulation. You can see that we are part and parcel of this global atmospheric circulation. You see the land and ocean in black and gray, and you see the cloud in white. That movement of the air around the globe is what really explains the weather pattern. Weather pattern on daily basis, on few days or a week, and sometimes when you read decades, then you are talking about climate change. So it is imperative to know that this is how, when there is evaporation or evapotranspiration, that vapor is carried through the wind and through the atmospheric pressure, and it can travel thousands of miles and become rain somewhere else. This is what Professor Taj meant earlier when he talked of such as the source of the rains in the Greenbelt or other places, such as the Ethiopian highland. We look at the surface of the air temperatures. This again tell you, when you look at the high altitude above, you can see the variation of the air temperature. On your right, you can see the changes of the month. This is a dynamic map taken from Richard Washington's slide. When you look at the equator where we fall, you can see the dark color. Those are high temperatures. And when you see the blue colors on the pole, North Pole and South Pole, those are cooler temperatures. And so, and all of these air movement move from higher to lower. They are again responsible for precipitation. This is a basic water cycle, really. It is a dynamic of how the atmosphere feed back to the land, the water bodies, and how all of these forces of physics tend to really fit with each other. And it is also what we call the controls of the atmosphere. And they explain the water cycle as it relates to seasonality, where we have the wet season and the dry seasons. We look at the geographic variation in rainfall. We are moving now from temperature to rainfall. You can see the indicator on your right, and the precipitation amount begin from 0, and which is minimum, to 3,200 millimeters a year. This is a world geographic variation, and it is important to know that some places around the world get zero amount of rain in a year. Places get 3,200, and this variation is very evident when you look at the equator and see the blue. The dark blue represent places that are receiving a lot of rainfall, and the gray or more of brown is less rainfall. The regional, now we are zooming into Africa now. In Africa, the highest amount of rainfall is 2,400, and the least is still zero. Even within the Nile Basin, we still have places or countries that get only zero precipitation. There is also another phenomenon that explains precipitation, a part of climatology, the changes of climate on the tropics, the North Pole and the South Pole. And it is called the movement of intertropical convergence zone. This is basically the seasonal distribution of energy and available moisture. And this explains the unequal distribution across the land. In July, you see the red wavy lines, and in January, you see it come down below us, Sudan and South Sudan. But then it goes up in July to even Sudan and Egypt. Now there is a global context for water challenges. I understand some talk about water challenges, and some of the MPs have raised concern about the current flooding. But I want us to take a break a little bit and look at the global in the context of water challenges. Global demand for water is predicted to increase by 55% between 2000 and 2050. Water pollution, and this is key, currently over 80% of the world wastewater is discharged back into rivers, streams, oceans without any treatment. And I think as people, they lie within 95% of our country lie within the Nile basins. It is important to make note of that. Total value of ecosystem services is estimated at some $1.7 trillion, and that is 60% of this is degraded or unsustainably used. Globally, 3.2 billion people live in agriculture area with high to very high water shortages. 3.2 billion people live in area with very high or high water shortages. And 2 billion people are experiencing what they call water stress. Water stress is that they don't have enough water for either domestic food production or for industrial or urbanization. We also realize that intensity of water-related natural disasters are increasing around the world, including flooding and droughts, and I will come to that toward the end of my presentation. The number of people at risk from flood is projected at global level to hit 1.6 billion in 2050, with 45 trillion worth of assets. On the other extreme, that is drought, 3.9 people, 40% of the population, will live in river basin under severe water stress. Now let's come to the Nile Basin regional context. So the population of the 11 countries that are within the Nile Basin is reaching 487 millions, and it is important to note that because that population will have to depend on the Nile waters for their food, economic and domestic existence. The rainfall over this basin range from 0 to 2,000 milliliters per year. So the question to be asked is whether this country can maintain a reasonable degree of food sufficiency, or whether they become increasingly dependent on food imports. This is the balance. What we are talking about here in a simple term is water balance, mathematics of water. If you look at this picture, you see the sat right here. I hope it is clear, but that is the SAT. This is what we are talking about. You see the water coming from the equatorial lakes, including Lake Victoria, Lake Cayuga, Lake Halbert, coming to the SAT. And then some of it is lost here, and the rest goes into the Nile. So the water balance is calculated here, and it is important to know how much water comes in. In this case, you can see that 30 million cubic meters of water is lost annually, and 16 goes into the Nile from the SAT. Over 90%, about 95% of South Sudan again lie in the SAT basin. This line, this boundary is showing you, and the blue is South Sudan. You can see this is the boundary, the black line of the Nile Basin Initiative. This is the extent of the SAT, how large is the SAT, and some of the places that are protected within the SAT. Some of them are game park, some of them are wetland like the SAT. Those that have the purple chair. This is talking about SAT environmental flow. Environmental flow is simply the ecosystem, and how the human system, the ecosystem that include animals, let's call it the natural system, how they fit with each other. For example, how the climate change, for example, and human activities when it comes to how the land is used, when it comes to pastoral activities, how those that affect the natural system. And all, on the other hand, how human activities, agriculture, and all of that also affect natural system, and in turn how the natural system like the rain, water flow affects human. Social, including grazing, fishery, navigation, and all of that. This is that picture. The impact of flooding and drought. Now it should be underscored that all of what we are talking about here has been brought about by the flooding for the last 3 to 4 years. And it is imperative that we get to the bottom of it. But at the same time, there is an interesting dynamic within the SAT basin. Imagine this table that is in front of me is the SAT basin. In this SAT basin, there are two people or two families that are suffering from opposite effect. One family cannot cultivate this year because there is too much water and they cannot cultivate. Water has covered the whole area. That is food insecurity related to water insecurity. And on the opposite side of the SAT basin, now that table, there is one family that cannot cultivate because there's no rain, has no rain, and there is shortage of water. That is also called food insecurity related to water insecurity. As a country, it is imperative to find how do you balance this water within your basin, so that that person that cannot cultivate because of too much water, cultivate because you have moved access water, and you are moving access water to the other family that cannot cultivate because there is drought. This is the fundamental question that we need to address, so that we address the food insecurity. On the flooding and drought, there is a history from 1820s all the way to around 1960s. This is the documentation done, especially in the Upper Nile. It listed major historic flood events, sources of the flood, and the impacts. We can, all our material that we are presenting to you today, honorable members, we will share them with you later on. Through your committees, chairs, jurisdiction committee like the environment, on water, on agriculture, we are ready to share all of this information with you. And so I will just be very quick so that I don't take a lot of time on it. But what is important is that, for example, in 1820s, there was a flood that happened among the Dinkas, today in Jonglei, and part of them perhaps in Upper Nile. That flood was named after a man that was drowned. So in this, it lists you the source of the flood, where it come from, and the impact it did, including the people who had to move to another places, people who died, how the livestock were killed. I want you to recognize that from 1820 to 1960, so many assets have been lost because of flooding. Lives have been lost because of flooding. that it is our interest as a country and as society to find way to ensure that no one died of flooding. Should be a central point. Now it goes all the way to 1960s, as I said. And then on the opposite side there is drought, again from 1822, and it is a similar explanation. These droughts also have exactly the same devastation. People could not cultivate, they have to move, they have to be displaced. Their cattle died, no food to eat, food insecurity. Again, there has been documentation of the impact of drought. So therefore, when we are addressing two phenomena, where even though flooding has been more in the last 3 to 4 years, but we should not forget the fact that for over 200 years now, there has been fluctuation between drought and flooding. That has to be part of our planning, for example. Now let's look at the risk today, the flood risk today. You look at the red colors. Some of them are dark red, some of them seem to be light red and yellowish. The dark red represent extremely high, the red high, and it goes all the way to light yellow, that is light. So it can tell you that the country has some risk of flooding, and this is part of what would allow us to do planning if we can project in some years from now whether we have flooding or not. So this is the images, some of them from Hapanai, some of them from Unity State and Jonglei. It's just depicting what people have to deal with in the flooding. These images are quite disturbing. Now the uniqueness of current flooding events, they are occurring from multiple places. So you cannot have one quick solution and say you will resolve all the flooding. They are coming from different parts of the country. And so it is important to realize how that has changed. 7 of the 10 states in South Sudan have been submerged under water. The level and depth of water has lasted for a while. All of these, it should be underscored, are underpinned by climate change and variability. Rain in the equatorial lakes originating from Indian Ocean has been used in the Lake Victoria catchment, and the water has been flowing, coming there, plus our own local rain. This impact is unprecedented, but as I said, the mystery of the Nile lay not only in its source, but in the predictability of the rise and fall of its flooding. It's very unpredictable. The drought risk, this is the drought risk here. You can see that some of these places have a drought risk. Should have changed that. Again, you see the red line, it's showing you that these places are more vulnerable to drought, including Unity State that we are watching on Hapana and parts of eastern Equatoria to the right hand. Now let's move to the threats, current threats that affect oil production. Oil production is one of the most direct threats to the sun. Look at this, you see the green line, that is the boundary of the sun. You see the block, the oil block, some of them, the color is not too clear, but some of them are blue, purple. So almost all of the oil fields, the ones that are operating, and those that are soon to operate are within the Sad Basin. And we are talking of fresh water here. We are also talking about the entire Sad. And the kind of soil we have, as you all know, is clay and it's a moving soil. When the pollutants or content of pollutant get into it, it can travel through the soil. This is an important element that needs to be tackled. These are just images of the oil spill right now in those places. All right, there has been talk about why scientists or people who are doing research like me are concerned much about the future. It's because the weather change and the climate change. And when climate change, it can result to two things. Either you get too much water or you get no water. Cases of disappearance of water bodies. The Aral Sea in Kazakhstan and the Lake Chad, for example, Lake Chad in Central Africa, just to name a few, and all of these have either have disappeared or at the verge of disappearance that I have listed here. And some of these were lakes or seas that were full of water, and you go back and there's no water. Imagine, this is part of why we need to be cautious. The case of Ariel Sea, estimated 4 million people lost their livelihood because of drought. The lake was gone. About 500 Arab people were declared environmental refugees. The implication to the sad situation today is this: that while we may seem to have a lot of water, we need to factor in the issue of climate change and variability. Now you look around the Horn of Africa, there has been a publicity just June 2022 by humanitarians as part of the update. They realized that 4 consecutive rainy seasons have failed in parts of Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia. A climatic event not seen in 40 years, according to the recent report. And also March to May 2022 has gone to a record at the driest on record in the month. So these are some of implications not too far from us. Successful case of large-scale flooding events can also be visited around the world. You could have people going to other places. Amsterdam has lived with water, although the hydrological dynamic is different. They are claiming the land, they are below the sea level, they are claiming the land from the sea. But there is technology to be learned from there. You look at the New Orleans in the United States, you look at Bangkok in Thailand, Calcutta in India, and Venice in Italy, and other places. Israel, as you know, in the desert, has created water surplus that changed the nation. Israel's current water surplus is possible, and they are looking into even a system of transporting their water to the neighboring country using pipeline. There are technology in the 21st century. Our situation cannot be in the 1970s when the Jonglei Canal was first proposed. The world has moved on as far as technology, as far as modeling. They can even model 50 years from now, 100 years from now, to see how the South Basin will behave or respond to climate change and variability. And the result can tell us what kind of infrastructure we need given the knowledge of science of how much water or how little water we will have. This is why some of us are just advising all of us to calm down and to relax and then find a better solution. But I will come to the issue of people suffering later on. I have recommendation. Yes, so water insecurity is what we are talking about here. And water security from seasonal flooding from Equatorial Lake, limited access to save water. It is ironic that someone is actually submerged in water but cannot get clean water. I already talked about extractive industry, transboundary hydropolitics, including the potential start of the Jonglei Canal. Those are part of the threat. Quick recommendation on this presentation is only one recommendation. If we are serious about our water resources and the kind of investment we want to do, there is something we can learn from other countries. Egypt. How much budget does Egypt, how much money does Egypt allocate to its water in its budgetary? You will be surprised to see, because their life depends on the water, and they recognize that. If the General Assembly of South Sudan can come up with 10 to 15% of the national budget dedicated to water resource management, including research, including training, capacity training, including some of the idea that Professor Taj put forward earlier, the establishment of National Water Commission that can then guide the technical capacity and institutional capacity we are talking about. We also, all of us, also recommend that South Sudan, once the National Water Commission is established, either by the Act of Parliament or by the Presidency, although I recommend the Parliament, so that it is anchored in law. When that is established, then the research unit can then be established, and the research unit can begin the kind of knowledge we are beginning to mobilize here, and the human capital will have to be anchored in a certain institution. And when you have a research institute, it can then be linked to other universities we have been, like Oxford University, MIT. And that could also create an opportunity of a pipeline where the students have opportunities within the country to have access to such knowledge. And also those who may go abroad. This is kind of a vision we should get into. This is just an image of a modeling that I am doing for my own research. This is modeling, and this is just telling you how you model in the context of the result. This is output. So this is one presentation. I'm going to switch to the other presentation, and will be relatively quick. Thank you. Yeah. When I say South Sudan lungs, this is the title. Maybe I should pass, meaning take a break a little bit and talk about what I really mean by that. I can use an analogy of human being. God in his own wisdoms created the organs of human, one of which is lungs, that breathes the blood into the arteries and the veins. So perhaps you can imagine the wetlands, the Bahar Kazal wetland, the Machar Marsh, and the Sat wetland. Imagine them as lungs that breathe into the vein and arteries. And what are the veins and arteries? Let's call those the rivers, the streams, the channels. So what would happen then if the lungs is gone? What would happen to the rivers and the channels? Those are way I have been trying to depict this and look at it. You know, there was a Greek philosopher who was so intrigued with the Nile that they believed its origins was not like that of other rivers, but it has been created along with the world. But I believe he's an MP and a pastor, prayed this morning when we began, and he read a Bible in the book of Genesis and how the 4 rivers were created. So that is, there we are. Presentation of this organization of this presentation is just to go to a short terms studies that I would recommend, medium terms and long terms. Why do we want to preserve water as we speak? South Sudan, as this is 11th birthday that we just celebrate, and if you add 6 years of the CPA, you are heading to around 17 years. But the country has zero water infrastructure, zero. There's no dam, no artificial lake, there's no water reservoir of any size whatsoever. That is mind-boggling. It is amazing that a country like this cannot have even a single water facilities. And so what we mean by preservation is this, that South Sudan vision should preserve water, because there was a dream given to Joseph in the ancient Egypt, and maybe we were part of that Egypt, our ancestors. That vision was given to Pharaoh. Pharaoh was given a dream and he could not interpret it. So Joseph came, and the dream was that 7 years they will have water, rain, a lot of rain, followed by 7 years of drought. What did they do in the first 7 years? They made sure they were ready for the food insecurity for the 7 drought years. Today, if we happen to have drought in the next 7 years, what will South Sudan do with zero water facilities? South Sudan is blessed, as it has already mentioned by Dr. Salwa and Professor Kazin, and the west, especially Sat wetland, is the most unique and valuable ecosystem in the world. and it is the Africa's largest freshwater wetland. And potentially it is greatest, the greatest, if it is managed well, economic asset South Sudan have. Its potential economically has been estimated to be $1 billion US. I hope Honorable Michael McQueen Lewis is in present here, because he wanted to see where this money is. He wanted to see. But I say that while we can see the money from oil that is underground, and we cannot see this today, I think the next generation will be able to see this amount when the country has moved to the direction of change. It is also a symbol of unity, SAT, and the wildlife. As Professor Taj mentioned earlier, Kenya revenues, if you look at how much they get from tourism and wildlife, it's huge. And if we manage this very well, it's part of its national identity itself. And it has a unique cultures. And it also play a role in the climate regional and within, and provide a refuge. You know, the wildlife from the Boomer Plateau, during the dry season, they migrate to the south to have a refuge. And that is key. Also, the seasonal recharge of the groundwater that has been estimated to be 2.1 million. There is also carbon sequestration. We don't release a lot of emission as a country into the atmosphere. This is an industrial country, although we do need to think of industrialization. But our wetland help with carbon sequestration, where they remove carbon from the atmosphere. Water purification. Most of the communities that have lived in the South Basin, as you would recall, never have a modern toilet or latrine. But what have kept them going without too much pandemic is because the SAT has been a purification. It provides purification mechanism every year. And then the potential of educational. Now, I already listed the pressure. Oil is one of them, illegal logging and poaching of wildlife, and then proposed canals. But we also should remember that we South Sudanese can also be a threat to the Nile and can be a threat to SAT, according to how we manage. If you go now along the Nile here in Jippa, you want to see whether our water is being polluted or not. Water pollution is huge, and it is important to factor that in. I already covered those. There is also issue of the population displaced. The population displaced, yes. An individual, one of the MPs spoke earlier about human life. And I think all of us here are talking about human life. Though even those that say dredging should go on, they are talking about human life, they are concerned. Those that are saying, let us wait and examine these and give science a chance, they are also talking about human life. Human life now and human life in years to come. So I think there's no disagreement there. Where we need to agree is to say, okay, let us then have a dialogue in this manner and let's hear each other very well. So there is a concept where you have to manage the human. The human at the center of all of this. It's not the other way around. And so you don't look at human as moving them in spaces, but you look at the places that they live in the context of emotional attachment to them, in the context of social attachment to them, in the context of values that is put in place. I know some people who do not want to leave their places, but the reality is this: in years to come, when we are not here, this country will be one country completely, citizens the same, they live everywhere they want, in the same way other countries live. We may find it difficult today, but that is going to be the reality, because that is where the whole world moved. Also, the idea that I have a place and it's a place of my ancestor, and now that it is submerged, I cannot leave it, this again will have to change in the future, because South Sudan as a country belongs to all of us. And we have a constitution that allows us to live everywhere as citizens of South Sudan. So what that means? It means that if you move from one place because of a crisis, then you settle to a places where you will be safe as we find the solution. So their problems are different. There is one problem that we can solve in a blink of an eye. Let's say the fly try to fly into my eye and I close my eye, I solve it. There are problems we can resolve in a matter of a minute. A snake is running at you and someone yell, you run away. A minute you save your life. But issues that we are talking about, like large-scale flooding, climate change and variability, they cannot be solved right now, like while we are sitting here. They learn to be patient and learn to wait for the research. Now, we also want to approach them from multiple angles. For example, this is one way to look at the solution that is more comprehensive. A solution on the left, the blue one, is looking at climate change in the south and issues of drought and flooding. When you go to the shape above, you look at the eco-hydrology. This is where ecology, the land, the local environment, and all that interact. You come to the right, flood risk, and again I would add drought risk infrastructure. And you come down and look at transboundary management issues. This is where the issues of Uganda dams, some people believe that there is a lot of water coming from Ethiopia, Uganda, and it is true. But Uganda also are responsible to protect their population, and if there is too much water and it's about to spill, probably that's the idea of managing the dam. So there's nothing malicious about that. I'm not so sure about what is happening in Sudan in terms of Jebel Awulia Dam. This is part of the feasibility study that should be done. But there is a feeling, or at least some talk about water flowing backward. That will be left to some studies. In the center, you see sustainable development. So this should be the vision where we approach all of this. There ought to be a solution that would allow people to live with water, at the same time will preserve. When we talk of SAT, we don't talk about SAT as a whole to be preserved. Of course, human life is priority. What they mean when the UNESCO designated part of SAT, it is the permanent boundary of the SAT. And the world is one. They say, well, there are some species that are so unique that to an extent that they cannot be found anywhere in the world. And they contribute to the beauty of the nature, the beauty of the world, and therefore they should be preserved. So that human beings and other animals have experience with that particular phenomenon. Because if it is gone on the face of the earth, then the generation to come will not even know that there was something that was created that was so beautiful and part of the world. This is very much the whole point there. I will come to a recommendation, but this is short analytical based development. This is part of the modeling. You looked at the climate change and variability, and you model them using a global climate model in the case of the SAT. And then now you're trying to inject the socio-technical intervention. Let's say, for example, we want to do artificial lake. That artificial lake can be studied, but we want to see also what would be the impact of artificial lake if it is done. Because if the impact of it is more, then it cannot be done. This is also part of the modeling, so that you cannot just inject an infrastructure without studying its impact. It's called maladaptation. You come to a solution today, and you think you have resolved that problem, but the new solution produces new problem that need a solution. Part of this is why we need to take time. Now my conclusion leading to recommendation is that the flooding is everywhere. The drought is everywhere, but it changes. An example of Lake Turkana was said by Taj Al-Kazim. Lake Turkana is a very strange phenomenon. There is drought around the lake, and it is in a desert. But the lake, the water level is rising, and the lake is overflowing. That is how it is such a nightmare. The opposite is happening somewhere else, like Lake Chad. So crisis here is our option, and it is to look for a comprehensive assessment of flood control option in the context of sustainable development, relating to the UN Sustainable Development. Also, I agree with one MP before. You may have talked when he was emotional, but I think there is something to be learned from his speech. And that is, he told us that you need to go to the field, you need to go to the affected population, you need to go to the area. That is right, because researchers are not wizards. You are not just going to come up, even modeling, it has to be modeled based on contact. So he is very right that we need to go to the field. But there are two ways to go to the field and examine all of this. We need an helicopter to fly over the site to see the extent of the site on a low altitude. We need to visit places like Unity State, Hapanal, Jonglei. So now this requires budget. This goes back to money that I said earlier. We need to invest money to do a serious investment. The Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation, the Ministry of Environment, the commission we are recommending need to be capacitated with money in order for them to do a quality assessment. Also, one recommendation leading to my recommendation is that we realize that some of the relevant institutions are working in silos, meaning each institution is working alone. Agriculture, for example, wildlife, water, environment. All of these are relevant institutions that are brought about by the nature of the issues we are talking about. They need to work together so there is a multi-institutional approach to these issues. That is one of my recommendations. So in the case of Upper Nile and Jonglei, there is no shortcut and Unity State. The reality is that let's find a solution. So recommendation, let's reinvest. Let's have investment in the relocation program of the affected population at the state level, at the national level. The national level need to come up with a budget to support this relocation program in the time being. The other recommendation is that we also need to continue construction of dikes, higher and safer dikes around the town, especially in areas and counties that are submerged. We also need to design construction of minor channelization. I have been reminded of time here, so I'm going to move a little faster. On the medium-term studies, I also continue to recommend reinvestment in the affected population or relocation program. And when we invest in the affected population, let's not forget to invest in the communities that are hosting them. Because sometimes if that is not managed well, it creates a new problem, and the problem of social existence. It is important that if there are services and resources brought, that both the host community benefit from such resources as well as the communities displaced. There is also a recommendation that I have been saying many times. South Sudan need to renovate the Fuller Dam. They need to dig it big, wide, deep. This is the only place you can dig a real dam, because we have the waterfall, we have the water velocity. Under long-term study, my clear recommendation, and this is under the long-term study, is one. It is the construction of artificial lake in the triangular area of Upper Nile and Jonglei. And the artificial lake is recommended here as a study. It does need to be studied. We need to study the depression, the catchment of the water, the runoff, and also how big the capacity of such lake in respect to the area that is not inhabited. And this you will not have any problem within a country. This is meant to capture the rain and the runoff from the Boomer Mountain, from the local rain. And since there is a depression there, water, the runoff comes from all around the South Basin and is get into that depression. And that is exactly where a lake should be dug. And you will not have any quarrel within a country because it is water from the rain that you are harvesting. And that can be used during the dry season. When that lake is studied and it is dug and it is operational, then it can be replicated in the Bahar Kazal regions. As Taj mentioned earlier, all of the Bahar Kazal tributary from along the border of DRC and Central African Republic originate from South Sudan. So you could replicate the same artificial lake where the Pango and the Juru and Low River converge. That would be a way to go. Once you have done this thing and there is too much water, then we can talk about others later on. But now you have zero water infrastructure. Have some water infrastructure first. But do not begin to complicate yourself as a country. Let dig and see who will have to say, who is coming to talk. Let's start digging. When studies are concluded, let's not worry about any other country. We are worried about our population. We want to feed them. This is our priority as a sovereign, independent country. Thank you.
Wow. You can see, dear honorable members, first I appreciate a good number of you remain, but also a good number left. I think you can see how it is becoming more interesting. Also, a scientist at the high gear of presentation is like a vehicle on the high gear. So it has to take a while to speed down. The amount of information is great. Now, thank you very much, Deng Majuk, we appreciate. Now we go to the next presenter. It is going to be even more interesting. This is somebody who specializes in hydraulics. He will tell us more about it. And this is somebody who was in the system before. He actually established the Ministry of Water as an engineer undersecretary, and that is Isaac Liabwell. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, moderator. I will try to be very short. So another person have a chance to give practical aspect of the project. So is it on? Yes. Yes, you can move. It's good. Yeah, you can operate it. Yeah, that is the only picture I want to show there from the beginning about water. You know about rainfall. You know about the rivers. That is the shape of groundwater. The shaded area in the middle is the very great aquifer we call the Umruaba. The one around it, there is outcrop of the basement complex. And the basement complex is under Umruaba. And then the one to the west, we just got some small dots, and in the a bit center north, up there, small dots. That is the outcrop of some part of Nuba sandstone aquifer. And then you have, along the river, you have something called alluvial aquifer. So you have about 4 aquifers. We constitute the third groundwater basin. And the third groundwater basin is in the basin that the first deposition is, underneath of it is the basement complex, is a rock, and then the sedimentary rocks comes, Nuba first, then come Umruaba, and then the superficial deposit. So the point I want to make, this is a great amount of groundwater which has been assessed, like the rivers are measured. All these things have been measured, and the groundwater has been quantified with the help of Japanese. So you can move to the next slide. Yes, that is the quantification of the groundwater. The more it is red, the more groundwater and good quality. When it become orange is the next. When it become a bit lighter, or light orange is the next. Then it will become yellow is the next. And then it comes the green. Then the blue one up there, that is the area of brackish water. God has created a thing in a very difficult manner. And that is the area of the Y Nile, the main stem of the Y Nile. So there is more surface water, but the groundwater is bad. It's brackish unless you treat it. So for time being, it will not work. And then to the southeastern corner, down, there are volcanic aquifers. And we were unable to estimate them during the study of irrigation development master plan. So if you want this groundwater, you move up to something like 1.5 depth, then it is still groundwater. When you go beyond 1.5 kilometer, you get the oil. And now when you want to bring the oil from down, then you inflict on groundwater. And you inflict also on the surface water that has been described as the lungs of South Sudan. So I want to submit to parliamentarians that why people talk about regulation is when you get the other resource, you will destroy the other resource. So let us help ourselves now with the oil, but let the oil not destroy the groundwater and even the surface water. Move. Now, this picture was very colorful, a bit purple, that is the hydropower. It is intertwined with the green color, that is agriculture. So the hydropower generation with agriculture, they go hand in hand. If you develop fuller rapid to become a good hydropower site, you need the heat we were told by type. The more you have the heat, then you have the energy to produce electricity. And then when you have elevate water to that heat, then you tap water by gravity into agricultural farms. So from behind a dam in Fula, then to the west bank and to the east bank, you can irrigate by gravity. And this is how Sinar Dam operates. So the next blue, that river maintenance, a river must have water to maintain it because of the ecosystem. A river must have water to have navigation. A river must have water to nurture the wetland. When you move up, these are yellow things, these are all of us. Human beings, livestock, wildlife, fisheries. The water we need is very little, but it has to have a good amount of quality. So this system has been put under something called SWWNWRMI, Integrated Water Resources Management. And that is the essence of the South Sudan Irrigation Development Master Plan. I just, if you read the first sentence, the Irrigation Development Master Plan is done, the goal of it is to assess, allocate, manage, and develop water resources to support agriculture production and productivity without jeopardizing the needs of other sectors. Because sometimes you generate hydropower from the same water and downstream you use it for cultivation. Move. People say that you don't have plans. In 1937, when Jebel Awwal Dam was commissioned for irrigation of winter crops in Egypt, Egypt did compensation. And that is the first time I saw equity. And I think it was done under the supervision of Mohamed Usman al-Margani. So they commissioned Northern Upper Nile irrigation, pump irrigation scheme. This is where you have Abu Kadara, you have Bir Kalajab and the rest, up to Malud. And Malud was going to be cotton. And what happened to the rest? So that one showed, and then even Mangala. So no, that one will come later. This map showed the earmark irrigation scheme upper of Malakal, upstream of Malakal. As per 1979 irrigation master plan of the Sudan, where you have the left hand, that is a well-rise scheme. You have down here, that is the Penko, and then the other one is Mangala. So this irrigation scheme were earmarked to be part of the irrigation master plan of the Sudan in 1979. And I think what I said is true. I believe this irrigation scheme, they have the water right in the Sudan share of water resources from the Nile Hill. Move. What I explained earlier, those are the Ring, Manyo, Malud, Northern Upper Nile. They were commissioned in 1940s. The first pump operated in 1951. And all of you know it. They have also their own water rights. So I want to beg a bit so that you know, in terms of irrigation, we have utilization of water. And a will-rise scheme is one of good example for using flood to the benefit of the population through management of flood to produce rice. So you have converted the intensity of water to destroy the sorghum farm into establishment of the rice farms. Move. That one is the hydropower site. The big circle that is around Fula, Laki, Chukole, and up to Beden. And then if you move to the left of it, there is a small circle which is resembling them. That is the, wait a bit. A small circle on near Wow. That is the Swe. That is the Swe hydropower site, which is going to be multi-purpose site, for which you can irrigate the Zara, and then you generate electricity for the city of Wow for some month. But now, South Sudanese are distributing the Zara as fuel station, has accommodation, and they have left the upper part of the town of Wow. I don't know why you want to live in lowland. The same thing you have done it here in Juba. You have moved to lowland. All those hotels, one day they would be taken by 100 return period of hydrology. So the Tongping, I will not even talk about it. You could have left a buffer zone between the city of Juba and the airport, but it has gone. Move. Yes, this is the water bill. Young, you try to point to that green box, the green rectangular. I think it is not active. Try to see to spot under the ministry there. There are two green rectangular. This green rectangular, to the left is Water Resources Management Authority, and then to the right is Safe Water Supply and Sanitation Services Regulator. So the bill has envisioned the establishment of regulators. As I said earlier, you need authorities which cannot be quilled. They are given a status of authority, and this is what you need also for environment. I don't know whether the environmental bill has envisioned the establishment of environmental authority equivalent of what is in Kenya and in Uganda. And then you leave the small policy part of the environment together with the ministry, with forestry. This is how it works. So I want to make a clarification. If we want to do a provisional order or a fast track act of parliament to establish an autonomous body for the management of water resources of the South Sudan, it will be called Water Resources Management Authority. Because we are eyeing that if South Sudan become part of the CFA will operationalize the establishment of the Nile River Basin Commission, like the Niger River Basin Commission, the Orange, and the rest. Move. This is where I want to spend a time and be active in reading. That is the genesis of why that is part of the project called dredging of River Baragazal, which has been limited, according to what I heard, to 30 kilometers. Never. So, if you are active in reading with me of this MOU, it was concluded in my presence and with my participation. Up there is cleaning and clearing of the aquatic weeds and other deposits from the rivers of Bahr el-Ghazal Basin, all the rivers. And then followed feasibility study for construction of the multipurpose dam on River Swe at the vicinity of Wow. And River Swe is the main stem of the Bahr el-Ghazal River. And then rehabilitation of and management of main hydrological station That is one of them. I leave the rest which are not highlighted. You go to the last two bullets. Review of the Jonglei Canal project. They had written it immediately start of the Jonglei Canal project. And we were so weak those years. Anything we could have given in order to gain independence. And that is why you gave out some oil money to Sudan. And Annie told us, can we compensate Sudan about economic damages? Sudan has all the economic infrastructure. What happened? Why are you playing with the victim? And then they were told, buy your peace, which is your independence in the end. So Isaac Liabwil, Joseph Duer, and I would like it to be joined by an elder man who knows everything called Chordeng Marang, who was under Secretary of Energy. Joseph Duer had brought them in the team. And then the office manager, a young man called Charles Majir Chuang. So they said immediate resumption of Jonglei Canal. I whispered to Joseph, we don't accept it and we don't reject it. Then we said, review. So review is in that MOU. And then under it, institutional and operationalization of a framework for technical bilateral cooperation project between Egypt and South Sudan. That is the genesis of what many people want to translate into an agreement. This MOU, when it was signed, they did not allow us to review it. And when we came back, the cabinet of government of Southern Sudan goes, review it. And Joseph Duer was delegated to go back to sign it ahead of the visit of the president in 2007. So the agreement was, that was maintained, but it was reviewed. It is the review version approved by the Gold Cabinet. So this MOU is the only one of the documents I know is binding on South Sudan because the cabinet has passed it. What I don't know, maybe they did not present it to the cabinet because to the assembly because it was an MOU. So I just picked that project. It is cleaning of aquatic weed, because I was conscious of one thing. If you tamper with the slope of a river, then you have tampered with a discharge. You will create a new discharge, because the flow is very much dependent on the slope plus the depth. So I think within that context, the ministry is responsible for the project. I submit, and I heard many people are looking for this MOU and they said they don't find it. And I beg our Undersecretary Emmanuel, this document I left them there, and I had a letter yesterday, and he said the document are there. So what was being pushed, they were pushing for an institution to hook South Sudan and Egypt in the management of the Nile waters. But from my time up to the time GMA became a Minister of Water and Electricity, we told them the best forum for South Sudan to assist Egypt is the Nile Basin Initiative. So we said, you come bring your concern, and South Sudan will never allow anything harming Egypt. Even now they are not participating, and we say don't talk something bad about Egypt. Egypt has just suspended. So leave it there. So let's move quickly. Now we are going to finalize. Yes, people talk of a dike, and Taj has said it well. That is the dike. The water is on the left side, hand side, and the dry land, even you can see a town a bit very far there on the right hand. So a dike must be designed and built like a road, but it is not, it does not take every vehicle, but the vehicle of people who monitor the river can pass on it. So we have not built dike yet. We bring a bulldozer to scoop soil. Then Dow is good, is in the room here. His brother Ding Akol is not here today. Yeah, this is what the real place, the major dike that has been done is in Twi. And there was a little of help of the Jonglei Canal machinery to raise the soil. raising the soil, but they did not construct a dike. A dike must be selected, be built with selected material like a road. You move. Yeah, that is the dam. And dam has been explained very well by other people. It helps you to attenuate the flood peak. While it is raining too much in August and September in South Sudan, or even it has come earlier like in 2020, in May, then you should have an storage upstream on Sobat, on Bahar Jebel, on the Bahar Ghazal. So that the time the water is occurring very much on your land, you delay that water not to come. And the time you lose it, you don't have it, you allow it to come to use it for production, for other things. And of course, you must allow the much of it also to go to the people downstream in Sudan and Egypt. You don't hold it all. You don't have that right. Move. Yeah, that is the Hafir. It must be done in a very good way. Now Hafir have been done. A road machinery will be told, please make a Hafir for me. That is not the way. Hafir must be designed, must be located well, and then it must get a spillway and lot of other design. And if there are people to take people from it, it has to be called improve Hafir, and there is a way you improve it for people to get water purified a bit for their consumption. Move. Yes, that is the problem of urban areas. In South Sudan, we have picked from the desert planning, town planning. All straight line crossing one another and make blocks. That is, the former mayor of Bor did not come today, but he made a very good submission to people yesterday. That the problem they face, and we need intervention of parliament, is that they don't have a strong law to give the mandate to prevent people not to utilize land in the way they want. There are people who need to be relocated, but you cannot relocate them because you don't have a mandate. You don't have a law to use. So, the areas like Bentiu, like Bor, like Pangak, like Pibor, which are prone to flood in those towns, must be zoned. You have to start zoning. And I try to read that word. Urban land pattern is organized through land zoning, so that you don't build on the drainage line. Even in Juba, I stay a lot in Karen Hotel. That core has been done. Sometime in future, a big amount of water come in core. Is core. The original name of that core is what? Corbo. Not the other bad name of it which divide us. So that core, if it picked the amount of water in one time, in 50 years, in 100 years, some of those buildings will fall down. And this is why all people are dying in Asia. So you must do road crossing, and then you make draining along the road, and you get the draining along the road, along the stream, and the stream must take them to the river. And that is why clearing of the Bargaza River for Bentiu, so that you return water into the river, and then you make a lot of drains inside Bentiu town. You must do that. And I don't think whether Bentiu town have got some drainage system, whether the road has been graded to allow water to go, so that I would pull the water downstream of the town into the river, back into the river. You will see the demonstration by Young. I wish I could make it quickly so I give him more chance. Move. Yes, that is how you do a bridge. You see, behind there at the level, there is a small settlement. And they have left that area, and there is no water there. But they know one day, the sand is there, people talk about sand. River must have a sand when the water goes down. So, if it is in South Sudan, that floodplain would have been made a residence. And that has happened to Korachir in Reng. Korachir has been attacked left and right. And last time when it made an anger to take houses, Joseph Dwyer was summoned by Parliament, and I gave him a half-page note. Tell them Kora Chere had been attacked. That is why he's taking people. So, this is how rebels are done. Move. It's very clear. Yes, I have 2 slides only remaining. The 2 slides remaining, this is my great submission to the Assembly. Regarding the unfinished Jonglei Canal, I'm not discussing it, but I want to give an example of a problem. When the students were killed, and again South Sudan was in a weak position, like President Salva Kiir wanted the referendum done to have his certificate of the independent country. Everything we can accept, but we can play with the language by that time. I believe Abel Eliar was in the same position. He thought the North would allow them to continue with autonomy. And anything else can happen if they were allowed to have their autonomy. But look at what happened. When the students were killed, Nimeri and Abel commissioned Jonglei executive organ. And they made a quick study and they made 2 recommendations. Canal goes to the east, not to separate the families. Deng Majuk did not get my time to explain the way he was feeling when he was a young man. And one of them, there must be crossing along the canal. I will talk about crossing. In engineering, when you are excavating a canal or building a road, where you begin is called kilo 0. So it was said, after beginning from there, from Sobat Mouth, kilo 0, after kilo 25, there will be a crossing bridge. After kilo 125, there will be a crossing, and I think that was a crossing of animals, wildlife. And then kilo 250, there will be a crossing, and then the navigation lock, 4 structures. But the canal is stopped at kilo 240. Now what happened? All along 240 was excavated summarily without the one crossing, even lab open to be returned to. Everything was open and nothing was replaced. So, Joshua Dow, I read a small paragraph in the book of Abel in 1996 in Dungla, and he said, after I defeat Joshua Dow, he joined environmentalists to continue his campaigning. But Young will talk later on, and Ibn Al-Gertiani will talk. The mitigation aspect, we were done. The crossing. Why didn't Joshua Dow himself come back, or the people who were in the government, or the communities who were in Duk or where? Why didn't they say, or the Jonglei executive organ itself, or the very powerful assembly of that time? Why nobody raised the question, Ya Jama, you are continuing with 240, but there is no crossing? The animals would have been saved, and perhaps the Jonglei Canal would have been completed. So the real problem I address to you as parliamentarian, you have a role of oversight and supervision of the project. So, if a road is brought to you in the assembly that there is a road, and the road does not have drainage system, is it a project? It is not a project. So that is my submission to you. So, something called mitigation, as somebody was saying, that any project has got an element of negative and positive. And to make a project working, you mitigate the negative. For negative to be mitigated is a work of the oversight. Move to the next. Yes, these are the oil blocks. I think my picture is clearer than what Deng Majuk was doing. I think these were the blocks Deng Majuk was making. The oil blocks are in the wetland of South Sudan, are across the web of the White Nile and its tributaries. And then you have put them there. And then that is to the left. To the right, this is how oil access roads are done. They bring maram, no a single culvert, and they continue to do the oil exploration. So, what is wrong if you design an oil exploration road to follow a procedure to become a right access road, small width, but it should not impact the riverine system. That one is not a work of the executive, because the last word, somebody called General Wulumengi, he said nowadays there are no socialists. Socialists are only left in the university campus. Those socialists who were very vigorous, they are busy in Rwanda, in place of Mozambique is called what? Maputo. They are busy there eating, and they are not talking about it. Only the school students are the one crying. And I said he had forgotten, he should have added Juba. Sorry, my parliamentarian. Sometimes I talk like that because we are casual today. I'm not part of your code of conduct.
Thank you very much. That's why I was saying it is going to get very interesting. Isaac Liabwell, very straight to the point in a language that we easily get. Thank you very much, Honorable. Now we move to the next one straight away, and that one also was an undersecretary, has experience in the Ministry of Water. He will supplement what Liabwell said, and that is Honorable Aliar Oka. Please. Yes, be precise. Time is against us. There's more interesting by Young Kwai. You will see where the issue is in Bantu.
It's okay. I think so that I select what I want. Okay. Yeah. Can I? Okay. Oh, here. Use this. Can do like this. But how does it move? Okay, like this. Like this. It's not moving. Yes, for the sake of time, I'll not go over all the slides I have, because we started late, and so we have to catch up with all the presentations. We have some colleagues who have got to also present. So I will stick with maybe a few slides on water security in the context of the Nile Basin. I'm not going into hydrology or hydraulics and things like that. They have already been presented by my colleague Isaac. If you can, in that map you will see that green strip is the Nile Basin. That's the basin. It's the catchment that we call the Nile Basin. And the history of cooperation started since '67 with a project called Hydromet, and then in '83 we had Ndugu, and then in '93 it went to what's called the Teco Nile, and it developed more into a better cooperation. You know, in '67 it was triggered by the floods in the early '60s, and that's how the cooperation started. So in '99, that's when we started to have the Nile Basin Initiative. It was established in Dar es Salaam in February 1993 by the Ministers of Water Affairs of the Nile Basin. And so we have a Nile Basin Initiative, 10 member countries: Burundi, DR Congo, Egypt, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda, in that alphabetical order. And the shared vision, it's very important, is to achieve sustainable socio-economic development through equitable utilization of and benefit from the common Nile basin water resources. So you can physically use water, and you can use other services from the water or benefits like connecting to electricity generated by others. That's what they call benefit from the water if it is not within your country. This is the structure of the organizational structure of the Nile Basin Initiative: Council of Ministers, Technical Advisory Committee, and then 2 subsidiary action programs, one in Kigali and another one in Addis Ababa. And the core functions are water resources development, that is to prepare projects, especially the 2 subsidiary programs in Addis and Kigali. They identify, prepare, and facilitate investment transboundary water projects. And we have South Sudanese working there recently. Jacob Manyuan joined NELSAP, which is a subsidiary action program in Kigali. And then water resources management, trying to assess, manage, and safeguard water resource base. And facilitation of cooperation is a main program which is based in Entebbe. And then pursuit of a legal framework track in order to establish a Nile River Basin Commission. So when the initiative was established in '99, there were 2 tracks. 2 tracks. One was water resources development and management and basin cooperation, and the other track was to pursue a legal framework. As mentioned earlier by Professor Taj, our basin remains without a legal framework. So these are the benefits of why you should be in the basin initiative: water resources development, water resources management, facilitation of cooperation. And South Sudan was in the MBI when we were still a sub-government. Since 2006, since 2006, we started to attend meetings of the Nile Basin Initiative, and myself and Engineer Isaac, and we also benefited a lot from the initiative. At the time, there were projects of the shared vision which rolled out by 2012, and those projects helped South Sudan a lot by training its engineers and professionals. If you look at this, this is where you have more details on South Sudan, and of course there are different figures people quote about how much of South Sudan is within the Nile Basin. We have a figure there, 97.7%, and it is from the Nile Basin Initiative. This figure. So an area within the basin as percent of Nile Basin area, we have 19.5% of the area of the basin in South Sudan. The highest area is in Sudan, which has got 44%, and we follow in that context. Now, on the 5th of July, we joined the Nile Basin Initiative. We were admitted, and then because the subsidiary action programs have got this arrangement that you have to be admitted to each separately. And so in 2013, we were also admitted to NELSAP, and by 2014, we were admitted to NSAP. And both have a Council of Ministers and a Technical Advisory Committee. This is the picture of the initial admission. Honorable Paul Mayom is there in blue suit when we were in Kigali. The achievements of NBI are magnificent. NBI has grown into a well-established and successful regional institution, providing an inclusive regional platform for the riparian countries to dialogue. And it has created awareness, because in the past, if you follow the documentary that was put there, it was difficult to dialogue with Egyptians. But after the Nile Basin Initiative, confidence was built, and so people were communicating, and Egyptians started to understand the needs of upstream countries. So now, the Cooperative Framework Agreement, maybe it's the first time some of you are hearing this. The Cooperative Framework Agreement is what I said was the other track, and it is to May 2011, and it was closed. So those who wanted to join have to go through the governance structures by ratifying. So ratification is the only activity left to those who never signed. And even those who signed had to ratify later. By that time, of course, we were still a sub-government. So 6 countries signed at the time: Burundi, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda. But it has been ratified by 4 countries: Ethiopia, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda. And it is intended to replace the colonial agreements. So if you are passionate to forget about the colonial agreements, then you pass this CFA, the Cooperative Framework Agreement. It was passed by the Parliament, by the executive in 2013 in their first sitting. The new executive that was formed after the whole cabinet left, they passed it, and then they sent it to cabinet, to Parliament, and the Parliament till today they have not passed it. So if you want to forget about the colonial agreements, I would strongly advise that we pass this so that we ensure our security, water security. And of course, when those agreements, 1929, 59, were signed, upstream countries never acceded to those, and they followed what is now called the Nyerere Doctrine. Just give them time and then they are obsolete. And that's how Tanzania went ahead. Nyerere said 2 years for review and look into what is beneficial. After that, we are not bound by it. And that was it. So at the moment, Tanzania has ratified. So the CFA is a legal document. It is a law in Tanzania. They don't bother anymore about the 1959, 29 agreements. Yeah, it is about. So the CFA is awaiting 2 more instruments of ratification to be deposited to the African Union in order for the Nile River Basin Commission to be established. Once 2 countries, South Sudan and maybe Kenya, ratify, then we will have a commission in place, and then you are free. And I think that's what you would like to hear. So the main features: equitable and reasonable utilization. It does not bind us to quotas. It doesn't say how much does South Sudan have in 18.5 billion. Why would you restrict yourself to quotas when you have the whole water of the Nile within your reach? I don't understand that. Some people start asking, how much do we have in this? Can we ask Khartoum about what was theirs? We don't have that obligation. Never. So I have been in the Nile Basin, and nobody is talking about those, unless somebody who want to build a case. But we don't have a case to defend here. We came out on a clean slate, as said before by Dr. Salwa. And Honorable Paul Mayom in 2013 went on air and said we are not bound by all those agreements. So what is left is ratification, and it is through Parliament. So please do it. Yeah. So the issues of contention are this. Just one point only. It is not agreed by everyone. Egypt, there is what is called Article 14b. It says that not to significantly affect the water security of Nile Basin state. And everyone agrees to that. But Egypt says, no, it should be replaced with what you see in blue there. Not to adversely affect the water security and current uses and rights of any other Nile Basin countries. Of course, we don't agree to that. And that is the board of contention. Egypt says we must accept the historical rights and uses. But everybody says no. We don't, we're not bound by that. So do you want to abide by that? And I think I'll close there. But my emphasis is this: let's ratify the CFA, the Cooperative Framework Agreement, and we'll be in the Nile Basin with upstream countries. Number two, for water security, let's ensure we have storage. And I said the other day, people are very emotional when they talk about the Nile. And the water that is running in the Nile is not your water, because you have not arrested the water. You have to create reservoirs. You have to create a dam so that you can count that I have this water. When there are no rains and nothing is flowing, you will have a problem. So create storage. And this storage will help people downstream, the downstream settlements. You know, this is also environmental way of protecting downstream settlements. So we can regulate, open and close as we want. And there are many sites upstream here. From Beden, you go up to Laki, Shikoli, up to the Greater Fula, where you can put dams. And then you regulate water. It is a national issue. You don't have to ask anybody for permission, not Egypt. So please, it is our responsibility. We can protect ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Aliar Oka. Up to this point, honorable members, we are only left with one presenter, and his presentation is usually very short, but carry a very important message regarding the flooding in Bentiu and what may be a cause or a contributing factor to that one. You will see the images. Bear with us. Before he comes, our Professor Taj Al-Kazim, he has got a document, one page he want to project, and quickly lament on something on it, about 3 minutes, 5 minutes. He's an elderly person, as you can see, and then he can be excused, and we continue with our last presenter, an environmentalist who has done environmental social impact assessment in the area. So present that one for the Taj police, and then can have a quick comment about it, and then young choir will not come back here. If the professor finish, please carry on. Thank you.
Look at that document. I got this document from Arkin. This is where the equipment crossed from Egypt into Sudan, and then from Sudan into South Sudan. The government of South Sudan is not mentioned there. The Ministry of Water Resources is not mentioned there. Look at, no, just stop. Look at to whom it is consigned. بعثة وزارة الري المصرية في السودان. This is في دولة جنوب السودان. This is an Egyptian branch of an Egyptian ministry established in South Sudan. Did we know that? Did you know that there is a branch of ministry of a foreign country in South Sudan? Yes, but there is no mention of who owns the equipment. There is no mention of the government of South Sudan, so this is an Egyptian body sending equipment to an Egyptian body. That's what the way bill says. Those are not my words. It is written right there. This document is 9 pages. It has 94 items. It has a very large amount of food so that the technicians can stay and assemble and operate the equipment. I think we need to do a reality check and see who owns that equipment, who allowed it to come into the country, who owns it. Is it for a contract, or is it part of a gift, or has it been bought? That's my first point. My second point, I am going to report to the presidency that the report I promised to do at the end of these events will not be complete and may not be meaningful until I get the technical cooperation agreement to study it and include it in the report. Thank you.
I think I can take over from now. Okay, thank you so much. Is it clear? To start with, Right Honorable Deputy Speakers of the two houses, Honorable Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Deng Dan Malek, all the protocol remain observed. I am going to talk about the EIA, the Environmental and Social Impact Assessment. This is a key word in town these days. It's because all the experts are talking about feasibility study before any project's done. Also, the president is also praised the projects and talk about feasibility study to be conducted before anything is done. So today, I'm not going to be long. I'll try to make it short so that we give you time to comment. And to start with, I'm going to read these things, that if you plan a project and rush its implementation without proper environmental assessment, the severity of the impact will come back to you, and the result will be very costly in terms of human life, livestock loss, and even infrastructure loss. So it is very important that each time you do your project has to go under studies. The case that I'm going to make today is on a bad practice, and that bad practice is a Bentiu Bridge. Niall, if he gets time later, he is going to give you example of the Juba Barghazal Road, and you all know that there was an erosion, and that was because the studies was not well done. So on the Bentiu Rupkono Bridge that I'm going to talk about, is the bridge was constructed by the oil companies in 1996, and if you look at it, the bridge was constructed without studies. That's because it is too low, and there is nothing is passing underneath that bridge. So for me, I believe the whole cause of the obstacle that bring the river Barghazal into a standstill is the case of this bridge. And I'm yet to be corrected later by the studies, but when I look at it, I went to Bentiu. I visited Bentiu 2-3 times during the flood. Oh really? But it is connected. Oh really? I don't know why, but it is there. This might be the IT, because this is... Yeah, it is not for me. It is... So I haven't started yet, so it's also good. So try to connect the slide. I haven't moved yet, so there is nothing that will happen. So this bridge is the one that I believe it has blocked the water. And we will look later into the satellite imagery of the area, and we will be able to see that there is a real accumulation of the aquatic weed in the river all along from Wankai up to Lake No. So the water is not moving, and that's why there is. You check the. Let me wait for the slide to be projected, and then I continue. So, in this case of bridge, so you see in the picture, in the map that I will project later, all the rivers stand still. There is no movement of water, and that's why the water is flowing. Yes, that's good. So that is the outline of my presentations, but I'm not going to follow it the same way, so I'll make sure that it gets to be short today. So looking at that map, that is the map of all the rivers in Barghazal. They all flow toward Bentiu, and they come from Central African Republic, they come from Congo. All the rivers from Western Equatoria, they converge in a place called Barghazal Basin. And then from Barghazal Basin, there is one river called Barghazal River that is flowing through Bentiu, and that's supposed where the water is going to flow. But that's the place where the bridge has blocked the flow. So you look into that is the bridge that I'm talking about. The bridge is low. This picture is a 10-year-old picture. I was there, but the pictures I took were different that I will show later. So this bridge, there is nothing is passing underneath. And when you look into this picture, this is the picture that I took. At the left side is the upstream of the river. All the way to Barghazal, you see the river is blocked in that manner. And the right hand side, that is where the water is supposed to flow. That is toward Lake No. So you can see now it is very clear there is no that aquatic plant that has passed underneath this bridge. So looking into the satellite imagery, I will show you the live imagery. Why is it not showing? No. Oh, there's nothing. It is supposed to cover, right? I don't know why the computer is acting this time, but this was the only computer that we used since morning. Lidano come. It is from there, yes. No, this is the map. Yeah. Yeah. No, it is there. I'm seeing it here. It might be somewhere in the. No, I want to project it.
No, I know release. What is the name of your presentation? Can you release it?
It is there.
Release of the file. What is the name?
It is a public consultation. If you put this one, if Anyway, there is something with the satellite imagery. I can see it in my computer, but it is not projecting. So, no, this is in the presentation, but there is the real one that we are supposed to zoom in and zoom out. The one that I presented yesterday. So let's move it. If it works later, then it is okay. So the bridge is the one that is blocking the water, and you can see in these pictures all the water is just going all over. There is no flow of the water, and I would have liked if the picture was showing so that we see in the river from Wankai to Lake No, so that we see all the aquatic plants are not moving. So they are asking me to try again. Data is, yeah, you see it is playing. So I don't know. Okay, let me continue with the PowerPoint while this thing is not playing. So here, so the importance of the EIA are indicated in the above slide. So, okay, you are probably... Okay. I don't know. So you move to the 8th slide if you are the one controlling it. Move again. Yes, I'm going to talk about this one. The importance of the EIA before the project implementation stage. So EIA, it is the process that makes sure that the environmental issues are raised when the project or plan is first discussed, and that's the consent are addressed as project gain momentum through to the implementation stage. So the EIA is supposed to be the first thing in, before the project started, and the EIA come with the recommendations. Like in the case of the bridge that I was talking about, if there was a case of EIA, then the bridge would have been redesigned so that the bridge is made high, so that the steamers can pass under it, and also the aquatic plant can pass under that bridge. So this is the importance of EIA. EIA has to recommend what needs to be done. And if there is a need for studies, the EIA also recommends studies. EIA also can suggest change which alter the economic viability of the projects. So if there is if the original design did not put a certain aspect, then the EIA would recommend, and then it can also add some economic costs. So the EIA caused a delay in project implementation. If you do not do your EIA properly, then the project implementation will be delayed, just because the approval also will be delayed. Next. Here, I am going to show you the flow of the EIA. And this is what is supposed to be done. I'm glad that the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Water is here today. Yesterday when I spoke about this, is that the EIA is supposed to be triggered by the proponent, which in this case is the Ministry of Water and Irrigation. So what they are supposed to do is to write a project brief and then put all the specification of what they want to do and then submit it to the Ministry of Environment. The Ministry of Environment will go and do the screening, and that screening will be done in consultation with the public. The screening will actually determine whether there will be EIA or there is no EIA. If there is no EIA, then the approval will be done. But if there is an EIA, then scoping will be done by the Ministry of Environment. In this case, they will determine the distance of what needs to be done. In Bentiu, if you might have read in the press release from the Ministry of Water Resources, they said they are going to dredge. Just give it because it is there. It is distorted. I'm sorry, that map is not going to show, but that was a good thing that we're all going to see. So the ministry said that they were going to dredge between Bentiu and Lake No, that is 30 kilometers. But looking into that satellite imagery, is that there is also a need for a clearing between the bridge to Wankai, because there is a block of aquatic plant all over. So these are the things that the Ministry of Environment will do to determine the scope of what needs to be done. But if you determine and you say, and this is why we are curious about this project, if they say it's only 30 kilometers that they want to dredge, and leaving the big chunk of land that is also blocked by the same aquatic plant, then it means they were going to scoop the soil and then make sure they deepen the channel so that the water will go all the way. And when you deepen the channel and you have no studies, what you are simply doing is that you are transferring the flooding from Bentiu to Malakal, because the water will flow, because if you deep the channel, the water will flow. They will go and meet with the water of White Nile, and then they go ahead, meet with the waters of Sobat River, and then they will merge to Malakal, and then Malakal will be under floods. That means next year we are going to come here again and talk about the flooding in Malakal. So these are the reason why we have to do the EIA, so that we know the amount of water we are releasing. And also, if you are dredging and you release more water from the Barghazal basin, it also means you are drying up the wetland in Barghazal, which is Barghazal basin. And drying that wetland, it means the pastures will be in short, the water will be in short. You are also transferring a conflict to upstream. These are the reason why EIA is very important in this case. EIA, the aim of it is that the EIA modify, let me reach mine here. Yes, so the EIA modify and improve the design. So whenever there is any technical issue, the EIA with the other feasibility study will modify, and then the design will be improved. It ensures that efficient resources are used. And the EIA also enhance social aspect, that the EIA process is not done by the ministry alone. So it has to actually involve all the participant, the community. It means here people from Juba and also people in the field will join, and then the EIA is discussed. EIA also it identifies key impact and the measures for the mitigation. Okay, EIA also it informs the decision making and the condition setting. In this case, that's why the president has it that we are going to do studies so that we are informed. The president will later come and then authorize what is done and what the EIA said. So I don't want to take long time here, because Niall is going to give example. I am going to jump to the conclusion, and the conclusion is, go to the end. Yes, the conclusion is the feasibility study for the project of the dredging of Nam River must meet the following criteria. It must meet international standard, and it must be multinational in expert composition. It must be well funded, otherwise if it is not well funded, then you are not going to get anything. For the case of scoping, there is no a boat that can pass in that river. So the Ministry of Environment is going to use remote sensing. So that requires money. The EIA also has to be independent and impartial. So it doesn't need the proponent to come in and then join and try to manipulate the process. It must be comprehensive and evidence-based. So it is a scientific tool. And the EIA, this feasibility study is going to actually cover many aspects. It has to have environmental impact assessment, which is the one I'm talking about now, the social impact assessment, economic impact assessment, peace and conflict impact assessment, the livelihood impact assessment, health impact assessment. So these are the main components that need to be in the feasibility studies as we go forward. And that's the end of my presentation. So I will try to play the map again. If it's come, then I will demonstrate. If it doesn't, we'll leave it for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Young. Without wasting much time, I think I'll invite an environmentalist to just supplement. So it'll be 5 minutes. Nial Tid Mamer from the SAD Institute.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of Parliament from both houses. I respect the protocol. I don't have time to observe the protocol one by one. I have been asked to supplement what my colleague Yong Kwai Korwell has just presented to you. He has done an excellent job. It's very unfortunate that he has not been able to present to you, a visual, overview of the Baragazal River, because you could have seen exactly what is happening with that river. Anyway, let me begin by saying that ESIA is very important. It's an important tool. This is the tool that you use to achieve sustainable development. And I usually like to compare, if you don't do an ESIA before implementing a project, it is like you are driving at night without a headlight. And you know what will happen? You can crash anytime. And by the way, there are so many projects here in South Sudan which have been carried out without environmental and social impact assessment. And they have catastrophically crashed. We know the case of oil development, and we know what has happened in there. We know the road projects, and I have been asked earlier that I should give the example of the Juba-Rumbek road, and you know that road in May 2020, that road was wiped out by a single rainfall. And the reason basically is that there was no proper environmental and social impact assessment in the way it has been explained by Young and also earlier by Professor Taj. I was asked because I was lucky enough or privileged to be on that committee that was appointed by the minister to investigate what happened. And so what happened is that there was no proper ESIA. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry was not involved because this is the ministry that had the technical capacity to actually be able to screen and scope and do the assessment. And so what happened is that the Chinese just did a desk review. So they ignore very important streams. For example, in Luri Basin, we know the Luri, but there are other basins. So I remember this year, His Excellency the President opened 2 bridges in the west of Juba here. There was Kubura Bobo. I think you remember Kubura Bobo, right? What is the name of the river on which Kubura Bobo is built? I don't know if anyone can tell me. But that river, that stream on which Kubura Bobo is, was ignored by the Chinese. And that stream is called Yokupo. I know this because I was part of the team that went on the ground and assessed. That stream starts west of Jebel Kujur, and it was underestimated. So that stream, before you go to Kurajek village there, after Bilpam, that stream has a bridge there. There is a bridge over there, if you have ever been there. But you know what the Chinese did is that they avoided that old alignment, because that old alignment was done for a purpose, because it passes through a well-drained territory. But then the new alignment was switched to the northeast into the wetlands. And instead of putting another bridge like it was done with the previous alignment, they only put 1.5 diameter, 1.5 culvert in diameter. And that means that that culvert could not convey the water, the amount of water that was coming upstream. So the water built up and it overtopped the road and washed it away. On the other side of Luri Bridge, what happened also is that another small stream was also ignored. It's a stream called Giro. It's actually a few meters away from the main Luri River. There was no major culvert put there, so it was overtopped. And this is where the trial section of tarmac was actually made. So you can see the importance of ESIA, and that's why I compare it with driving at night without a headlight, because that project seriously crashed, and I know everybody was worried. It was on the headline. It crashed because it has environmental consequences. It also has economic consequences. It also has delayed, because by now we should have actually been toward completing that project. But that project was slowed down because the ESIA was not done, and it was not done in a proper way. So I'm calling upon you now to give the Ministry of Environment and Forestry the full mandate for every project. It should be first be screened by the Ministry of Environment first. If we want to achieve sustainable development, let us do that. Honorable members, you know that the Ministry of Environment does not have a full law since 2007. I know that's when the process for the bill started. Up to now, that bill has not been passed. And the ESIA actually is sanctioned by the law. In that bill, the ESIA process is there from step 1 up to the end. But there is no full mandate. And so we call for this. If we really want to be serious with development, we need to actually to give priority to this particular law, giving the ministry the full mandate, making sure that all institutions are given their roles. Like the role of the Ministry of Environment is like the role of shepherd. The shepherd is the one that protects the cow. I know most of us are pastoralists. If you release the cattle into the forest without a shepherd or without somebody to herd them, they will be eaten by hyena or something like that. So if you allow a project without ESIA, the resources will not be protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Niall, for being very concise and to the point. Now we come towards the final presentation. And this is to reiterate the importance of investing in research. And so I'd like to invite Dr. Agustino Tingmayai to give us a short presentation just to highlight that fact. August, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Aye. Honorable members from both houses, members of the executive, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm called here today to basically highlight the importance of science and evidence in policy making. And I come here as a result of the fact that this setting, this very setting, is a product of deficiency between the two. Had we thought enough of the consequences of a particular policy such as what has been discussed in the last few days, and gave resources to understand what the implications would be, we would not be sitting here. And so I come as not an expert on waters, not on environment, not on engineering, and anything technical with respect to the discussion, but more on the importance of using science to advance a policy. And so this commentary highlights two important things. One is why think tanks are created in the world. What do they do and how? And I'll limit my comments to what they do. And then the last thing is demonstrate using the Third Institute's activities what a think tank does in the context such as South Sudan, especially in the development context. And I'll begin by saying the Third Institute, to those who do not know it, the Third Institute is named after the Third, which we are discussing today. And there are two fundamental reasons for that. Reason number one is that the Third is our shield, is our protector. And it has protected us from time immemorial to today. And so our research is to protect the interest of South Sudan. Development, security, you name it. Number two is that the Third is our pride. Right? It's highly recognized world over. And so we wanted to take that pride and have it in the name of the Institute. Think tanks are mostly in business of generating ideas to basically propel change. And in propelling change, you have to build networks. Think tanks generate evidence, generate science, which is used to inform something like this. And so the purpose of a think tank is to serve as a catalyst for ideas which then drive action. So the dredging exercise would be an action, but then saving lives is the idea behind it. And so therefore, what you do in this respect is to generate evidence on the benefits and consequences that are negative with respect to the policy undertaking. So let me demonstrate this, since I have a very short period of time. So in the context of policy making and the role of science, I'll look at security and peace in South Sudan. As we all know, we emerged from Sudan after having undertaken a long war. And that long war resulted in the creation of South Sudan. But we have remnants of consequences of the war. And over the years, we have experienced these consequences. And so the Institute has focused on reforms and stabilization of the country. And one of the things that we have looked at is how much money, policy-wise, is invested in security as part of a stabilization agenda. And we have illustrated by writing articles and hosting events such as this to different policymakers and support mechanisms such as the international community. We have also looked at what it means when you invest in the security in terms of returns. And the evidence shows clearly that we have not done well with the investment we're making. And I will give you an example based on our research. A single % increase in security sector spending increases fatalities by 60 people. And I want you to hear this because you are the one approving our budget to different sectors, public sectors. And clearly we're seeing that more investment we put in different sectors may need to be analyzed so that we understand the returns. We're not seeing much there. Governance is an area. Service delivery is an indicator of governance. Have we done enough? As we have shown over the years, Juba spends more than 80% of what is allocated nationally. And where the people are, basically receives 16% of what is allocated. What does that really mean in terms of governance? Not enough is being realized. And you can look at the economy. The prices are going up on a regular basis. We have looked at foreign exchange. We have also looked at inflation and poverty, because there is an interplay there. And we have not seen enough in terms of progress. And then we have looked at the environment. Nialtin Mamir is a key researcher with respect to the Institute's endeavor on that. We have also looked at allocation of resources from oil. And as Nial might have shown in the last few days, we are allocating money to the oil producing states and communities, but we're not giving it to them. That's a fundamental problem. Now, let me conclude this. How is it exactly what we do is very important to what you do. In 2021, we received data from 2 oil companies. And our interest was to figure out, in terms of wages and employment, how South Sudanese benefit. Niall and I conducted that study, and we showed clearly that with respect to South Sudanese in the oil sector, in terms of employment, we are capping at close to 90% in terms of employees. But in terms of benefits, the foreigners make $29,000 on average a month versus $1,800 to a South Sudanese. And the good thing about this is that the Ministry of Petroleum picked it up and used it, which is an important policy action. We would want this house to use research institutions to basically advance policy by using evidence. Let me close. Sorry, Ding. First, in conclusion, let's imagine a fire alarm in your house. Or let's imagine a clinical diagnosis. When you get sick, you go to a doctor. What does a doctor do first? They will diagnose what it is that you're suffering from, right? Unless you already know beforehand what is affecting you. They would prescribe for you the medicine. Fire alarm, that's the same thing. If you don't install fire alarm, the fire comes and you are not allotted, right? If you're not allotted, most likely you're going to burn in the house. Evidence and policy are like that. That you can't really advance policy without having evidence on the table with respect to a particular issue you would like to explore. Now, in conclusion, policy and evidence have a symbiotic relationship. You can't do one without the other. And I would ask this setting to basically leverage knowledge on any issue that is put on the table, generate evidence, and then make a decision thereafter. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ting. The right honorable speakers and honorable members of parliament, our presentation come to a halt, but there was a very important picture, satellite picture of the Bentiu Rubicon Bridge that was interrupted. That one, 2 minutes, Young Kwai, please put it. 2 minutes. Time is not on our side. We move to the commentary by the honorables.
Thank you again for the time that you give me. I think my presentation was distracted by the picture. Otherwise, the flow was not the same. But nonetheless, there was a video yesterday that the Secretariat can still share, and you'll be able to see the clear flow. So what I'm going to show you here is the 3 points that you see here. This one is a Lekno, the one up there. The one in the middle is the Bentiu. And the one south, that is Wankai, and that's the confluence of Jur River with the Key River. So the bridge that I was talking about is here in Bentiu. Looking here is that this is the aquatic plant that I was talking about. You can see clearly there's nothing passing here under the bridge. This one is the bridge, and as you move toward Lake No, you can see a little clear of water. But if you have to move a little distant as you go toward Lake No, the aquatic wheat will start here, and you go all the way. You can see the Bargazal River is clear, and it is it is blocked, you will see the clear picture of where the water is passing all the way. Yeah. So don't show my picture again, concentrate on the map. Here you can see here the water is coming out from Lake No. This is the Lake No, and the water is not going toward the north, it is coming. So there is a backflow because there is no inflow from the Barkazal River. So the flooding around this area that's coming toward Bentiu is the backflow because the river is silted. It is blocked by the aquatic weed. And this is the distance that was proposed by the ministry that they are going to dredge from here to the point here. That is 30 kilometers. So they left this location that I was talking about. When you leave from Bentiu and you go south to where the confluence of the river is, this one is the river Jur coming from Wajuk, and this is the Bargazal, the Baralarab, which is the Kir River. Here you live in this a little distance here in Wankai, and the river is started to be blocked. So the aquatic plant here also are the one living there. So if you are going to do the things, which we believe there is a project that can be done here, is the clearing of aquatic plant. Yeah? Okay. So this is the clearing of aquatic plant that can be done here, because the water is still remain deep. If there is aquatic plant that is living on the water, then there is no siltation down there. So if you leave, if you clear the aquatic weed, then the water will start moving. So this is the map that I wanted to show, but refused initially. So I know I've shown the bridge already. The bridge is okay. So what happened here is that there is nothing passing underneath the bridge here. Okay, you see all the aquatic plants are the one here. So the bridge is this is the one that blocked the water, and the standard still of the aquatic plant in all the direction was caused by this bridge thing. So that's the point I wanted to make, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, you have seen, and one again, this brings to an end the presentation part. We are mindful of the time, the organizing committee, of your time. You have sacrificed enough of your time for today, and we appreciate that. A lot of members have left, but dedicated, keen members will talk from an informed position, I'm sure, when it comes to your area there in the parliament, of what you have heard and have seen here today. So I would quickly, in order to open the commentary, we don't mind even if we go to at 7 on our part, but we are conscious on your part. So we are happy to let you go early. But if you are keen to do commentary, we are opening it up. I'll call the Honorable Chief Whip, Rabesha Joshua Okwachi, to have her comment, and then we'll get few others. We are going by your tune after this boundary. You are welcome, Honorable.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. There is no favoritism. I've been raising my hand earlier before lunch, so that's why they are asking me to come. So it is my right. Let me have the protocol observed, because time is not on our side, and give my appreciation to the experts, but also the experts. I would like to give the first appreciation to His Excellency the President, Salva-Kiir Mayardit, a president who's been very mindful about what happens in the lives of the people, and therefore commissioning this activity is very important for us to consult. The questions I had in the morning have been answered as we went, and I'm happy about that, because we wanted clarity. We wanted clarity on dredging, on clearing, and then isolating the issue of the canal, Jungule Canal separately, so that we don't get confused. So this one was answered. I'm very happy. I have two quick questions and then a very quick comment. I'll be fast. One is that when we talk about the feasibility study, which I personally support, is very important for any project. Feasibility study is very important. So I don't want to lengthen that. I'm for it. But what I want to ask is that in the meantime, we're suffering. And I know Adeng Majok talked a lot about the human effect on human beings. But then there was also some proposals, if I got them right, issue like relocation of the population, the building of the dikes. So I still come back to remind us and to say, we don't know how much time the feasibility study will take. And therefore, the human beings with the flooding will continue to suffer. And also, do we think it will be an easy process to relocate the population who are very much connected with their lands and their ancestors and their heritage? So I would want us at least to look at the short term, the medium term, while we agree and accept the feasibility study and all the environmental impact assessment and the rest. This is one clarity which needs to come out very clearly for our people. The second one is about other areas. I was in Malakal a week ago, and some of you might have seen me on the media when I visited a place just south of Malakal, Du area. That area has been blocked also. It's the Lol River. Just it's on the White Nile, but Lol is a small stream or branch on the other side of the river, the western part. That population is completely cut off because from Alel, where even the camp of the army is, it's completely blocked by the aquatic weeds. And that, according to the population, is from last year. So they have a year plus where they cannot navigate, they cannot move. Even the small canoes, the local ones, it's from one side to the other side, completely blocked. And it takes a chunk of area where the people cannot even, it affects their livelihood because they cannot sell their tomatoes, their watermelons and everything. So the livelihood is completely affected. And it was following their cry. That is why some of us managed to go there and see what's happening. So the question will be, while we are doing the feasibility study, and while also we are focusing on some of the areas that have appeared on the issue of dredging, there could be some spots along our other rivers where the population is affected. Can we draw attention to that as you make your recommendation? What happens to the other areas which don't fall under the area of Bentiu or Unity State, the one in the subject now? And they could be in spotted places. So I would want to draw attention to that and see, as we do studies, we also look at the people who are completely cut off, including even reaching getting the services. So this is the clarity I wanted to make. Otherwise, I'm happy about the issue of the budget. It's very important. The feasibility study and all the studies we need money. Money is going to be long and it will go forever, and the people will continue suffering, let alone those who are under floods. The media is very important from now onwards, because now we are speaking here as learned, as institutions, as intellectuals and academics. But outside there, I don't know which kind of preparation has been put in place so that when we go out of here, after the days are finished, 15 days, there are people without radio, television. They don't know what we are talking about. So there must be some strategy of how to keep them informed so that they also don't feel outside there that we are cooking things inside here. For the parliament, of course, we have listened very carefully, and I believe our presence here is not really to argue is to listen to the knowledge from the academics and from the experts. So we have listened, and I believe the questions will be for clarity. We have also heard about the gaps that was mentioned by you, the experts, the gaps which are there in the Constitution. Madam Salwa talked about that in the Constitution, and the RRCs, about the White Nile water and all our waters. So this one we have heard it, and then we also encourage that by the time it's possible, the report comes to us, because the Parliament also needs its own sitting. This one I believe is a general sitting for all of us. But for us as parliamentarians, we need our own environment where we will follow our procedures, for us also to discuss in a better environment. When I'm closing, I just want to encourage our colleagues, the MPs. I know I'm not speaking as a chief whip, this is not a sitting, but I just want to encourage us that if you have clarity, ask your question as a knowledgeable person, and then we are not to be emotional. We want to exchange information. We want to hear from the expert. This is their time to give us information, and then we will go and digest it and see what we discuss when we are in our setting. So please, when you are given a chance, just ask your question or clarity, so that then we go out with very good knowledge from our colleagues. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Honorable. To do justice for all, we will take from this all on. We started there, but we will come to you. Now, the two of you have stand, but I don't know who will. Just take the mic there to them. Take the mic, please. Ladies first. Ladies, it's between you.
Ladies first. Protocol is observed. First of all, I would like to appreciate our international and national experts who brief out. Actually, we got good education from the lectures. In fact, we got the bigger picture about our Nile. But the same question which we need to throw to you as our expert is that the immediate solution to the problem of flooding, and how, and because flooding is affecting people as well as properties. At the same time, we don't want our water to go. So you look into that. What will be an immediate solution to this problem, as it was explained before by environmentalists? All of us, we are for dredging or cleaning our rivers, but should be done in accordance to our terms, the way we want them. Our nationals are the one to lead this, and they are the one to inform us. Because the idea of bringing people from nowhere, for me, is not working. Since we have our own son, our own daughters, our blood, and they know this area, they should be the one informing us. And they should be the one ordering which machine to be used in dredging, which machines are to be used in clearing our rivers. Because all the rivers we have are silted, are blocked. In my area, Tony, my river itself is completely blocked. When I was small, there are places where we do not cross, but now they are being crossed easily by other children. There is no river. River is dead. Your river is completely finished. If you go there, you see the sand is up, is completely silted. Mashira Ashol, which used before, you might have heard in the history, Babur used to come there. There is no Babur coming again. It's completely dead. Our torch, all these communities living along the torch, we call it torch. You call it sad, but we call it torch. Water is not there anymore, and that is why there are a lot of problems. Communal violence is also triggered by this question of water, because water is not coming and water is not running. So you, our children, our brothers, all our sons, you, our blood, it is a task. And we need an immediate action to be taken. This momentum should not be slowed down again. Should go on like this, is speedy. Your resolution will be taken to the executive, and the executive will bring them to us, and then we pass it. So we are happy. We want an immediate solution to the flood which is affecting the population in Panjak, in Bantiu, in Jungle, and even in part of Warab, and even in Awil. The difference is the degree. But it is affecting all of us, and thank you. 1 minute.
Let us be very quick, honorable members, because we will have a summary of what was captured in today's discussion. So 1 minute, quick question, please.
Yeah, أنا بحيي الحضور الكرام بمختلف المقامات الثانية. مساء الخير. أنا اسمي تريجا جابريل غاركوس يونيتي ستيت روكانا كاونتي. I think طبعا البرنامج بتاع الليلة برنامج جميل. أننا جينا عرفنا كيفية إنه المواطن بيتضرر من شنو. أننا صوت الرأي العام البرة بيسألونا إنه أنتوا كممثلين الشعب عارفين إنه في فيضانات وفي موضوع بتاع الحفر. أنتوا رأيكم شنو؟ أنتوا كممثليننا. طبعا أننا قبل ما إنه نعرف زي الليلة عرفنا ما فيها الكفاية، لكن ده نعرف هل انتوا المبؤوسين ولا الدكاترة المشيتوا على عرض الواقع زي برادة يان المشى بانتيو عرف انه بانتيو بقى فيه مشكلة الانسداد اللي كان قاعد ده فيستحسن انه يفتحوا الطرق عشان انه المياه تمشي، لأن المياه الراكدة حتى لو انه ما موضوع بتاع المياه الكتير بتتوالد العشرات مثل البعوض بيجيب مرض للناس. الدبائب بيكونوا في مويه بيعوقوا ناس. دي الحاجات المفروض اننا نعرفها. طبعا الرأي العام انه اننا كلنا كأنحاء جنوب السودان متأثرين، ما في اتجاه انه يقول انه انا براء، لكن في حتات متضررة اننا يعود نعرف انه 200 نلحق الناس ديل. هسه بانتي وده لو الكبر الجبال فتحوا لقيتوا شفتوا ده، لو فتحت المياه اللي بتكون كتير بترجع على النهر، لكن ما عشان انه في ايشو وراء حاجه ده نو حاجه ده انه عشان انه المواطن البسيط يلقى اكل بتاعه. هسه ناس بانتيو ما فهم ولا حطب، ناس ما بيطبخوا لانه الحته كلها مويه، لكن يا حبذا ما دام انتوا عرفتوا ده حاجة جميل، لأنه تجوز لا الجزع من جنوب السودان وأي متضرر لمواطن بتاعنا كلنا عندنا حمية إنه لازم نتكاتف نقولوا رأي واحد. وشكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much. I want to reiterate this. We are only left with 3 questions because our expert will have 5 minutes to respond, and then we will have the summary. I know time not on our side. Please give it to the young honorable behind there. And then we'll go. We also balance the age. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Christine Naboy Peter, a member of parliament. My contribution, a lot has been said, but I want to add one on the regional relationship or international relationship. I know a lot has been spoken through emotions. We say a lot of names in the media, but the truth is, the reality will always come to pass. We have seen our rivers, bes kerana at hajatani besit, barabal besit. I think mushkil algas ilanna kulu lack of communication or lack of knowledge, which is clear today. Shukran ketir the researchers. But again, we should not look at the researcher should not take this one also as a project, because people are suffering, as the chief whip said. We need a possible solution, something that will happen very fast to help our people. Ana mafizol birudu moyo joabeto ya jama. Moyo kan mala fi joabeta ke motoro kan nezil, lazim tabifeti isteriga, alta bifadi momo de fijua hata eta binu murtaha. Sababa al river ze dry dele anu, mahal mala maromla, bahar mala kulu maromla, mahajat alwasako shunu. Asambine difu, doesn't mean galimo de der lizu, de tijata masir, walele masrin. Karana fahim kana kutu nefsa tanna, fi shoes tanasal asata baninde, أنا عارفة أن كتير جونسوا بيوتنا في جوبا ومحل الدراي، لكن لو كان كله جيجاني في جوامو أن كله تبانين ما موية المافي ما محل المليان موية ما في زول بديلي بروسيس دي اليوم تاليلا. شكرا.
شكرا honorable. أنا ما أعرف يا كل الدنيا بقوم كله أنا ما أعرف نعمل شنو honorable members كده. Give it to the last one there. We then go for the answers. Yes. We don't have time, and the time is in your interest. I'm sorry. All this information will be supplied to you. Your answers are answered, and it will be made available. All the literature. Please bear with us.
أنا بتكلم بعربي وداير أقول أنا اسمي ستيفن لوال أو هونوربل ستيفن لوال نار، عضو اللجنة العلاقات الخارجية بالبرلمان القومي. في البداية أشكر بالبروتوكول يعني بدون فرز، لكن أنا داير أخش في الموضوع لأنه الموضوع حيوي للغاية ويخص الأمن القومي. لما نيجي نتكلم عن مياه النيل فأنا قاعد أقول إنه خلاص نحن دخلنا في المواجهة، لأنه لحد 2050 هيكون المويه ده ما هيكون في صراع اسمه صراع المياه. ففي سؤال لأنه أندر سكرتري موجود بتاع وزارة الري والموارد المائية، لو أنا سألته لأنه في اتفاقية بتاع 2010 مبادرة بتاع انتبه، المبادرة ده بيتكلم عن نسبة بتاعت مياه النيل أو توزيع مياه العادل بالنسبة لدول بتاع حوض النيل. وبرضه في اتفاقية قديم وتاريخي بتاعت 59 و 29. الاتفاقية لجنوب السودان موقفه ما معلن فيه. لما نرجع لاتفاقية بتاعت أو مبادرة بتاعت انتبه بنلقى إنه بطريقة غير مباشر جنوب السودان عنده موقف، لكن في كلام اتذكر قبالك من قبل أندر سكرتري بيقول إنه المبادرة ده وقع فوق عدد من الدول، وكان من المفترض إنه الاتفاقية اللي كان وقعوه ده جنوب السودان وقع فوقه، لكن عشان الاتفاقية ده يبقى اتفاقية دولية كان مفروض من 10 دول من دول حوض النيل اللي هو يمتنع منه. هو لأهمية الموضوع بياخد إذن بس منك أقل من دقيقة. الجنوب السودان وقع لكن ما يعتمد كده كلام صحيح. السؤال بتاعي ليه ما قدموه للبرلمان من أجل اعتماد هذه الاتفاقية، لأنه بيضمن حق جنوب السودان في إنه يستفيد من موارد الدولة المائية. ده اثنين، ده واحد. اثنين، أنا بطالب أو بقترح إنه مسألة بتاعت مياه النيل ده يوسعوه من قبل خبراء وطنيين، نستفيد برضو من الخبراء اللي كانوا عندهم دور تاريخي في الحتة ده. ده واحد. اثنين، وده الأخير، ملف بتاع مياه النيل ده أنا قاعد أطالب إنه يتم إحالته كله للأمن القومي يكون مسؤول منه، وده نقطة مهم، لأنه لما نيجي نتكلم عن مياه النيل ما نرجع نتكلم عن الأمن القومي بتاع جنوب السودان. أخيرا أنا بشكر فخامة رئيس الجمهورية في قرار بتاعه إنه الناس كلهم يقيفوا والناس يرجعوا للشعب ويرجعوا للدراسات من أجل تنفيذ كافة المشاريع اللي بتحمي جنوب السودان. وشكرا.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا جزيلا. I really sincerely apologize. It has to be time factor. السلوى بسمة classical Arabic. She will answer على سالوب العربي داك. Then my colleague with the Jajamar we don't know Arabic much. You can try also. Only 2 of them will answer the question. The rest you will find in the literature, please. I apologize here, dear honorable members, with all due respect. The time is in our interest. Thank you. Bring back the mic, please. You had time in the morning, please. We will come back to you. Let them answer, please. Please, bear with us. Yeah.
السلام عليكم. إخوة البرلمانيين المحترمين والمحترمات. And this is what I like objectivity. نحن بنحب نكون إيجابيين. I have listened from Honorable Rebecca to Honorable Shagor to Honorable the lady who was talking in Arabic next. And I think you are asking what could be done in the immediate term, in short term, and what could be done in medium and long term. My submission is this. After we have listened to the Minister of Environment and Minister of Water and the experts, Nial and Young, who deal with the feasibility studies, and Tajir Kazim, I have even learned something very quickly which I did not know before. We need to reword the project to get it to the original way it was worded in the MOU. We must embark on a project for clearance and cleaning of aquatic weeds that has blocked the channel. نبدأ بتطهير بتاع المجرى بتاع بارغزال من الكبري لحد وانكاي. The way I have heard it, the environmentalists, they say there are certain projects you subject them to something called scoping, and in the scoping what they do, there are projects which do not move to feasibility studies, and I believe and I am confident وانا واثق ومتأكد لو وجزنا المشروع يكون مشروع بتاع تطهير مجرى بتاع نهر بارغزال من الكوبري لهادي وانكاي. I believe المشروع ده ممكن يعملون هذا water resources with their partner Egypt. Egypt is still a partner, and then they submitted to Ministry of Environment, and I believe at the scoping stage it may not need, if you are taking water hyacinth, if you are cutting the papyrus, if you are moving this one cannot go to the feasibility study. Now linked to this is the type of machine to be used in the clearance and cleaning of aquatic weeds. What type of machine to cut it and bag it? We should call this one phase 1. الهو phase بالعربي رامني المرحلة الأولى. شكرا. Yes. Yes. Let that complete. المرحلة الأولى. المرحلة الثانية is إذا تم التطهير بتاع المجرى بتاع النيل ولقوا في كيمان بتاع الرواسب ده معناه دير كاتين دير حفر ودير كاتين ده يعملوا فيز 2 وانا متأكد ده بيحتاج feasibility studies لأنه it is going to interfere with the river bed. So they wada haja nagina winu ma salwa وبتريق نفهمنا من البيئيين الناس المسؤولين بالبيئة يعني ممكن يكون طريقة نحن بمشيبوه وكان ما إننا جروج honorable Rebecca, we need to discuss this one with whoever is helping you on this.
Thank you. I don't know if time allows us to respond to this. You have seen the house is almost empty. Everybody is going. I can give Salwa 2 minutes to respond. There are questions that were directly.
From morning.
From morning, please 2 minutes, Honorable. Time is not on our side. And we are only left with a handful here. So
somebody called Remijo Lasso Peters. Is he in? If he is not in, I am not answering. Honorable Joshua Daudi, is he in?
I don't think that
then I pass.
Okay, thank you. Then Majuk, please take 2 minutes, respond, and we are closing.
You want me to add to it?
Yes.
Okay, can I just elaborate what he's saying? For all the observations we made regarding our worry on the immediate, what happens to the people who are now underwater. And because there is these directives on the visibility studies, the Ministry of Environment will look at it in a broader, beneficial policy point of view. And I think if we now try to explain it to the President and the President office, they may accept to approach it in phases. Because if you followed the satellite pictures, this is just an impossible condition. So if we do the first phase by removing these huge aquatic weeds, then maybe some water can run to the main river course. If it doesn't, then the Ministry of Environment will have to move, but they are not going to stop. If, for example, they themselves are persuaded to do it in phases, while we are doing phase 1, they are already working on phase 2 on the dredging of the river channels. I think with this approach we would have helped, and most likely most people who are very sensitive about the issue of dredging and clearing may come together. Because even now with dredging, even with the machine sitting there, there is no general consensus that we dredge the river. Let us do the first things first. Let us clear and clean. And if it doesn't achieve what we want for the people, by then the Ministry of Environment would have moved into the process, because it is a process. Visibility studies is not a decision or an order to come out of the environment. There are processes that has to be followed and procedures. If I made myself clear, I think this will now stay with the Secretariat, and there will be more broader consultations between environment, the water, and the rest of the ministries that are involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. You will get the rest in the literature, as I said. Deng Majuk, 2 minutes, please. If 1 minute, I will appreciate. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening again. I would say that the members of Parliament have been tremendously patient. There's no specific question that I'm responding to, but a conclusion is that many parties are going to play a role as to what needs to be done in terms of the speed of the move. The Parliament included as one of the parties, the Ministry of Environment, that of Water, the Presidency, and then the experts involved in this. So after our day tomorrow, Touch and I may have the opportunity to travel to some of the places and also meeting some of the affected population. And after 10 more days or so, and when we have had the opportunity to travel and check out these places, we will write our own report. And the report will be presented to the Presidency. That is also part of what we are hoping to speed things up. But it comes down to leadership and governance. And that leadership and governance is with the Parliament, the Executive. So when the report is submitted, which will be perhaps in the next 2 weeks, then it will be up to this body and also the President to see how they can move quickly. That involve the budgeted issues. And so it's all of us involved, actually. So it has been a pleasure interacting with all of you, and we wish you all the best as you represent our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deng Majung Chol. Dear honorable members, we are here closing here, but to give you a snapshot of what may inform the decision or the report, I will call our rapporteur team to quickly just run through. They are not going to explain the point, but it will give you an idea what has been explained in the last 4 days. Please move forward as I emphasize this point. Then give a quick summary so that they give you an idea what they have captured, and then just to have a snapshot. Agong Mayang Riak.
Thank you, moderator, the Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Speakers, Members of Parliament, experts, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to run you through what has been discussed since morning. Since morning, we looked at 6 main topics, and we started with an overview that was of the SAT wetlands and White Nile basins that was presented by Dr. Taj Al-Kazin, and there were 3 main highlights on that presentation. One is that there are 3 main basins of the White Nile in South Sudan: Bahr el-Jebel, Bahr el-Ghazal, and Sobat, and with their various ecosystems. The other point was that the 1929 agreement gave the chunk of the Nile waters to Egypt, 48 billion cubic meters, and Sudan 4 billion cubic meters, leaving the vast of the Nile Basin countries out. The other point on this presentation was that the Bahr el-Ghazal basin, with all its tributaries, belongs to South Sudan, 100%. Now, the second presentation was on water governance, legal framework regime of the White Nile by Dr. Salwa Berberi, and there were 3 main points that I captured here. That there are 4 main sources of water: the surface, the transboundary, groundwater, and rainwater. Legal frameworks, Dr. Berberi went through international treaties, conventions, regional agreements, and national laws, including Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, and the principles and rules governing the transboundary waterways. I'm not going to go into that. The last on this presentation was that the relevant national laws of South Sudan, the transitional constitution of South Sudan, and the RXs do not really capture much on the aspect of water management and development. The White Nile has been flowing its course for decades without management and control, and it's concluded that the status quo is not sustainable. The third presentation was on the SAT, climate change and its variabilities, by Deng Majuk, and he has a part B of the presentation, which was the SAT ecosystems, affected people, socio-economic value, and water resource management. And the key highlights of that presentation was that climate change is a global phenomenon, it's not exceptional to South Sudan, and therefore we must be dynamic in finding appropriate and sustainable ways in responding to its variabilities, whether it's flood, drought, any other form of variability. Now, the fourth presentation was from Dr. John Leju, which was on the basic concepts of dredging, and the key highlight of that presentation was dredging is a removal of sediments and other unwanted materials that have settled in the middle of the river with the sole aim of safeguarding and protecting the river in a sustainable manner. Now, the fifth presentation was on different aspects of water resources utilization and control, and that was presented by Honorable Isaac Liabwil with commentary from Honorable Alier Oka, and then the emphasis on that presentation was effective prioritization of water utilization and control mechanism is essential. And then there was aspect of Jonglei Canal and proper studies if we have to resume the project. The last presentation was on the essential components of an inclusive and credible feasibility studies, which was, the main presenter was Professor Taj, and then was supported by Yong Kwai on the importance of environmental and social and environmental impact assessment. And the key highlight on that is that feasibility studies are critical to making impactful and sustainable policies that are like, and the analogy is that the feasibility studies are like the medical diagnosis. Before the doctor gives prescription, there has to be some level of diagnosis. Now, there were also recommendations, and I will just read through very quickly. One is that establish a parliamentary committee for water that will focus on the adoption of policies, strategies, action plans on the White Nile waters use, development, management, and control. The second recommendation, and these are specific to the parliament, the two houses. The second recommendation was that advocate for the establishment of the Nile National Water Commission. The third one was there is a need for a national record and archives on water resources. Parliament should deliberate and pass a relevant law on this. The fourth was the lawmakers should give Nile water development and management a special attention during the upcoming constitution-making process. Approve and adopt permanent constitutional provisions and national legislation on the use, development, management, and control of the White Nile waters, its tributaries, ecosystems, as well as the SAT region and ecosystems. The fifth was the Parliament should deliberate and pass the bill for the country to join the Nile Basin Initiative with ratification of the CFA. Six, commission scientific research on environmental and social assessments on the impact of the Jonglei Canal on the White Nile waters and ecosystems, the SAD region, affected population, also on the fisheries, livestock, birds, and wildlife. 7, good policies are unimplementable without adequate financial resources, and so there is a need for adequate national funding and budgeting for water resources development and management related initiatives. The last one is that in combating the current flood, particularly in Unity State, there is a need to find a way to reconstruct the bridge, the Rupkona Bridge, so that there is water passage as a short-term mitigation measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agok. Now we're coming to closing remark. I really appreciate the pair of you. We have seen a lot have gone. Just 1 minute each, up to the speaker now to be mindful of the sitting people for long. The Under Secretary of the Environment, African, please, just 1 minute of your passing comment about the day, and then we'll move to the next one. There are less than 3 speakers, don't worry.
Okay. The honorable speakers and all protocol observed. This is my 4th day today. We had 3 days with the public, and today we had it with you. And I would just like to underscore that the president has decided to freeze the dredging activities such that a feasibility study, environmental impact, or social impact studies are conducted. We know exactly that our people are suffering. And as the Minister of Environment, when we talk about screening and scoping, like now, it's very evident that the bridge that was constructed in 1996 without visibility studies has caused this problem. So what do we do? From the instructions of the president, the last consultation meeting will be with the cabinet tomorrow. And after that, we in the Ministry of Environment are going to invite all the relevant ministries, water resources, stakeholders to our ministry. And most importantly, we want to see the project proposal for the dredging and any activities that the Ministry of Water Resources has. Based on that, we will do our due diligence, we'll form a screening team of experts who will go to those areas, and when we do the screening, if we see that these are aquatic weeds that needs to be cleared, then there is a decision that can be made. But if there is anything more than that, then a full environmental and social impact assessment will be conducted. So we are not going to see to it that we make another mistake. We will not allow any activity to happen without being screened. One thing is, now we know the bridge is there. What are we going to do with that bridge? Because people say they want boats to come, but the bridge is just so low. That simply means when we destroy that bridge, how are people going to cross? So those are some of the questions that we'll try to do. And on the immediate effect, we have the Ministry of Humanitarian and Disaster Management. Emergencies are going to happen because of climate change. Floods and droughts are going to be frequent. So what are we going to do? The most important thing is for us to start getting adaptation and mitigation to these floods. When water is there, let's move to the high ground. And the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs plus the international community will come to the aid of these people, like what they are doing in Mangala. Unity State is no different. They need that kind of relief. While they are settling, then corrective measures will be done. So let's look into that aspect, and let's declare those areas emergency areas, such that the causes of all these emergencies, we can now go to the small island developing states, the seeds, Cook Island, Tuvalu, call it, all those islands there. They are all drowning because of the impacts of climate change. So it's not us alone that are in this. This is a phenomenon, a global phenomenon that will need strategies that we make sure that the livelihood of our people will be saved, but we have to treat it differently. State of an emergency, then we try to do the correction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable African. We move straight to our Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs International Cooperation, Honorable Deng Dao Deng de Malek. Are you coming?
Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. All protocol remain observed. I'm really very grateful that today is the third day, and the fourth day that we've been discussing about the importance of water resources in the Republic of South Sudan. This one puts the Minister of Water Resources in the spotlight, and it signifies the importance of water resources as a national security to the people of the Republic of South Sudan. I wish that these consultations can be done also for the other sectors, like the economy, the security, and agriculture and food security. A lot of things remain at stake, but for the time being, we have picked interest in the management of water resources. I'm very proud of that. It means that the activities which we have initiated are equally important to the people of the Republic of South Sudan, and they very much want to know what has to be done. Our researchers really spoke a lot, and I wish that they had given us all the information. One information I would like to share with you is that in 2018, UNOPS did a study which was financed by the government of Japan, and they found out that it's feasible to make the Nile and its tributaries navigable if we do something on the rivers by clearing the aquatic weeds and by dredging. This word dredging did not come before my time when I became the Undersecretary. No, it did not. It started a long time ago. That document is there. I hoped that the Minister of Environment and Forestry had looked at that document and said that information is not enough, we need to do extra work. It was based on that study which we felt that we need to do some work. We did not wake up from sleep out of the blue and said we want to do something. Normally when a study is done, then the government has to look for resources to implement those studies. Unfortunately, that study was not carried out and implemented under the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation. It was implemented through the Ministry of Transport, because UN Ops together with government of Japan felt that the cost of relief aid transportation by air was too expensive. They wanted to see the cheapest way of doing business. Having said that, I don't have any objection to have a study done. I will work very closely with the Minister of Environment and Forestry so that we conclude this study. The overarching element is that we don't want a doctor to diagnose himself. The Minister of Environment is supposed now to verify and vet the studies which were to be carried by the Minister of Water Resources and Irrigation, but this role has not been anchored in the Minister of Environment and Forestry. I don't have any objection to that one. To do the clearing of aquatic weeds up to Wankai, I really appreciate that one, because one of my fears is that if we start the dredging from Bentiu up to Lake No, the backflow of these waters will come and flood the whole of Bentiu and Ropkona completely. This is what I would like to show you. It's not that the water is going to go northwards, no. It might flow back and flood Bentiu. But if we relieve this pressure by clearing the aquatic weeds up to Wankai, Abiemnom, and even beyond, then should there be extra pressure coming from the south wetland, our communities shall be safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Honorable Deng Dao. With him, we only left with our speaker. So be patient. Those of you have been very patient, and God bless you for your long sitting.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. The leadership of the two houses, the members of parliament, our national experts, and I'm a member of parliament here also. I represent constituency number 11, which is SPLM. My constituency is underwater. 7,000 square kilometers. The entire that county is underwater. I've visited several times. I've seen Bentiu. I went to Bentiu in December, and I have enjoyed the presentation that has been made. I was here on two capacity as a member of parliament, and I was standing on behalf of Minister Marial, who have traveled for an urgent mission. So on his behalf, first and foremost, I would like to thank my colleagues, the members of parliament, for having really provided themselves the time and the keenness, the attentiveness that they have taken, the amount of listening that they have made this morning. The issue of dredging was a toxic and a divisive issue in our country. And we really want to congratulate our president for having listened to both sides. Now, the ball is on our court as a public for us to make a correct political decision. And this is one of it that we have had today. 2 years ago, I made a statement that South Sudan will build a dam. It caused a lot of problem across the world, to the north of our country here. When I said we'll build a dam, I was investigated by a lot of journalists, and which gave me a lot of time even to know how much water that comes from Lake Victoria. And that day, when I made that statement, I asked Alier Bulan that how much water do we have as South Sudan? And we were standing on the river Nile. He said, then we don't have water. I told him, what about this? He said, do you know, if there were people, you will ask only passport. But since there are no water, they just go. So these are not our water. This is why I said that time that we need to build a dam as a country. Right Honorable Speakers, South Sudan as a country have taken its sovereignty with this particular consultation. The agents of force that want to cause conflict, that being sponsored from outside, you have stopped it. And we are controlling ourselves as a country. I want to thank you. And therefore, on behalf of Dr. Barnaba Morial, I want to reaffirm the commitment of His Excellency the President, and particularly his political will, because there's always what we call political will. Do we have political will on this? I want to reaffirm His Excellency and the leadership of this country, the first Vice President, and all the Vice President are committed to implement the outcome of this consultation. Our people outside are waiting action. The knowledge that has been processed for the last 4 days need to be translated into action. And therefore, the budget, this consultation came on right time when the budget will now come. So can we now allocate budget to the Ministry of Environment, to the Ministry of Water Resources, so that they can undertake what knowledge that has been produced for the last 4 days and the days to come. With this, as already said by the Undersecretary, tomorrow there will be a cabinet also being given this knowledge, and as said by Deng, they will proceed to go and see practically what is happening in Bantiu, what is happening in Pangag, what is happening in places like Twitch and Duk. They will see it by themselves. And thereafter we'll be able to make a timetable, the short term and the long term. I have personally benefited from the presentation. And so if I'm asked outside, I will be quoting you that you have said this today as my sources of knowledge, because you have really gave us knowledge, and we as people of South Sudan, we are very proud of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deng Dao. The next speaker is Right Honorable Mary Ayana Majok, our Iron Lady. You are welcome. It's always passionate about our issue.
Thank you so much once again, Deng and Ai. Let the protocol remain observed. As the first Deputy Speaker of the Council of State and currently the Acting Speaker, picking up from what Honorable Deng Dao said, that he is, as Member of Parliament, he is a representative. I'm also representing an area that I consider to be also a stakeholder when we discussed issues to do with dredging or issues to do with water resources. I'm from Ruweng administrative area, and listening to the expert talking about Lake No, maybe many of us doesn't know when we talk about more than 30 kilometers passing through an area that is Ruweng. So Ruweng is very relevant to this discussion. And when my colleagues this morning, I was listening to them talking about the flood affected people from Jungule Redding Kettles, from Eastern Equatoria or some part of Central Equatoria. My colleague Mabil forgot that as I'm standing here, and the whole night of yesterday, a serious conflict is taking place between Ruweng and the IDPs from Bentiu. Many people died as I'm talking now. Last week, 11 people were killed in Biemnom, and in February, 36 people were killed in one night from our side, and the side of our brother more than 60. So these are numbers we cannot underestimate. These issues are very crucial. They are also very relevant in another third aspect. if there was time, I was going to read more than 15 water streams in the areas of Ruweng that are running into the Nile, or also are taking water from the Nile and feeding our areas, where also my people and I myself feel very worried when we talk about that dredging may drain the water sources around the river. And in this regard, we feel that it is always very important when our experts are calling for this impact assessment to be done before it, so we see and we are assured that this process will not affect those water sources. Number one, I feel like we need to do some justice by thanking the head of this initiative, the wetland, the Sud Wetland and the Wild Nile Resources Management Initiative, the initiative that was formed by His Excellency the President on the 10th of this month, and they are the one carrying this. Mr. Akucha, I want to thank you so much, and your team. I feel from the very morning we have not given you a token of appreciation. And the same also, I want to thank the team of experts for giving us these very comprehensive educative presentations. I think number one, South Sudan, as a sovereign country and nation, it should have her own clear policies for Nile. And I'm saying this because the recent debate and most of our concern is like we are influenced, exactly like Honorable Deng Dao said, there are external forces telling us. And we know other nations, for example, like Egypt, they have clear policy on water, Nile in particular. In Arabic, they say, "Lawla Nil ma kanat Masr." Without Nile, there's no Egypt. I think if we cultivate this, the same, bringing up a generation that value the Nile, that value the national resources, I think we can orient also the policies that we are making. This thing, I think as leaders, we need to take it seriously. And again, also, they have clear policy on water. I think most of us, and Honorable Isaac, you can agree with me. One of their presidents said, "Elimnana minan Nil, binashrab min damu." He who prevents us from water, we drink from his blood. It is just a very clear statement that they don't entertain anything to do with. And I think this is the intervention they are doing with this. But South Sudan, as the other 10 countries of the basin, are stakeholders. And if we were talking about the Sud Wetland as one of the international, as Ramsar site, then it is not only our decision, but I think it is a decision that we have even the international community that to decide how to be protected. So it should not be. Having saying this, I want to say that our executive, and we will, as parliamentarians, we will ensure that they are not rushing in making decisions that are not brought to the parliament, to the legislature. And we will make sure through the oversight that these major or minor projects are subject first, before it is commenced, to this environmental impact assessment. I'm happy that Professor Lejo is here. He has been my professor when I was doing my postgraduate. And I remember there is this course of land use. I think you mentioned a lot of it in this one. It was mentioned something to do about Environmental Management Authority. I'm happy that it is provided by the peace agreement. It is there. But I think as parliamentarians, what we need to do is to make sure that even in the upcoming permanent constitution, they should be there. And then the regulation also, because the commission, we have number of commissions that are going to be established, maybe 79 of them by the peace agreement. But there should be clear policies also for us to run them. It is important to, yes, to mitigate floods and their effects, but we need also to make sure that this mitigation also will consider the sustainability, the upcoming generation. We should not look only into the short-term projects, and by this I want to just a call to my colleagues. It should not be taken as if you look even to the participants, most of them were like only from one area, as if it is, but it is a national concern, because the effects, as I mentioned, some of the examples I mentioned earlier, it goes beyond the affected area. So these are supposed to be a national concern. Another important point I wanted to make also, I've been listening many comments, people are saying, let this issue of dredging issues to do with canal not to be politicized. But seriously, if we look into the way who is deciding the affairs of the nation, it is by the politicians. So I think our fear, maybe because we have so many political parties, or maybe many parties to the peace agreement, and we are afraid that we may be making our decisions based on whether it is IO or SPLM-IG and all this. I believe if we were only one political party, this decision of that, let it not be politicized, would have not been there. Look at so many, well, if there is a decision at the end, if it is in the cabinet or in the parliament, then at the end, it is the politicians who are making this decision. So there's no, I'm not seeing a shame of us saying it could be politicized, but let it be politicized based on inform, like what we were doing here. We should encourage those research centers so that our politicians always will listen to what science said, and we will be guided, our decisions to be guided by science. And when I said that let's not rush into signing maybe agreements, or because I was listening carefully when the Ministry of Environment were saying that it's like these activities were approved by the cabinet and they were not fully engaged. I think it is serious also for a nation always to rush into decision. If we look into other nations, for example, the Ukraine and Russia, on these issues to do with nuclear weapons, I think since 90s we have been hearing them, and it's like they are not reaching to conclusion. So I think those issues of national, that could be considered of issues to do with national security should not be taken into rush. It not a must that it has to be the current government to approve them. We can take our time, encourage, and like the expert were saying, we encourage our own young South Sudanese to go for a scholarship, so that when we have decisions that are made on our own. Lastly, also, I want to say that if this dredging later on is going to be done, let it be done by South Sudanese. I don't know, I think it is by South Sudanese. I think it is serious. When I was listening to Professor Taj Al-Khazin, when he was saying we have a branch of an Egyptian ministry here, it is very serious, because how comes it is a state? Because I listened to the statement from the minister from Unity State, acknowledging that yes, they are aware about this, or even if it is the executive, and then when you look at the procedures, it is not true. I will not exhaust all the points, but I want to conclude that because I know Honorable Oyet is here, he will come and add also as legislature, but I want to conclude that we as legislature, we will stand firm to support His Excellency the President in his order calling for freezing all the activities that related to dredging of the Nile until the necessary environmental impact assessment is done. And we also urge the Ministry of Water and Irrigation to speed up drafting proposal for this environmental impact assessment, so that it is submitted to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, so that we have this impact assessment is quickly done. I'm sorry for taking much time, but thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We understand there's a lot to be said. Time is not on our side. The last speaker to close our long event is none other than the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker Nathaniel Oyet Ferino. You are welcome. The rest of the time management is yours, in your hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, my colleagues, the Deputy Speakers. I will not say much, but I will add my voice to appreciate the wonderful, wonderful presentation and work by our own experts who have been able to take us through wealth of knowledge and facts which they have at their fingertips. I would like us to give them a round of applause. Secondly, I would like to also take this opportunity to thank His Excellency the President, President Salva Kiir Mayardit, for the wise decision that he took to recall and suspend the dredging projects in Unity State and part of Barakazal region. This was timely and it was necessary because there was outcry from the public, and also we in the parliament have been questioning such immense project commencing in the country without the approval of the parliament. It was a very big concern to us, but now we are back to the driving seat again as members of legislature. We shall wait for the outcome of this public consultation and make sure that we go through the nitty-gritties of the reports and where necessary approve as the parliament and the people of South Sudan would deem fit and beneficial to the country. Coming back to the presentation, I've been very keen following the different speakers and presenters. But what I've realized, as I said earlier, my focus and my objective to attend this symposium is to find a quick and also durable solution for the floods affected communities and villages, areas around the country. But the different presentation that I receive, touching about dredging, touching about Jongole Canal, touching about the Nile, did not really satisfy me. Did not offer me with the most appropriate means or mechanism of dealing today with the problem of today, the problem of floods affecting our citizens in those areas. We talked of dikes. Even the question of dredging has been ruled out. That dredging does not, by the first presenter, Professor Taj, he said dredging has no direct solution to the problem of the floods. But the recommendation was on the dikes. I want to hear and also see strongly recommendations touching on combating floods in those areas. We must set this as our priority. I know there have been many presentations about the politics around the Nile, but which one is our priority now? Is that one which will combat the floods? If dredging is not directly going to combat the floods, then that one should be in other levels of priorities, but not the one we should deal with or handle today, as we want to get our people away from the flood situation. I would like also to state this: South Sudan is an independent country. We got our independence, and we are a sovereign nation. We have our national interest. We have our needs as a country. We have control over our land and resources and over our interest. We have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs pursuing our international and regional relations. We'll pursue our national interests in the region and beyond to the satisfaction of the people of South Sudan. We, as Parliament, representing our people, are not here to serve the interest of foreign nations. The interest of our people is our #1 priority. Their social, political, and economic development is our priority. Whoever is trying to promote projects or push projects through the throats of our government or the people of South Sudan, we are not going to approve such project. We will respond to any project that alleviate poverty, that will promote development of South Sudan. And some of these projects are around the Nile. The priority that I see, if you put dredging here and you put dam construction also here and you put clearance here, yes, the scientific studies have shown that clearing the rivers, especially the bridge which has been, you know, affected by water weeds, that's why the waters are not flowing, that would be my priority. And that would be our priority in the Parliament, to ensure that the water passes through the tunnels to relieve the areas from flooding. My second priority would be the dams. Because with the dams in Fula, we shall achieve 2 or 3 things. One is to control our water. You see, honorable members and colleagues, if the flooding in Bentiu is as a result of blockage of the bridge, what about the flooding in Jongole, in Bor, in Twitch? What caused it? That means there are other factors that are causing the floodings in these areas. And if it is the outflow of the Nile, then we need to construct dams on the Nile so that we can control the levels of water. If they are drowning our population, then we can make sure that we adjust accordingly. Second, we cannot industrialize as a country based on thermal powers. You can bring whatever number of generators, but still you will never achieve the kind of industrialization that you see in East Africa and you see in other countries. Generators will serve just our short-term interests. This is what I also want to add on the presentation that has been given to us throughout the day. Otherwise, with these few remarks, I would like to thank the honorable members who persevered to remain seated up to now. I know many of us stay very far away in the residential areas, and also transport challenges could have informed the decision of others to leave early, but I'm very grateful for those who remain behind and were very attentive. And I also advise our experts and also the executive, there are other matters that we can discuss behind doors. Others we can discuss in the open. I don't know whether these are media. We have been saying a lot in the House. Even us in the Parliament, there are other matters that we will commit to closed sitting while others will be open. So let us distinguish which ones should be brought out and which ones should not be brought out. Thank you very much. Thank you. I therefore declare the meeting closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That said, more than 2,000 South Sudanese have been following us online.
The media house. I would like the speakers to give the media a statement about the conclusion of today. Maybe in here, because outside is very dark. You can stand here.